こんにちは。テスト。OK。これ棒読みちゃん、俺は、これ楽だけど、見てる人どうなのかな？棒読みちゃんうざいのかな？まあ一応つけとくか。よし。10分ぐらいしたら見ます。みんなで最初から見たいんで。バロラントもうちょっとやんないとな。いつも言ってる気がするけど。これなんで変えちゃったかな、1位。フレンジー押しちゃうよ。この訓練場でゴーストを押そうと思ったら。こういうとこいじらんでいいよな。多分、あいうえを順に揃えてるんだろうけど。同じ値段のやつは。バンダル、ファントみたいな。アメリカだったらアルファベット。ちなみに何の大会がいいかな？こんばんは。こんばんは。一応見る。これいいんじゃないかなって思って見つけたやつ見ようかなとは思ってるんだけど。おすすめの最近の海外の大会簿です。こんばんは。おすすめの海外の大会募集中です。最近のやつで。ここ2週間以内ぐらい。1個は NA のやつで、NA のやつがまだ英語だから聞きやすいっていうのがあって、でも戦ってるとこ見てみたいよね。俺的に見ても、なんて言うんだろうな。その個人技とかじゃなくて、なんて言うんだろう。マクロ的な、試合の、全体的な感じで言うと、やっぱ海外の方が、ちゃんとしてる感はあるけど、実際どうなのかなってのはちょっと戦ってみないとわかんないよね。それは本当に合ってんのかどうなのかっていう。それを見てみたいけど、早く。 なんか日本のチームってなんかすげえ、守護神みたいなオペレーターの人ってあんまいないよね。アサルトで強い人いるけど。それ今日のやつチラッと見て思ったわ。スナイパーの強いやつがいたら。KR？ へえ。ビジョンストライカーズと戦ったところとかニュターンみたいなところと、あとなんだっけな WGS？ WSG？ WGS？ ワールドゲーミングスター？わかんない。ボット打ち楽しいな、これ。ボット打ち楽しすぎる。久々にやったら。このゲームの一番いいとこ軽いとこだわ。動作が。なんか、治ったよね、このボット打ちじゃないや。ボット打ちか。重くなるやつ。なんか打ってたらラグるやつ。治った気がする。うん。なんかちょっとラグくなったけど、でも、カクつくやつは治ったよね、これ。多分。倒しまくってたらめっちゃカクつくみたいな。それ有能やわ。ジェットのウルトたまんなくなったけど、その分。まあ、わかる部分だったら解説しますよ。解説って言ってもなんかそんなね、できんからね。でも今日はね、ちょっと喉の調子がまだマシだから、いけます。鼻炎がね、えぐいんよ。もう1週間に1回絶対なるから、鼻炎。人生の3分の1ぐらい損してる、鼻炎のせいで。マジでえぐい。俺、半ズボン履くだけで鼻炎になるんだよね。家とかでも。あと、ズボンに、寝る前にズボンにね、上の服入れないと。ね。日本の大会ね、使えないんだよ。権利難しくて、多分。まあ、ちょっと聞いてないけど、多分、運営に、なんかその大会の運営が、バロラントの運営とちょっと別でやってみたいな感じになってるから、使えないんだよな。マジで僕と一緒にしたらいいですよ、そしたら。これ敵の色黄色にして、クロスエも黄色で縁ありで。これいいっすよ。ナチュラルで。見えすぎないけど、よく見えるクロスエア。どうこのキャッチコピー。見えすぎないクロスエア。動画にしようかな。見えすぎないクロスエア教えます。このクロスエアにすれば、KD が10上がる。いや、結局ね、見失うのが良くない。なんだろうな。俺最近ね、今ね、1423だよ、俺。1423の縁あり。1423縁あり。これぐらいがちょうどいいよ、結局。まあ、縁はね、俺はもう好みだろうけど。縁ありかなしかは。 俺は縁ある方が見失わないかな。クロステアを直接見るわけじゃないんだけど、敵見るんだけど、クロステア視界に入ってないといけないから。なんかそう。この前ね、ラズさんの配信とか見てたら、たまたまね、あんまり、バロラントの人の配信とかあんま見ないんだけど、たまたま見てたら、こう撃つときに、クロステアを見ますか敵を見ますかみたいな質問が来てて、敵を見るって言ってたけど、でも、クロステア設定の動画とかでは、ちっちゃいクロステアだと見失うって話をしてたんだよね。だから結局、やっぱ、なんて言うんだろう。クロステア見ないんだけど、敵を見るんだけど、クロステアを視界に入れとく必要があるみたいな。だから見失わないクロステアにする必要があるってことで、なんていうのは何が言いたいかっていうとね、ちょっと難しいんだけど、見失わないのが大事ってこと。結局合わせるときは。こうクロステアをじっくりパッて合わすって機会あんまないからね。それ、多分ね、意識の違いがあって、エイムのこと考えすぎてる人はちっちゃいよね、多分。無駄に、エイムのことをね、プレイ中にめっちゃ考えて、スクリームとかもまさにそうじゃん。エイムしか考えてないやん、あいつ。打ち合いのことしか考えてないやん。あいつ絶対。打ち合いのこととリアクションのことしか考えてないやん。配信中の。あいつ。すぐカメラ見るやん。あいつ。ちょっと、すごいシーン出たら。日本人のプレイヤーの人でもエイムに関するツイート多い人の方がちっちゃい気がするよ。多分だけど。で、ビジョンストライカーズとかの人とか、まあ、韓国勢とかは、多分、そんなエイム重視してないと思うんだよね。エイムいいと思うよ。いいとは思うんだけど、重視してないと思うんだよね。ちっちゃい人はね、やっぱね、エイム言ってる気がするよ。スクリームの話？いや、あいつはエイムばっか考えてるよ。マジで。マジでエイム考えてる。スクリームはね。まあ、比重が多いって感じかな。エイムのことを考える。じゃあ見るか。そう、ぼやけるから、まあ、ぼやけるも言ってたかもしれないけど、見失うって俺聞いたね。そう。なんか、だから、やっぱ、あんま俺人の、なんだろう。てか、あんま誰もさ、エイムするときの、どういう風にこう見てるかみたいな話しないじゃん。でもそれ聞いて、やっぱまあそういう感じなんだなって思ったね。敵見て、でもクロステアは視界には入ってるけど、なかったらなかったで困るみたいな。で、割と慣れがね、一番大きいよ。でも敵を見るっていうのはね、結構むずいんだよね。敵見るのってむずくない？敵見て撃つっていうの。だって、敵と会うまで敵見れないからさ。この時どこ見ればいいのっていう話だから。これが難しいんだよね。敵を見るんだけど、敵出てくるまで。敵見るのってむずいよね。映ってないんだもんだってこの時点で敵。出てきてから敵見れるから、これがね、これの正解をね、ちょっと探ってるよね、今。どれが正解なんだろう。今のところの最適化、持論的に言うと、この、ぼやっと見てるのが一番いいけど。ぼやって見てて敵が見えた瞬間に。コンピュアなんたらないです。 競技ゲーム無視していいですよ。FPS 上手くなりたいんだったら。関係ない。あんまり、まあ、全く関係ないわけじゃないけど。あんまり関係ない。あれでスコア高い人でも、FPS はそんな上手じゃないみたいな人結構いるから。いるものが違う、なんか。速さが大事だからね、あれ。点数高くなるためには。上振れが大事、上振れ。上振れでものすごいいい点数出たら勝ちみたいな、なってるから。うん。速さが大事だから。まあ、このゲームとかは特にあんま関係ないかも。いやー、今は別にこれで満足しているから買わないかな。NP01 で。NP01 ってまあ、やっぱ安定するやつが大事ですよ。だから、安定するのは、やっぱ、ロー戦士の方が安定する、基本的には。ミラーいや、過去のやつ見るかな。今やってるやつは多分、あんま映さない方が良さそう。権利的にも。じゃあ見るか。だいたい1個だけね、とりあえずこれ見ようっていうのがあるんで、それを見て。まあ、それでも長いな、これ。3時間もあんの ?3 時間もあんのこれ。と。BGM 消して、これにして、これを全画面にして、で、テキスト消して、かぶせ持ち。まあ、どこまでがかぶせ持ちかっていう、難しいところだけどね。持ち方とかも気にしなくていい気がする。でも、理論上は指使った方がいいよ。よっしゃ、見ます。で、これは、イモータルズっていうチーム対センチネルズってこれ2週間くらい前のかな試合です。13日前。まあ、前もね、一回大会の配信じゃないや、大会の録画見た配信やったんだけど、その時にイモータルズめっちゃ強かったから。それと、センチネルズってこれ NA の決勝戦かな何の決勝戦なのかはわかんないけど、好きな選手ちょっとわかんないです。いません。あ、でもこのイモータルズっていうチームのケミカルズは俺好き。ちょっと棒読みちゃん音下げるか。よっしゃ、これ見ます。始まるまで長すぎる、これ。NA です、NA。もう冷めるか。ここ飛ばしていいかな。なんかでも色はチームごとにもう赤、白みたいな感じになってるでしょ。音量大丈夫ですかこれ。うわ、アフロじゃなくなってる。アフロじゃなくなってるよ。あのアフロのやつ好きだったのに。これ前の試合だよね。うん。あれちょっと飛ばしちゃった。飛ばしすぎちゃった。飛ばしすぎちゃった。ちょっとネタバレになってた。 ほんと？音でもマックスだ、俺。音全く入ってない？うん、なるほどね。ちょっと待ってね。見るわ。あ、入ってないね。あ、さっきのボット打ちも入ってなかった、もしかして。そういうことだよね。あ、なんか、あれだ。これで入ってんじゃない？あ、これで入ってるでしょ。これでだいぶ入ってるはず。これで入ってるはず。ぼよみちゃんの音も入ってなかったやつだ。これで入ってるでしょ。
Yesterday for Immortals. So it's going to be a fun one. Let's focus on Split now. Maybe there's a chance that they, have what it takes to study how Sentinels are playing this map and fight back against them. Where it has been resulting to amount to positive notes here for LG the other time when they played versus Sentinels is the amount of trades that they're able to get with players like
なんか Windows アップデートしたらいろいろバグった。まずデスクトップの色変わったもん。マジで見た。で、これも入んなくなったし。Windows アップデートやめてほしい。こんばんは。棒読みちゃんどっちがいい？棒読みちゃん消すか入れるか。どっちでもいいけど。
So we are going to kick things off here. Nature goes to Killjoy, JC Stani on.
さあ、ちょっと構成見るか、まず。あ、スペースをしたら。じゃあスペースで止まんなかったし。構成見ます。イモータルズが、セイジ、レイズ。消しますかじゃあ。ちょっと待ってくださいね。じゃあ、見るまで。はい、消しました。イモータルズが、セイジ、レイズ、レーナ、オーメン、キルジョイ。前もこんな構成だったな。確か。で、センチネルズの方が、セイジ、オーメン、サイファー、レイズ、ジェット。ジェットとレイナの違いと、あとはサイファー、キルジョイの違いかな。で、これアップデート前なんで、大会は。なんで、フレンジ。フレンジ多すぎへんかこれ。フレンジ5人対フレンジ4人。アーマーフレンジ2人おるよ。攻め側。
So we are going to kick things off here. Nature goes to Killjoy, JC Stani on Omen, shot up, playing as Reina.
セイジは必須じゃないけど、強いよ、やっぱり。強いってだけ。全然必須ではない。強いから入れてる。
We will not see that Reina play. We'll see the Jet instead. And obviously, Shazam in that position. They'll be grabbing orb control and B main to kick things off. You can see a ton of utility laid down on B by Nature. There's a turret in the corner as well as some nano swarms down on the site to prevent that push. Oh, that nade was perfect. It was right in the belly of Shazam, but Shazam jumps up and with the frenzy able to finish off Chemicals. And due to the fact that they have a Sage, there's a heal that can come through.
こういう大会見るとき、ちょっと状況を飲み込むのに時間かかるよね。久々に見ると。
To try and help slow things down, but Nature's got to go big here.
That nano swarm is going to come out as soon as the alarm bot gets spotted too, as it rings the alarm for a couple of players moving forward. Nature's playing the backside. Now a big paranoia as Nature gets the first kill onto Sinatra. So they even things up on a 4-4, but he's stuck.
すごいな、もうハンドガンラウンドなのにみんな連射武器じゃん。みんな連射武器じゃん。
Gangsters already rotated. It's a 2 versus 1. Immortals on the disadvantage as Dapper lands the last kill. And that's
みんな多少歩きながら撃ってるよ。
9 frenzies out of 10 in this round. There was only chemicals that didn't
スプリット、まあ、スプリットとかね、バインドも強いよ。まあ、スプリット強いね。やっぱこのサイト離れてるマップ。これ結構いろんなマップ強いと思うけどね。ヘイブンも強いと思うし、ヘイブンじゃないや。アセント。アセントも強いと思うし。まあ、アイスボックスはまあ、それはそれで強いし。結構セージ強いいろんなマップ。特にチームとかでやる場合は多分強そう。レイズはね、やっぱレイズ使いやすいもんね。あんま腐らん、スキルが。
So Immortals lose the pistol. Sentinels gets off to a great start.
さあ、攻め側が1本取った感じかな。
Changes, it's still a little early on to determine whether or not those changes have really helped balance out the map more, or if we're still going to see a heavy defensive side. We'll have to see how the game's slowly developed. Shazam in mid spots shot up.
やっぱこの NA チームとかは結構しっかり展開して戦うよね。今も B メイン2とミッド2の A メインも1人サイファーが取っててみたいな感じだったね。
Sentinels should easily close out the remainder of the players for INT, and they'll get that spike plant as well to guarantee.
これも NA のなんか鉄板、結構この戦い方というか。
You want to make sure you have enough firepower going into the next. Leaving even Sentinels on a flawless in this round means that they're probably going to keep their submachine rifles too, which technically gives them the advantage. But what I do like for Sentinels from the way they've been playing this map is really combining Sinatra and Sick on that B side control.
レイズのドローンがもうノーリスクで索敵できるからね。毎ラウンド。で、他にスキルそんな使わんからさ、この。なんだっけこれ。飛ぶやつ。飛ぶやつあんま使わんから。結構スキル回るし。強いよね。
And he manages to fall back with a heal, but that's a big wall already out of the way.
Yeah, that's a lot of utility spent early on by their Sage. There was slow orb coming down the wall. The heal was used as well.
ラテンのチーム。
All that
この NA は
early advantage that they ultimately get, but not because of their own work. It's because of an aggressive push that comes through.
とにかく広がるね、攻めるときに。攻める前にっていうか、攻める前に一回広がって、ちゃんとエリア取ってから。どうにかしていく。あんまもう開幕で一箇所にみたいなのはそんなない。日本チームとかだとミッド 1A4 みたいな攻め方いろんなアップであると思うけど。さあ、3対4になっちゃった。守り側は武器変えてて、攻め側はさっきのラウンドの武器そのまま使ってる感じかな。蘇生した。4対3になっちゃった。お、強い。けどきついか。これ NA ですよ。今日の日本の大会、ほとんど見てないです。ちょっとだけ見た。クロスセア慣れなんじゃないかな、流れてきた人は。クロスセアちっちゃいと、クロスセア意識しないといけないのがちょっとデメリット。だからエイムは極まるかもしれないけど、意識しないと極まらないエイムってどうなのっていう。
They have soul orbs, they have the walls, they have paint shells to cover back, and he's able to support as well with the crossfire to get the first few kills. And still being able to play towards that B heaven, he still has the boom bot, as I mentioned before, they can throw towards that mid side to get more information here. But as they slowly creep up here for Sentinels, and there's less information now in the hands of Immortals because they gave up that space on mid, it was easier for Sentinels to creep up. And especially now that you already had an early res come out from Sick, it shows how good his been.
ちょっと攻め側中心に見ていくか。見てっかってもうこの大会の方のカメラに任すしかないんだけど。さあ、ミッド3だね、守りは。で、B メインを毎回氷たく感じかな。勝負しようと思ったけど。もう速攻氷決めてたね、攻め側が。ミッドを詰めてるね。ああ、エコーラウンドの感じか。武器セーブして。もうこれ攻め側はもうひたすら毎ラウンド B メイン取ってきてるね、無理やり。だからこのセージが辛そう。守りの。他の人が B 守った方が良さそうだよね、これ。なんか。
to the submachine guns. Zamza's going to drop some smokes on the site.
速攻壁割られて。
Making it out there. They've got full sight control at this point, but there's weapons to be scooped up in mid. They're going to try and go for this retake. And the numbers are actually decent for them, given that you've still got Dapper on this very long lurk through mid.
Good position though from Sentinels. Already along the line of pillar, back, site, and B main. Dapper is on that lurk again, and he manages to capitalize with a kill onto Nature, which means now the defense numbers dwindle down on this retake.
さっきのミッドのラークがエロいよね、やっぱ
We
り。
didn't expect that Sinatra was going to be on the top of that billboard.
あれでもう後ろも怖いわ。だから早く詰めないといけないわみたいな感じになって。
The vandal that he picked up, but that's going to end it there pretty decent. Immortals at that point had 4 players stacked up on mid just to try to surprise the slow creep that
Immortals
Sentinels been
4本
doing.
連続落として
That
ます。
Sentinels seems to be
でも
aware of
1
that.
って三角形の方が1ってついてるから、1、あれか、決勝だから今までの、なんて言うんだろう、BO5 だけど、1ラウンド分もらってんのか、もともと。なるほどね。
Much more a dedicated opper than say Chemicals, who will often go favor the
チームでも
rifle
ピ
a
ン
little
グ
bit.
さ。
And
ま
as
あ
I
ちょっ
say
とわかんない
that,
ね。NA 広いから。出
Shazam
るんじゃない
does
かな。
have a rifle in hand. Shazam also has the ult available currently. The Bladestorm
毎回ほら
Chemicals
B メイン
dropped
取ってるね。
very early in the round. That op not
で
really
毎回この氷焚いてる。
Nice quick shot from shot up, but Shazam is there with an immediate
さあなんかイモータルズの方、守りの方はあんまりなんかやりたいことできてない感じだね。いや特に B のプッシュが結構痛いねなんか。セージの人が辛そうでしょうがない。B 守ってる。守りづらそう。
And it seems like this time they're going to go back towards Dapper. They're going to have to run into all of this utility laid out from Nature. They know the turret's here. They could use a smoke potentially to force that out of position, but never mind. Dapper just comes in with a quick kill onto Nature, and that's that all
さあい
eliminated.
つの間に
The
か
threat is gone.
A 抜かれとる。
The remaining 2 are spotted out by a neural theft, and the round is over. Gangsta should be saving this op back in spawn. You can see JC Sandy setting up at the backside of sewers in mid. They're just trying to hang on to these guns as desperately as they can.
Yeah, and you see how it's aggressive at the beginning just to try to figure out if Sentinels are going to be on a hunt and try to take him down. But after they see that it's a little bit quiet, try to team up on that buddy system. And this is something that, or a concept that we talk about a lot when we're first casting this game, very similar to other tactical shooters, is the buddy system that Sentinels have. 2 players trying to work towards B main, 2 players towards mid, and then you have Dapper just lurking on the A side. Once you take control of these trades that you saw were immediate towards the mid side, and they also got a do-or-die position from Chemicals up on towards B site, then you fall back as a team, you continue as a group, and you continue to play for these trades. Sentinels are very good for this type of positioning to just allow numbers advantage when they come into sites. Now as the round ends though, we're able to save a couple of weapons. They lost 4 players for Sentinels in the process, but with winning 5 rounds in a row, you're okay
このラウンドは
with all of that too.
守り
You
も
just wanted to
変
make
え
more
て、
expensive, more
変え
than previous.
まあ変えてないねこれは。全部は変えてないね。セーブした分プラスちょっとお金あるぐらい。
Definitely solid for some, but not so great for others. Sinatra's down to 200, 1900 for Shazam after the
スペクターと
might actually decide to just go with the
あれがいるね。もう武器の名前出てこないんだけど俺。あれがいる。ナーフされたやつ。あの武器。あの武器がいます。1100円の。1100円になった武器か。1000円の。あ、また B メインで B メインやられちゃった。やっぱセージ場所変わるべきよねこれ。絶対そうだよ。もうねこれ B メインで勝負だいぶ決まってますこれ正直。毎回 B メイン、なんか B メイン毎回取られてからのアクションを起こしても大丈夫だなっていう余裕が攻め側にだいぶ生まれちゃってるねこれ。だから B をオペレーターで置きたかったけど今いるね。今いるけどちょっと遅い。
You saw how they tried to hold it back for Immortals. They didn't really have a fight back from B Heaven. They actually fought back from default with 2 players.
そう、スティンガーね。それ。
Make it an early advantage at the beginning, but after that, losing this player early for shot up towards the B Heavens, the control is back at the Sentinels, where they're looking to split into this A side, especially after that pick from Zombs.
もうなんかとりあえずファーストキルどっかで起こって普通になんか流れてやられてるって感じじゃない？この試合見る限り。なんかファーストキル取られてやられてるっていう感じがすごい。 中3か。なんか珍しいね。この中3とスロープに1人っていう守り方。後ろ罠張ってあるからね。結構この NA とかの、メタというか設置した後のメタとしてはこれ A 設置したらこのスロープ側1人2人行くっていうのは結構多いかな。スロープが2人が多いかな。これ罠があるから多分スロープ今1人で中3だったけど、スロープが2人ぐらい引いて、スロープコントロールしながら中も2、3人で守るみたいな形が結構多いですね、これ NA。それがやっぱ強い。スロープ取ってるのと取ってないのでだいぶ違うから強いですね、これが。そういうとこしっかりしてるよね。どのチームもそんな感じでやってる。日本はそうじゃない可能性ある。わかんないけど、ちゃんと見てないから。さあ。ちょっとラウンド取りたいね。イモータルズ側。だから攻めに6本取られてるでしょ、これ。このマップで。もう、多少攻めマップになったかもしれないけど。とはいえだよね。さあ、毎回、この氷とグレネードを消費して、B メインを取ってくる相手。これに対して、2人でダブルピークしてる感じかな ?B3 人は持ってる。なんなら。さあ、ドローンでクリアリングする。そう、クリアリングしてもう取りに行く。これでも行きたくないぞ。行きたくないぞ、正直。行った。行って倒した。しかも。スモークで後ろの下に来てたんだ。ゴリゴリやりに行ったね。そういう戦い方をするんだ。さあでもこのラウンドはもう5対3。なんかなぜか。蘇生したのか。蘇生したから人数差2になってます。で、A 取られてて、スロープ抑えられてる1人。さあここでキル狙いに行くのうまい。これで人数差が1人になった。2人だったの。これで人数差3対3になった。もうこれ攻めかなり全然ありますよ。1バレてるとはいえ。さあ、このサイファー次第かも。サイファーがどのタイミングでこれ裏行くか。おっと、後ろから撃たれてしまう。あとメイン2だ、これ。メインとヘブンで。さあ、解除これ阻止できないんじゃないか、これ。意外なところで解除してた。
I actually really like that attempt from Yes. If there weren't a dark cover there, maybe things work out a little bit different.
いや、今のところがジェット強いよね。ジェットじゃないとできない動きをしてた。取られたけど。
Perfect round for IMT based on the way that it started. Things could have gone so much better for them, but it all started to fall apart off that lurk. So here's the early round where they go for that 3-player peak. They get the res as well. And shot up comes in and drops one.
これ当たってないんだね、セージに。これセージに当たってないんだ。さあ、ここの戦い毎回起こってる。いや、もうこれでもう、絶対 B メイン俺ら取ったるってことをやってるね、このセンチネルズ側は。絶対取れてる、これで。さあ、B メイン取りたい。これ守り側も B メイン取りたいんだよ、本当は。でもあれが強すぎて、グレネードと氷の組み合わせが強すぎて、取れてない感じになってる。3人がかりで取ってたしね、さっき。だからやっぱり NA は結構エリアコントロールを重視してますね、これ。で、A 側も罠張ってるんで、A メインに。攻めが罠張ってるんで、俺。さあ、もういつの間にか3対2だ。But before we get into the next round, we still have a Spike Planet for Sentinels on a 1-minute advantage. Where again, potential where they reset the economy, and it starts with Dapper. Headshot onto shot up, and Sinatra's now running in with that showstopper, looking for his opponent. Cannot, stops the lockdown, and that's a good way to pull out a utility, which means now Immortals has even less moving into the next round, with Nature now moving up on the Raptors. 結構この B メインの処理が対応できてない感じがすごい。とにかく。で、その間に、どうすればいいんだろうな、これ、守りは。
but things have smoothed out, and yet again, the money absolutely
まあ、オペレーターでも出して B 覗ければいいんだろうけど、お金がないんだよな。だからオペレーターなしで取んないといけないっていう。A もサイファーだけでコントロールされてるしね、メインまで。さあ、ミッド3で。B はタイミングで壁を焚く感じかな、これ。タイミングで壁焚きますね、きっと。あ、そうでもない。B 開けちゃう。あ、エコラウンドか。お、勝負しに行った。
Yeah, Satchel Charge baited out, try to trade with the low rifles that you have with a stack. Aggressive from Immortals down mid. But now it's still a 4 versus 4.
まあこれは武器差が辛いか、正直。
Which means Sick is now able to take advantage of it. Sinatra is there on the other side of the wall, but JC Stunning, the only weapon that was purchased with that Stinger, gets the first frag, but he's down at 8 HP. He could put a smoke story towards B main. That's going to push Sinatra back. They pick up the spike, and they still have a minute to work with. Very well done for Immortals at the beginning.
Shazam throws the op away, favoring the rifle. It's not completely out of play.
これ場所いいよ。イモータルのこのオーメンの人。この場所はいいよ。この HP だからね。
So it's the logic behind just putting that one out of play. There's going to be a heal that comes through. That's actually going to give away his position. There's an audible cue that comes out.
ヘッド決めた。自分からピークして。
JC Stunning, at least it looked like we were seeing a heal, but he's still sitting low on 8 HP. I thought for a second we got it, but maybe not. Was I wrong there? It looked like when we saw the third-person camera, a heal coming through, but maybe it was just the animation for a potential heal. I'm confused.
If you get hit by something right away, like if it's a wall banger or something, you get stopped. So,
but then even we didn't see like it gets stopped, but it doesn't get canceled. It just gets like kind of delayed. We didn't see it right there.
これヒールの音聞こえないのかな？これ。
Already went through or what? Yeah, he's getting healed, and then he takes the peek, and then it does get canceled.
映っとらんやんけ。今リプレイで映るのかなと思ったらリプレイ映っとらんやんけこれ。
And even then, the reason also I believe that Shazam threw that operator in the back of the spawn is after they got that initial takes in a fight.
オーディン持ってきた。オーディンで。オーディンで顔出したぞ。何それ？その戦い方知らない俺。オーディンでジャンプして顔出すなんて。
For Immortals, they know that they had a couple of oppositions too coming in on this B side where they have 4 players actually from Immortals stacked up in that side. Giving up
うわ強いなそれは。
As Nature was trying to take an off angle, but as they lose this player, they open up the A site, and that is going to be confirmed.
まああそこの箱らへんあんま強くないよねそもそも素で戦うの。
Utilized by JC Stanley to get towards elbow. Quickly taken care of by Six. Shot up is in position on the other side of screens, but there's a wall that's gone down from Sage. And he has no choice but to blast through it. Shazam in position, should be able to get a quick kill on Chemicals, and does. The Odin betrays Sinatra, but it's still a player advantage for Sentinels. The 3-on-2 with the spike planted, and again, who else
なんていうかあれだね。
other than Dapper, and I don't think they have any reason to believe that this is happening. There's the first kill coming out onto Gangsta. The last player remaining.
イモータルズ側はなんか何もできてないっていう感じだ。
Decided not to use it. It's another round for Sentinels in the books. It's just getting a little bit scary right now. Dapper currently sitting at 12-1-1. Absurd ratio, 14-6 for Shazam as well.
That's a nice pick too.
今も A1、B4 の配置で A 抜かれたしね。
And now that they finally put an operator in the hands of Shazam, before it was always Dapper just lurking by himself towards A main. Now they work together to take control of A site. And that confirms again, always open sites because you're putting so many numbers for Immortals onto the B site, it doesn't pay off. Now they go back to a default, this 2-1-2, trying to pressure back versus Shazam and Dapper on the A side. Well, surprise, they're actually focusing back on the B side where they have more numbers eventually versus especially with Sinatra with the judge.
もうやりたいこと全部潰されてるじゃん。
Jumping around for the second kill onto Chemicals. And a big dark cover doesn't allow JC Stan to get
ジャッジダメよね。今のワンパンって。
It feels like Sentinels have really not met much resistance.
いやもう B メインがもうマジで何もできないって感じだな守り側が。
Catered towards A with some damage that was dealt early in mid. It's a nice paranoia coming out from Zoms.
これ決勝ですよ。NA の決勝なんで、トッププレイヤー VS トッププレイヤーですよ。両方とも。いや、この負けてる方も結構強いチームですよ、これ。一回勝ってるのかな、このセンチネルズに。多分勝ってるはず。勝った上で、決勝でもう一回当たってるみたいな。何ウィナーズとルーザーズみたいな感じで分かれて、負けたチームでも全勝してきたが決勝まで来たみたいな。その分1ラウンド、1マップ分、イモータルズの方が有利持ってるみたいな感じかな。いやなんか、もうとにかくファーストキルファーストキルが、毎回センチネルズ側が取ってるから、マジでやりたいことができない感じだと思う。で、なんかそのきっかけがもらえない。お、まあでも5対3になった、これ。さあ、取った取った。
With a round win they desperately needed, Sinatra is all the way across the map. This time it was his turn to lurk, and it doesn't work out so well. Still, strong half for Sentinels, 9-3 up over Immortals. We're going to throw things to a very quick break. When we come back, we'll see if IMT can bring it back. Stay tuned.
なんか B が対応しきれなかったって感じだったかな、今、イモータルズの方が。毎回 B メインにもう好き放題されてたからね。それでそのまま抜かれるし、みたいな。まあ、個人的には、どうなんだろうな。だからやっぱちょっと守り方変えたかったよね、多分。だけど。B のもうレパートリーが尽きてた、守り側が。壁を張る以外の、壁を張る氷を投げる。で、ちょっと、とにかく、時間稼ぎみたいな守り方しかできてなくて。まあ一回取りに行ったのはよかったけど、って感じだな。だからといって何ができるわけでもなく。なんかキルジョイとかが B 守れるような配置とかがあったら、それとか使ってもよかったかもしれないよね。
A first half that was wrought with problems for Immortals. They now switch to the attacking side and things.
守り側サイファーが B で、もう直接罠張ってるね、入り口に。で、結構最初 A より目みたいな感じかな。最初 A より目。で、セージの人はこれ壁と、多分ハンドガン買ってんのかな。壁300円だよね、確か、今。壁とゴースト買ってるか。いや、どうなんだろう。多分壁とゴースト買ってる感じだと思う。氷買わないんだ。スローブは買わないと。さあ、A ラッシュな感じだったけど、ここの壁もね、強いんだよ。この、スロープ、広くなったから、スロープ抜けが結構、わかるから、この壁は、タクト。壁壊して、もう速攻引いたね。こっちの A の壁は、そのスロープまで行かないと壊せないから、B メインみたいに簡単じゃないからね、壊すのが。それが強いけど、でももう一気に展開してる。さあ、ベントにめっちゃ流れてくるけど、これは辛いか、攻め側、さすがに。さすがに辛いな。B 行ってたら、ちょっと展開違ったかもしれない。A 多かったからね、今。いや、NA も、ね、ゆっくり展開するんだけど、ファーストキルがあまりにも取れるタイミングが早くて、それきっかけで詰めてる感じかな、NA、今の、この試合に関しては。とにかくファーストキル早いんだよね。4対4とかになるっていうよりは、簡単にファーストキル取って、こっちのダメージみたいなのが結構多い試合になってるかな、この試合が。さあ、イモータルズの方は、ファーストラウンド落として。いや、買ってるね。まあ、買ってこのラウンド取らないと結構辛いって判断したのかな。どっちにしても辛いから、ワンチャン取って、ワンチャン使っていこうみたいな。 さあ、まあ、攻め方は似てるよね、この、どっちのチームも。今んとこだけど。ただ B を罠で止めて、B ヘブンに壁焚いてエリアコントロールしております。まあ、セージ。これがセージだったら、どうだろうな。まあ、A 寄りたいところ。A に5人いるから。さあ、A サイ中で頑張って耐えてるけど、これは辛いか。これは辛いな。うまい。
The spike will be planted, and it's a 4-on-4. It's a great opportunity for them, but Sinatra came in with the nade, flies into the site as well.
さあ、センチネルズの方がなんかリテイクできとる。リテイク早いな。てか、全員中入ってたか、今。一人まあメインいたけど。無理やり中流れ込んできて。やられた感じですね。
We saw it off screen, but you saw it from the POV of just Sinatra flying through a heaven. And these are highlight reels that he's able to do. We've seen this before, the way he satchel charges into elbow and just sprays everybody down with SMGs, with rifles, anything that you want. He's going with flare into this site. And this is a Sentinels that we know. Just play aggressive, play in their face, which is the play style that Immortals and LG kind of have versus Sentinels too, where they actually want the Sentinels team. So I like that they're trying to fight back with the same type of grit, and it's capitalizing for them because every single time we're saying
攻め側今変わってたからまだ武器ちゃんと変えてないんじゃない？
But every single time, look at this. The first blood usually comes up in favor of Sentinels
さあ
every single time.
1キルずつ。
It is important to note that when we saw what their options
ああ辛いねこれ。
either this or Haven.
3対3だ。
We knew neither one would work out well to kick off the series for IMT. We ultimately expected
B がこれトラップだけなんでどういう守りかしてるか攻め側はあんま分かってないっていう感じかな。ただバレました。でも3対2。
What we've seen, it's not like they were hiding anything they didn't want somebody else to see because it's not working out so well for them. That said, they do at least
いやさすがに攻め側取るんじゃないかこれ。
It's a 3-on-2. The opportunity is there. They managed to get the spike down, but
おー、守りが取った。
and Zoms with the sidearm still able to win it. So despite the numbers advantage, site control as well, spike going down, still not able to hold against Sentinels who finds
いやもうスモークがうまかったな
just
今。
one away from taking us into map number 2 with a 1-1 tie score.
And weapon advantage too. Think about it that they won 2 rounds in a row for Sentinels. They had a couple of guys that are still at SMGs. Zom being one of them, Zoms rather being one of them on a
あそこの設置場のあそこのスモークはああいう風に機能するみたいです。
This is textbook Sentinels of like dominant NA Sentinels.
さあセンチネルズのサイファーの人は17キル3です。もうオーディン持っておりますこれ。オーディン持って。オーディン持っております。2人。さあただイモータルズの方も武器変えてる。まあ、ハーフアーマーとはいえ全員バンダル以上の武器は全員バンダルかななんなら。やっぱオーディンああいうとこ強いよな多分。マッチに関してはめっちゃ強い気がする。
He's feeling pretty confident that he's like, I'm going to make this work even with I'm not scared, worried, or concerned. Sinatra goes to this weapon all the time.
さあでもなんかやっぱ焦りが見えるよね。負けてるチームの方にはいつも。なんか終わっちゃった。なんか終わっちゃったこの試合。センチネルズが勝ちましたと。なんか終わっちゃったって感じだったな今これ。うん。この試合クソだな、ちょっと。ちょっとバグってる。ロードされないんですが。さあ、この試合はこの試合はなかったことにしたい。次の試合行きましょう。 バインド。
seen a whole lot of in this event.
構
Okay, so we actually have a mispick
構
apparently
成
from
が
Shazam, so we're gonna remake the lobby. But I was gonna say
Interesting.
Sky, which is the one color that we haven't.
センチネルズの方が、フェニックス、レイズ、で、サイファー、ジェット、オーメン。なるほど。相場全然入ってこないな。入ってきた、こっちは。イモータルズの方が、サイファー、レイズ、フェニックス、オーメン、相場。なるほど。どっちもフェニックスが入ってるって感じだね。まあ、フェニックスバインド強いからね。で、サイファー。両方ともサイファーの構成。多分シャワーとかに罠起きそうなイメージがあるな。守り側。さあ、ちょっと予想を立てていこうかな。まあでも、どうだろう。守りの配置どうだろうな。でもサイファーはなんか A のシャワーにいそう。どんな感じで守るんだろう。じゃあまあ見ていきましょうか。
We haven't really seen a whole lot of in this event. Okay, so we actually have a mispick apparently from Shazam, so we're gonna remake the lobby. But I was gonna say Sky, which is the one agent that we don't really see a whole lot of throughout these events. Maybe on Icebox, we'll see Sky come in. We will get to that.
Into Fountain at the same time if you're playing the defenders. There you go. He is going for that Sova.
ブリムの強化は入ってますよ、多分。ブリムの強化は入ってるけど、結局、やっぱりそのパラノイアが強いから、攻めでね、いかに取るかだと思うんで、このゲームって結構。で、パラノイアで、敵のラッシュ止まるし、パラノイアで、攻めも決まりやすいから、ブリムのね、なんだっけ、スティムビーコンと、モロトフあれは攻めではあんま生きないからね。そこが問題かな。でも、ウルトはまあどっちも、まあまあ使えるとして、そこそこ。そこだと思うよ、多分このオーメンを選んでる理由って。パラノイアの存在。高くても、性能一緒だから強いんだよ。やっぱり。ラッシュ止めれるし、まあ、守り側からしたら、その自分のところに攻めてきた時は止めれるし、まあリテイクの時も止めれる。で、毎回パラノイア、毎ラウンド使うわけではないと思うから、まあ、そんなにお金、他のスキルもね、そんなかかんないから、まあまあ買えるっていうことで。強い。だ結構今、バランスいいと思うけどね。パラノイア高いのがバランスいい。ちょうど。これ安くなったら強すぎる、ちょっと。ブリムはね、攻めがね、守りはいいんだけどね。モロトフでも。
But for this round, we're finally in a pistol, and this time it's going to be 8 frenzies instead of 9, but it looks to be a potential bloodbath towards you very soon.
スティンガーで。これ、ランプめっちゃ取ってきそうだね、攻め側が。無理やりランプこじ開けに来そう。下がって。B は結構リテイク気味な感じかな、勝負の仕方が。まあ、カメラが入れ守りのカメラつけてあって、で、ドローンで今クリアしながら B 攻めに、B にローテートしてるんじゃないかっていうのを確認しに来てます。けど、映んなかった。これ逆にこの映んなかった時が辛いよね、これ。映んなかったからいないってなって言ってません。さあ、これが強い。このパラノイアが結局強い。これがブリム透明の違いです、これ。さあ、パラノイアがまあ刺さって、一瞬機能を停止したところを潰されると。さあ、ただリテイクがうまいぞ。何があった今。何があったんだろう今。じゃあもうちょっとゆっくり見るか。まあここまではイモータルズの攻め側がいい感じだったよね。で、2人 TP してやって、1人が CT 側から、で、2人が表から来てますと。で、中2で、まあ設置してる瞬間に、フラッシュも入れてるわけでもなく、何があったこれ。何があったマジで。わかんない。見ててもわかんない。もう一回見てもわかんない。
moves into sight. JC Stanny with the execution as well onto Shazam. There's the portal play with both players coming through. Sick now has to make a move as the hot hands come through. The nade is out as well. Good damage coming down. And we're suddenly back in an advantage here for Sentinels. Just like that.
普通にやられたって感じなんかな、今のこれは。3人ぴったりは位置揃ってリテイクをしてた。
Not working out for them here in the pistol.
Yeah, and it started off well, at least for Sentinels too, like forcing out the hot hands from Sick at the.
フレンジこれナーフされる前だからね。
Actually trying to push up for Immortals. They know now utility. If they want to ever come back towards the A side, it's going to be weaker. But as they get into B, it's fully open. They get a couple of openings, post plant situation. They were in great, well, not necessarily in great positions yet, but they still had a great numbers advantage. But when it came back to Sentinels on that retake. My gosh, that was fast. All those frenzies that came out for the trades, you saw that.
まあ設置中に行ったってのがでかいよね、今多分でも。
And an owl drone, so he was trying to scout that out for Sentinels at the beginning, where the owl drone didn't scout anybody. So they did get surprised going to the B site. But the retake was just well done for Sentinels. Again, playing for a setup. Those kills went out so fast, so they were ready for immediate trades.
さあ、サイファーのスモークでめちゃくちゃ時間稼いでおります。けども、まあ、トレードの感じ、トレードになった感じか。
Again, Sentinels rock solid. Nice shot from Gangsta. Point blank range with the Sheriff. Limited success for Immortals here.
ガンガン突っ込んでくるね、リテイク。
Now we'll see the buy come in. We'll see what Sentinels decides to do. They've had pretty good success
ただまあ、
these bonus rounds that we've seen. At least looking
ちょっと前目まで取れてるのがでかいんかな。
6-0 to start things off. Already has the ult available.
Crazy.
I feel like we're going to see it here. We
守
might
り
see
側
a
が
portal play.
ちょっと前目取れてる
on
よね。
long B currently, so we might see a play towards port, or we might just see a charge down long B. But I anticipate that play coming out.
Yeah, probably a recon dart towards Fountain.
さあ今回
Go for the owl drone through the teleporter if they don't see anybody there.
B 側にフェニックスいますね。
Go through with the run it back right after, but they choose otherwise. You saw that he did pull out the owl drone, but then
これ
decided
武器に負けてるラウンドだから結構顔出し勝負するんじゃないかこのフェニックスの人は。
And then finally, there you go. After that recon dart got shot into the showers, Sick pulls it out, and now there's going to be pressure on both sides, so they know it's a default for the Immortals, and Sick is just going to battle down Fountain.
あーって感じだった。
Difficult for him to spot out his target, but damage was dealt. As JC Stanny is limping away from the battle.
攻め側はシャワーコントロールしながら、まあ B もコントロールしながら。
IMT is going to be working with one player.
シャワー取れてるのは大きいねこれ攻め。ただ A3 人で守られてる。
Looks like they're going to be heading back towards the A site.
このヘブンにいるやつがうざいだろうな。攻めからしたら。あ、でもヘブンちゃんとスモーク焚いていく。
That would be Sinatra as Ray's nice fat paranoia to try to slow down the push. That allows Dapper to get into the corner. Dapper from distance able to
このパラノイヤーでちょっと噛み合ってなかったね。敵のパラノイヤーでちょっと攻めのやりたいことは噛み合ってなかった。
Way more powerful in the hands of Sentinels than the rifles are for IMT.
今横向いて入っちゃったしね、シャワー側の人は。急に画質悪くなった。急に画質悪くなった。ちょっと待ってくれ。
But it's another one on the scoreboard, and there's really much that can be done here. Just looking to take out one or two more players and then save the rifle yet again. Has the ult to bring into the next round, but it's another one on the scoreboard, and there's ready and waiting for Gangsta. It's 3-0. Sentinels have not stopped. Where they left off in that first map, they pick up in the second.
シックがマジで強いんだ。へえ。
After the initial battle towards Fountain, because when we clicked through the players quite quickly, we still had a full kit for Zoms, we still had a full kit for Sinatra playing up towards Heaven. They even double up in SMGs in towards U-shaped hallway, and the fight was perfect in their favor for Sentinels. There was no trade there. Again, that story comes back into these 1 versus 1 battles or the face-to-face.
あ、構成本当だ。相場じゃん、攻めも。あれあれジェットじゃなかったミスってたのかなピック。
Those kills like that, like they're doing right now for Sentinels, you're into a very steep uphill battle to try to come back. Sentinels are sending a message and they continue to send it right now in the second map.
This is the Sentinels we expected to see earlier in the event, but they seem to struggle at times. Here, though, they look buttery smooth.
Oh, yeah.
As it's IMT who is having a difficult time against them. Now, as I say that, I cast or curse it a bit for the Sentinels fans in chat.
Standard.
Sick is the lone defender now, getting flashed out, has to be careful. I'm not sure they spotted him
いや、
inside
ただ
that
これ
smoke.
結構 B 寄られてますね、設置する前に。いや、ここで、でも、スパイクが全然違うところにある。あ、でも1キル取り返されたが、3v3 になった。ここで、強い。強いな、それは。それは強いな。
And now they've got a player advantage, and they've got that ult to work with as well. So they've got Hunter's Fury to try and make this a little bit easier.
リテイクでもオーディンを手放さない。この武器僕個人的には攻めとかリテイクはあんま得意じゃないと思ってるんだけど。さあしっかりランプをダブルピークで押さえていって、まあこれはさすがに辛いか。
We have the three players speaking at the same time, and the Thrifty comes in favor of Immortals. And who were the first two that got the kills on the board? Chemicals and Shot Up, getting that getting the hookah control together and just opening up long range with a Sheriff and a Stinger. That's not easy to do.
強いよそれ。
It was really gangsta though with his lurk pushing through in that A site. If it weren't for him, this round could have gone very differently. Unfortunately, they don't really get much out of that.
まああれワンチャンツだけどな、正直今のシェリフとか。あれやられてたら守りづらいぞ。守りじゃない、攻めか。2v2 になったらちょっと辛いぞ。取られたとか。ああ、これ、ウルトが。
But still, nobody getting kills out of that one, but the space has been created. The site is almost taken, and Sinatra is still at the A cubby. Raining damage still for 2 kills, make that 3 into the round. Just like that.
いや、なんていうか、
after that whole hiatus from the run it back into Hunter's Fury, it's just Sentinels running back into the site.
もう攻める前に人数有利作られてるよね。Immortals側は。
Yeah. Trying to find something different. We always say that too many times.
No, I actually started watching those movies recently with my kids, and
どうしたものかという感じですが。
It's great for sleeping.
It is. Or if you want to go for a walk, you can see how to walk by watching all of those.
結構でも前より攻めのスピードがちょっと速くなってる気もするな、このImmortalsは。前見た大会の動画の時は、もうちょいかなり時間使ってやってたと。ガンガン行くなってる。ガンガン行って死んどる。さあ、やりたいこともやられ放題。
And in the end, it'll be brought down to 2. Nice paranoia coming out. Dapper's got to move behind the box, manages to find safety, and then just says, I see your spray, and I give you just a few bullets to the skull. Gangsta alone. It's a 1v2. The Aldrone's going to go out in response to the Aldrone that initially tagged him. Good movement to go inside the smoke. But bullets are going to come through, and it's an interesting battle between the Sovas with some backup coming in from their Omen. That'll be Zoms, who's up now on top of the box. Nice paranoia coming out. Gangsta just hides inside the smoke, and the round goes the way of Sentinels. More of the same. 5 HP is all that remains for Shazam.
It was so close. First off, I want to commend the timing that was so well done for Shot Up and Chemicals. Because you saw from the point of view of Sick inside Hookah, he was already aiming down to try to get rid of that Boombot. Which means now the Stinger is aiming at the legs of Shot Up where he could just run in and just fight him back with his own SMG and get that fight. In the end, though, on that 1v1 before Shazam finally had some backup from Zoms, I just love the back and forth between those two Sovas together, playing with the Owl drones through the smoke, running through the smoke, going back and forth through the trades. But it's still going to be the numbers advantage that takes the upper hand for Sentinels in the end. And that fight on Hookah was so important. It shows how much Sentinels are doing very well using the portals in their favor. And now they're finally trying to take Shower's control, and they take the upper hand for Immortals.
Sentinels looking great on the defense. The hat's been tossed out for Immortals to give away the positions.
これ、
They've got control of Hookah.
むずいな、これ。
The chemicals and shot up trying to move in. Now there is going to be one on site. That is Shazam with some a little bit more palatable for Sentinels.
いやー、これ、
Have to go back in, scoop up the spike.
あー、これはでももう、囲い込まれてるぞ。ただ、1キル取りに行って。
But it's a quick shot coming out from JC Standing to make things easier for them. Sick. Still doing great work. Popped the ult as he got
ウルト使ったけど、でも結局取った。そして 2発オーバーキルをして解除した。ウルトであそこ耐えようとして、敵の目の前に出てるのにウルト使って。時間稼いだぞ、あそこで、ウルトで。あのウルトで時間稼いだおかげで、最後ソーバーが取ったんじゃないか。とんでもないウルトの使い方だったけど。
Shazam is there to shut it down in the end, even when
Pretty
it's
sure
close.
he killed him. Pretty sure he killed him like half blinded too.
Yeah.
So that was very well done for Shazam, and like you said, like those insurance bullets, they want to make sure that the last two players doesn't have a run it back themselves. Very well done for Sick.
Run it back while you're dead, like.
Yeah. And there you go. Yeah, you see it from that replay in the pip. He was definitely full blind actually looking at that and getting 2 wallbang shots in the end for the last 2 kills. And I gotta say, there was a slight misstep being played for Immortals in a pulse plan because when Sick was
まあ、シャワーはこれ、イモータルズ側が毎回抑えてるね。いや、ただこれ、ウィンドの部屋が。
Nonetheless, though, 6-1. Not
Three got
much
my
money
guy.
to work with in this round for Immortals. Couple of stingers, 1 sheriff, and the first one already to fall as they continue this dynamic duo of chemicals and shut up, trying to take this hookah control. And it's always that long range battle where yes, it worked a couple of rounds ago where they
finally, のリテイクがめちゃくちゃ強いよね、この
But outside of that, you need those rifles to come in, and when they have those rifle rounds, Sentinels
さ
are
あ、
just
このタイミングで
right at the window again.
クリアリングしていく。B 側多いなっていうことが確認できて、
Back to the B site they go.
B は入れ守りと。
Fly out. Sick with a curveball to slow it down. You can hear the damage dealt to
いい。
his teammate through that smoked grunt. But it's Sick who's basically making this look easy. That's 3 kills on the round for Sick. Sinatra and Shazam show up in the end. The tongue twister. Try to say that 5 times fast. Sinatra and Shazam
強すぎ
show up
る
in the end.
センチネルズが。
7-1. And it's looking just as bad as Split did as well, with individual performance being a consistent
まあこれは
thread
強
across
い。
both maps thus far.
これ強いな。これ映ってた
See
今。
those trap wires being set up here by Dapper that locks a couple of players. So these attempts towards this B side,
カメラ
yeah,
差した
to get into the side, pulse plan not working too well. I gotta say, not necessarily lucky on the round that they got when Shazam got that 2 kill, but Shazam did get 2 kills while he was fully blinded. But outside of that, they're not able to hold these pulse plans and these openings. What can work? They're going to try to work with a showstopper, trying to push out towards the back of the site. We have, actually connects onto the octagon, onto chemicals. Gangsters trying to clear up towards the octagon at the same time. And
でもこれは
so that's already 2 utilities or 2 ultimates
どうだ
being utilized from
これはどうなんだこのラウンドはさすがに取れるんじゃない
For them to really want to try to guarantee this round, just pop all the ultimates and just try to win that round.
もっとB サイド取れてたけど B 開けて
Actually bested by
A にローテー
Nature.
ト
I
した
thought for sure
ランプ取れてる
Zomz was going to win that 1v1. But now they've got a decent opportunity. Cybercage is going to go down. The tripwire was taken out immediately. Shazam has to be careful as paranoia.
5対3これは取れるかさすがに
On top of the Cybercage and dark cover that we're
おっ
pressing
と
on
フ
top
ァー
of.
ストキル取られた
Dapper up in heaven. Finding a shot onto shot up. Gangsta's in the corner by Cubby. And JC Stanley's got the crossfire. This is a great setup for IMT. They should be able to win this round with the numbers advantage and the positions that they've got. There's the boombot coming through first. That'll give away the position.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty quickly goes the way of IMT. That's what one would hope. They had solid post-play setups, and this time they don't make any mistakes, and they manage to capitalize on those positions.
Yeah, and it's not over yet. I think 7-2, yes, it looks very one-sided, but there's still a lot of Valorant to be played.
いやでも結構一方的だな
7-5 and 8-4.
この試合も
Something very normal that we see actually on a defender side where they take the lead by 4 or 5 rounds. So I wouldn't give up yet as an Immortals fan. They're still looking for answers outside of the dominance that they have from hookah control, and they had a few successes by taking over showers control. So there's still ways to get control of the site. But again, as I mentioned in the first map, the mid round, the late rounds for Sentinels seems to be very good for this.
シャワーは毎回結構受け渡してるね
But to start the initial round, it's to run it back, a split to the A side, and Sinatra and company of Sentinels.
早い攻めよ今回はイモータルズが
Sinatra's in a great position right now. Oh no! The timing! Sinatra looks away at the worst possible second. Likely would have been able to find a pickup there. I like the move though, getting vertical on top of the box. It's a bit risky given the lack of sight control. But look at the positions right now. So many players over on the side of U-Haul. There's going to be a brawl in this direction. It's a back and forth volley.
場所がバレた。結構ほとんどの場所バレてんじゃないかこれ。攻めが。
Zom's now moving in against the best of JC Standing. There's one around the corner. Curveball's right inside of his face. That shot up coming out on top of it. It's going to be a 1v1. It's shot up versus Shazam. Shazam is towards the site. Has not yet tapped the spike. Shot up's coming around bend. Shot Up does what Shot Up does best. It's a clutch round coming in for IMT and a third round on the board. If they can close this half out 7-5, it's not too bad.
That's right. That's literally what we were saying before. Literally what we were saying before. Just try to get these last two rounds. You've worked enough actually that if you
やっぱでもこれ大会見てるとエイムじゃないよね。
So they still have a chance here to bring it to 7-4. But the thing is, it is Sentinels. And I've mentioned this to you, Mark, before we went into the series. Is like, okay, well, thankfully Haven's not in there because when Haven is in the series and you see Sentinels with SMGs rather, they're still very good with these guns. Who knows what's going to happen now onto mine because we haven't seen a lot of Sentinels since probably the last year. But let's see what they do with it on the defender side. And it starts off with them switching things up on the defenders a little bit.
さあ今回ウィンドウを取ってますね。
Sinatra play all the way close towards showers.
センチネルズが。ウィンドウを取って、このウィンドウの段階で結構相手が早く来るのを分からせる感じかな。
But they don't press that issue like they have in the past. It's good for them that they didn't as one in their way.
いい側になんか寄ったけど、フェニックスが。
A great buy coming in from Dapper. It's an SMG in his hands. On the site for Sentinels, we've got two players.
さあ今シャワークリアングしてるのが割れて。
Then you've got Zoms as well. The Omen. They use the blast pack to take out any hardware that could be down. Sinatra's going to try and go for the swan dive, but ends up clunking his head on the side instead and gets dropped by nature. There's still one on the site. The flash comes through and Zoms doesn't really have a choice. Tries to go for the peek but can't see much. And the site is lost. The flank comes through, but the run it back expires before he's able to do any damage. It's a 3-on-5 retake. Another promising look for IMT.
Yeah, especially after that running back being cancelled. It's such a long rotate for Sick, as everybody else from Sentinels is still waiting for him, the ones that are still alive. So that wastes a lot of time onto this spike that's currently taken down. And again, it's still great positioning. It's down to a 4 versus 2. You're starting to maybe give up on these on this retake attempt for Sentinels. As with these SMGs, maybe they're looking for a double peak or something, but they are very low on the economy. So
このマップ攻めがきついなって思うことが多いんですけど、どう思いますか？いやー、どうだろうね。守り方次第よね、結構。攻め方っていうよりは。
It's pretty even performance from Immortals, whereas you've got that.
この試合見てる分にも攻め辛そうだよね、めっちゃ。
Sitting at 15, 6, and 1. But the kind of even performance for Immortals isn't.
サイファーの B、サイファーとこの相場で B 入れ守りしてるのがめっちゃ刺さっとる。B のリテイクがめちゃくちゃされまくってる。で、TP でフェニックスとかが飛んでくるから、レイズとかが。止めらんないみたいな感じかな。サイト取った後は。
And here, one of those players going to kick things off. It's Nature. Dropping Dapper early in the round who got aggressive on short.
ショート詰めして、1キル取られた守りが。
Instead, they're at a disadvantage. Dart's going to come through, and Nature was hoping that it would bounce around the corner and can continue to sneak up a little bit further. Got spotted by the Pulse, has to take it down and delay the play.
And on top of that, when Dapper was pushing,
これ詰めるんじゃないか？ショート。
Now they rotate back. It was a long rotate again for Sentinels. They have an open sight, but now Sick tries to run through after the owl drone came out. But it's still gonna lose. He's still gonna lose that fight versus Chemicals. Now as he satchel charges, speaking about Chemicals on the top of the green boxes, it's gonna be an easy plant.
結構この段階でちょっとみんなが結構同じなんて言うんだろう。ここの固まり具合がどうなんかなっていうところあるよね。ここのなんか攻め側の B サイト取った後の配置が。 こうなんとも言えない感じよね。ちょっとだけ。見てて不安になる。
Scoreline for Immortals, a flawless round to end things as well. They're starting to pick up steam. We're going to throw things to a very quick break. When we come back, we'll see if they can keep that moving in the second half. Stay tuned.
さあ飛ばそう。
And right back into it we go. A nice little burst of rounds at the end that kept Immortals in this game, closing out the half 7-5.
さあ今回センチネルズの攻め。
We'll see how things shape up for them. I like the play
お、なんか罠壊す。
They use the shock dart to take
ショ
any
ックダーツ
sniper
だったね。
hardware that would be down on short out of the equation, but they take significant damage on the intent to move up. They're still committing to this site, and it's a bloodbath right now as it's come down to a 3-on-3, and they still don't have site control, so what do?
Oh.
They pull the ripcord and try to get out. Chemicals does prevent Shazam from being able to rotate out. Look at the health that's remaining.
これはでも HP が1ともう一発で死にそうな HP だ。
Going full pucker on the clench. And it's going to come down to that last player. Can he get killed by a dart? Is that possible? That would be amazing. Shots through the bin, though, so it doesn't matter.
Nice wallbang too with the classic to get the kill in the end for Chemicals. And as I talked about Chemicals,
最初はこれ攻めが取るかなと思ったけど。
onto Shazam to try to rotate onto the B teleporter was actually really nice. Just very well done for Immortals.
マクロの組み方だと韓国プロとかの方が圧倒的にしっかりしてますよ。いやー、どうなんだろうね。これ今の試合だったら僕完全にセンチネルズすごいけどね、これ。試合によってね、違うんだよね、結構。前見たときはイモータルズもすげえ。すげえなって感じだったよ。この試合微妙だけど、この試合っていうか、ここ2試合。ビジョンストライカーズも試合によってっていうところある。
We've seen this play before, and we've seen the
決めてるわけじゃない。
paranoia coming through from Portal. Hot Hands does go down to prevent the flank, but now they're sewn in. They're stuck into these positions. They're going to have to fight their way out of it. The nade comes through, but the kills are piling up right now for Sentinels, and they know what that means for them opportunity-wise. The A site is vacant, and you can see the defense currently starting to rotate back around through spawn. They're not going to get there in time. So Sentinels will be able to set up a spike plant here as the recon dart will give away the positions. They've already got one charging in. It's a headshot dink coming out for Nature, but the fatality, not a problem. Chemicals has to come in and do the remainder of the dirty work. It's a 2-on-3 numbers advantage for Sentinels.
Still very good with the amount of headshots they're getting with these stingers, because after these fights, even if they lose it, either it's Immortals or Sentinels, the person that they lost against is still low on HP, so still very doable for a retake, as Chemicals is only at 32 HP. If they could actually win this from a flank coming in from Sinatra, catches him in a reload, unfortunate there, and that's going to be the force buy coming in favor of Sentinels. I think that shot up at that point when they were trying to retake towards the hookah was a little bit too fast. I'm expecting from the comms potentially from
Immortals ってどのくらい強いんですか？いや、この試合以外は全勝なんじゃない？この試合は知らないけど。ここまで全勝なんじゃない？全勝というか、BO3 とかで全勝？落とす、マップ落とすとかはあるかもしれないけど。この大会においての、ここまでは全部勝ってきてるんじゃないかな、確か。
The round that follows. Nice curveball coming around the corner. Sick was ready for this setup potentially. This aggressive play gets picked apart early on, and they're forced to fall back. The plan is not panning out so well, especially with Sinatra spotting out Chemicals over on the B site. Now the dart is in the belly of Nature, who's over by Showers. You've got Shot up in position, just looking to line one up. Has to watch out for the shock darts. They go a little bit too deep. They've got a good crossfire with the pistols. Another shock dart comes in, but it's actually the classic work of Nature.
さあ、武器が強ければって感じだったな、今。守り方はすげえ良かったけど。
But another pickup on the round for Sentinels means it's a lot harder here for the last remaining player. And oh god, no one saw that.
It's one of those things, and when you're trying to shoot somebody from behind, it's just so difficult to land it right in the head where you want it to be. So, yeah, a little bit stressful. At least he capitalizes on that, and he didn't miss that much. And there you go. He redeems himself with a nice right click in the face of Sinatra. Picks up a weapon in the process, sorry. As he comes across the dark cover, Zoms stops him with the Bulldog. And that's going to be the round coming in for Sentinels. It looked pretty okay, but I think from the fact that they lost the first few shots, I like
さあ、ケミカルズがオペレーター持ったぞ。この人オペレーターめっちゃ強いよ。前見た試合のやつだともうほぼ外さないって感じだった。
So any type of stopping power after is going to be so difficult for Immortals when they only have pistols up against 4 players or 3 players running up towards short A.
ただそっち側に敵が来なかったらあんま意味がないけど。どうなんでしょうこれ。シャワーコントロールしてくる感じかな最初は。シャワーのワイヤー切られる。もうシャワーにワイヤーが来るってことはもうバレてるね、完全に。研究してきてる。まあ一回負けてるからね、センチネルズの方は。さあ、外す。しかもやられる。
And that should not happen. You have the op on top of the bin positioned there specifically to prevent that play from being possible. So the very least you'd hope if your op goes down you get a trade, but no. Dapper on the duck slide back across, sprays one through the wall, and things are just falling apart here. Six gonna use the ult, run it back, getting him out of showers. Sinatra gets vertical yet again, as we've seen him do time and time again. And now Gangsta is the last player alive, and
今のはウィンドウの勝負を勝ちたかったな。オペレーターだったし。
Well executed there for Sentinels at the beginning of this round. From all angles, actually. Shower's control was pretty perfect from the way it was done. For Sentinels, you saw that they utilized what? It was a paranoia from the defender side to go against an owl drone. And then they go for shock darts on the attacker side too. But knowing where the shock dart was coming from, it was direct shots. So it just sprayed through the smoke and got a couple of kills. But Dapper, that 2K that they got into B, just a walking tap in the face of the operator. I'm pretty sure that was Chemicals that was holding up that op. And there you go, a walking to get that kill, a spray to try to trade it back from shot up, where unfortunately the wall bang doesn't come into his favor. You just weaken down so much of that defense for Immortals from both sides of the map, where it's just like easy right now, easy pickings for Sentinels. They could go wherever they want and always have a man advantage into the site. This puts now Immortals back into a big spot.
さあ、守りはあんまり変えてない。スティンガー3人と、スティンガー4人か
Chemicals has nothing but a classic because he seems
to
want to bring that operator back into the next round to hopefully come back in the second half. But Sentinels ever since that
こういうラウンドは結構しっかりこう仕掛けるの待ってるよね。センチネルズの方は冷静に。
I like this setup with players coming through on the portal and trying to get a crossfire in mid.
まあ仕掛けないと辛いってのがあるからね。こういうラウンドが相場生きてくる、マジで。
Here's the footsteps of the other. They knew there was one in portal. Again, you've got Sinatra up on top of the double boxes using the blast pack to get a little bit more verticality.
ただ、ランプはもう抜けられてるぞ。ランプ入ってんだけどってなってたな。
Actually does manage to land somehow from significant distance post-mortem as well.
おー、ランプでボン落ちた。
By the defense, Gangsta sending some shots out from the sheriff afterwards as well. They've got a player advantage.
ただ、
They really have the firepower. They're going to have to face off against the rifles. Zoms is sneaking onto the site.
30 seconds left.
There's one currently in U-Haul and shot up again with the Stinger. The SMGs have proved to be very good for Immortals when they've needed them. In a pinch, they can go to those weapons and find some success. And they find a thrifty round here that they really needed because they did not want to let Sentinels get any closer to that magic number 13. Does the money break? No, but it's closer to that point for Sentinels.
Yeah, for Immortals, you'll take whatever you can. And looking at that round, that last kill that just happened from Nature onto Shazam, I think it's a little bit of a misstep. He kind of ran in there by himself, maybe trying to take U-shaped hallway control, where he also has a spike on his back. So dropping that weapon early forces their early rotation. And like you said, Bach, when they have a numbers advantage, already knowing where the spike is down, but also where it's
Immortals が B が最後になったね。
And on top of that, to take you control.
もう A のワイヤーはめちゃくちゃ壊されてたからな。B に変わった。だから B 前目まで罠を置けたから。結構 A 寄り目だぞ。
Tries to move in with the showstopper and gain ground. Meanwhile, one to fall courtesy of Sick inside the A site.
The showstopper ults right now working out quite nicely. More specifically for Sinatra than for his counterpart on Immortals. Immortals, excuse me, are down a player, but Chemicals does end up
3v3 だから全然あるね。
making it a 3-on-3. The site on B is completely empty. So they force the defense to stack up towards A. Now they'll get a free spike plant out of this, and they even have time to set up for solid post-plant positions. What they don't anticipate is this cam from Nature. So Nature can use that camera to spot out player positions, but there's no one on the site. They're playing back off of this a little bit further away. They do have Neural Theft. So if they can find a kill here and Nature can toss out that hat, it'll give away the remaining players' positions. That shock dart,
さあ、ちょっと。もうなんとも言えないな、今のは。
Again, Sentinels do what they've done consistently throughout this series thus far.
あれ、意図的にスモークに入っていくやつを見てたのかな。そんなことはないよな。普通にスモークが出てくるやつ見てたよな。
When it got into the site, though, they realized it was fully open. It did not ping anybody out. They're thinking, okay, well, they're probably elbow, hookah, but they did not expect a double player crossfire setup from Sick and his teammate over towards Octagon. So as they're trying to run across, it just picked off. Unfortunate there. And that's just off the great pressure that they had on the A side at the beginning of the round. Keeping Immortals where they don't have information of where players are at towards you, towards the A side, and even worse on a retake. So Sentinels adapting very well into the mid round. One more time, mentioning that again. Mid round, end round, very good in favoring Sentinels in this series so far. This round, it's going to be a couple of shock darts. Sinatra is not going to get damaged that much by it, but they are trying to do a lot of pressure towards this hookah while the rest are moving behind, are running back from Sick and an outro, but unfortunately no kills out of that.
Shazam says it's okay. I'll try to find the kill.
今のウルトでクリアリングして、
pulses pour out through the walls.
ウルト入れる感じだったのかな、今のって。
That'll be Chemicals who's now watching from the sidelines. I feel like we've seen so many damage-based ults from Sentinels land successfully in this second half and in this the first half of this map specifically. It's just been something they have way more frequently than the players on IMT, and when IMT has it, they don't seem to be landing nearly as many of those. JC Stanny will find one player coming through the showers, but Zoms is there with immediate trade back. JC Stanny is still on site, trying to do some damage, takes down his Omen counterpart, his doppelganger. He's stuck behind default boxes as the spike goes down. Good cover coming in from the team. Spam, not really going to do much there through that box. So Sentinels again can set up a post plant, a position they are very scary in, and you've got this slow play coming through the showers. That is so incredibly scary. Now, the position was given away by the Neural Theft, so that'll prevent the surprise from being a factor, but they've still got to deal with this player who's in U-Haul. They try to spin back, but they just can't keep their eyes peeled on two different sides. It's 12-7. Sentinels are one round away from closing out map number 2, and going up in the series they came into with a disadvantage.
Yeah, and that's why Shower's control on the defender side is so important. You lose that right there, on a post plan, it's just so hard to from the time.
Immortals の方はなんか調子が悪い感じがするな、もうすごい。大事なところで全く決めきれん。
There's multiple angles and corners you could hide behind from, and just make sure that they stay as far away from the spike. But now when you're trying to push towards you, he comes in for the backstab, which is very well done for Sentinels. Again, we talked about how good Immortals were on the Shower's control, but unfortunately in this game today,
さあ、しかももう罠の大半は無効化されてる。
And now into this round, map point for Sentinels to try to make this 2-1 in this series in this best out of 5 grand finals. It's Sentinels now taking control and pressure of short A and hookah, but we are trying to fight back here as Chemicals is trying to spray with the Singer through the smoke, puts one at low HP.
もう引っかかってもうダメだったな今。
Or should I say our first one falls towards hookah.
Gangsta somehow survives with 1 HP. JC Stanny, who was trying to take this fight early on short, spent his paranoia, but still uses dark cover to at least get one before being taken out. It's a 3-on-3 again with 45 seconds. Nature does have that great flank, like you said, coming through after pushing through from showers. Are they prepared? They do turn around, but not in time. The rifle's gonna get picked up by Nature. Great shooting coming in.
マウスに関する質問です。現在 NP01 と NP01G が販売されていますが、普通に後発の 01G を買う方がいいですか？まあ、両方使ったことないんでちょっとわかんないっていうのがあれかな。G の方がいいって聞くけどね。ちょっとわかんないよ。CSGO のなんか MVP の選手、座右だっけ？あれは NP01 から NP01G に変えてるみたいなの見たよ。だから G の方がいいのかもしれない。わかんないけど。
So it seems like it's still doable here for Immortals. Yes, they're going to be on a lower buy, but they'll have a couple of rifles, maybe small shields now for chemicals in the end. He's going to go full shield and stinger instead. And what I
マウスの
on
何
that previous round,
表面のサラサラみたいなのが
showers control and didn't work out. This time they're switching things up.
違うらしいけど。わからんけどね。
They were able to surprise two players there.
だから形自体とか性能自体は一緒だから。
So Recon Dart, yes, is going to show that there's going to be at least one or two presence for Immortals inside.
まあ、うめえやつが G に変えてる人はいるっていうことだけはわかる。なんか広告入ってきたよ。いいとこで。ただこの試合なんか面白みがあんまねえな。なんていうかあんま接戦じゃない。まあこのマップもバインドもう、このセンチネルズ側がどっかのラウンドで取るんだろうなっていうことが、もうちょっと予測できてしまう。あんま逆転ないだろうなっていう。おっていうプレイがないもんね、今のところ。イモータルズの方に。おっていうのがない。この、
Because of the nature of that last round win, their money isn't fantastic either. So they're down to 3 players here as the site's been lost. JC Stanny again trying to do the Lord's work for Immortals. But now it's all fallen onto the last remaining player inside Hookah. The position's given away, but Nature is still fighting for this one. 2 quick kills come out from the Cypher main. And there's a 1v1 on site with the flank basically coming through.
マインド終わっちゃいました。センチネルズに。
This is not what we expected. We'd hope that they'd come in.
BO3 なんで次センチネルズが勝ったら、BO5 かなんで、次センチネルズが勝ったら、センチネルズの勝ちですね。なんだかなという感じなの、これ。次アイスボックス。大会で見る分には面白いと言われているアイスボックスですね。センチネルズの方は4人決まってて、セージ、レーナ、ジェット、で、ソーバ。似たような構成だね。イモータルズもソーバ、ジェット、レーナまでは確定してて。で、オーメン、キルジョイ。まあ、センチネルズもおそらくオーメンかなもう一人。ここでブリムストーンあんまない気がするから、オーメンだろうね。セージなのか、キルジョイなのかの違いかな。
They barely won that. And I mean like skin of their teeth. 12-11, final round, 1v1. Stellar had a flank play coming in of sorts, vertically flanking. He was going up over top of Shot Up, who had like
素人目だけど、韓国が一番強く次日本、次その他っていう印象なんですけど。いやー、NA 強いんじゃないセンチネルズ。EU は見てないからちょっとわかんないとして、KR は強い、日本より多分。日本、まあ、全部見てないっていうのがあれかな。なんか違う、それぞれ国ごとに結構、国っていうか地域ごとにやり方が違う。けど、やっぱ見てて綺麗なのは NA なんじゃない？ NA の勝ってるチーム見てたらめっちゃ綺麗に攻めてる。し、めっちゃ綺麗に守ってる。勝ってるチーム見てたらだけど。勝ってるチームっていうか、あれかな。この試合はなんかイモータルズ微妙だよね、ちょっと。前はすごい良かった。この一戦前かな準決勝みたいな感じの試合かな。
And when they played this yesterday, Mark, I was like, is this going to be good enough for Sentinels? Because taking a raise away,
だセンチネルズがね、多分インモータルズ対策していけると思うんだよな、これ。明らかに試合見て、罠の壊し方とか。前と同じ罠張ってるんだよね。だからそれ壊されてると思うんだよね、完全に。っていうのがあって、ちょっとこの試合、なんか、やりたいことが全くできてないんじゃないかなっていうふうに思うんだけど、どうなんだろう。
With a couple of frenzies once again in this meta ever since the last patch, and they're looking to go and play contact towards this B site where there's only one player in the opposition here for Immortals.
このマップ、このセージがいることでここ設置しやすくて B 設置の選択肢が出てくるんですけど、これセージいないと B 設置マジで辛くなります。さあ、攻めがセンチネルズか。ただこれ、エリア的には守りがかなり取ってるよ。おお、ピークしていく。解除する前にピークしていく。このイモータルズが絡んでる試合で前見たやつは、このマップは、もうほとんど A 設置で勝負が起こってて B 設置あんまなかったかも。まあ、セージが両方チームいなかったっていうのはあるけど。
Was looking between yellow and the spike plan just to see if anybody was going to try to at least tap the spike. But from Immortals side, they actually pushed everybody towards yellow. So as
やる分にはクソマップ。まあ、ペンギンがズームアップされてるよ、なんか。カメラの工夫凝らしてきたね、これ。これカメラやってる人、ここペンギン映したろみたいな感じで思ってたね。船とペンギン映し。やる分にはクソマップか。ノラのランクまでやると、もう A、B、ラッシュみたいな。どっちか先見えてそっち寄ろうぜみたいな感じだから、それがクソ。まあ大体どのマップも一緒なんだけど、特にこのマップ A、B 遠いから。やっぱでもレイナとソーバーがこのマップびっくり高い気がするな、個人的には。特にレイナ。目が強いかも。
And there's still so many players here, so yeah, they're on site, but they haven't really fully controlled it. They've just kind of.
何が起こってんだもう何が起こってるか分からん。けどいつの間にか4対1まで削られとる。あれ、エコラウンドだよね、これ。
Well played in the brawl on the site, and again, Sentinels does what they've done previously. They lose the pistol, but they fire back with the force buy, and they upset the economic flow, the confidence, and the momentum for Immortals.
I just love how they play the A side for Sentinel so far on these takes. It's always Sinatra taking the left side of the maze, trying to gain control towards screens. If there's any type of opposition, he usually falls back and then jumps onto tube, goes on the top of the maze boxes, and he's going to be a turret looking at the rotations towards the spawn side.
星尾さんってラバーボーイみたいな名前でエッセイしました。ラバーボーイみたいな名前はちょっとわかんないけど、エッセイはやってましたよ、昔。さあ、また A、これが強いっていう感じ。これ結構鋭角されてるね、これ。鋭角されておりますと。ただもうファーストキル取られた。ガンガン詰めてくるね。ガンガン詰めてるし、これシナトラがめちゃくちゃクリアリングしとる。あらららら。
It looked like it was maybe a force buy for the Immortals, but we only have a shorty for chemicals in the end.
Well, you've got him up here on this little ledge, trying to hide around the corner, hoping that someone is foolish enough to wander into this trap. Now, there might be someone that goes this direction, but he also might.
ここにいるとは思えないな。
We do have some movement coming in from Shazam, but he's going to go the wrong way.
あっ
There's
と。
the tailwind to try to get a
いや、
better
辛いでしょ、これ
angle, and that did not work out well at all. So now Chemicals is in a
強すぎないそれ。
and Shazam
強すぎない
finds this guy with a
めちゃめちゃオーバーキルする。
I'll see what you were trying to do.
めちゃめちゃオーバーキルしていく。
And we've got Sentinels now winning 2 in a row, but the buy's going to come in from Immortals.
Yeah.
We'll get to see that op in play yet again, but again, it hasn't been so perfect for IMT, and these bonus rounds for Sentinels have been fantastic.
Yeah, so my apologies. We're on a full buy here, or full save, sorry, for Immortals on that previous round.
オーバーキ
So they
ル
bring the operator into this
気に
one.
しないん
As
だろうな。
Chemicals didn't
多
look
分
too
日本
good
人以外。
as a raise up towards the first two maps, split and bind, but he's very good here holding the A side usually on the map. But this time he's holding towards long B because they're using a lot of
そんな細かい
utilities
こ
to
と。
prevent these type of aggressive pushes on the A side. Knowing that Sentinels is going to be on a bonus round, they are going to be aggressive behind his owl drone to push towards the A side. Now it's covered towards the map just to prevent Sinatra from moving forward, so he's forced to fall back towards Maze. But meanwhile, with this dark cover, everybody's pushing in.
A サイトが止まらんね、もう。
Dapper again with the wall. This time it doesn't go underneath Dapper's feet, so he's not able to get the verticality necessary, but it's okay. Because again, they've gained site control and not much can be done here. Chemicals realizes it's time to get away again. Bonus round. After the res comes through, they've got 4 players up. This is a full buy from Immortals. This is a lot different looking than it was when we saw this team play this map just a few weeks ago, when the agent composition was a little bit different. They had the Sky play coming in for Sick, and at the time, many people questioned it because it didn't really feel like it was working out so well. So now we see again that juggle up that a lot of teams are doing coming into this map. Everyone's swapping roles, changing to things they haven't typically played in the past.
アウトセットの AX というマウスもあるんですが、この2製品について違う。それは、その、販売業者に聞いてください。ちょっとわかんないです。僕はマウスメーカーじゃないので。
Valorant with Sentinels for the way that they're trading in this site. Everybody's just dropping like flies.
おしおさんっておいくつですか
？0
歳です。自分28時間反射神経なので衰えを感じて。どうなんだろうね。このゲームはあんま反射神経重要じゃない気がする。反射神経っていうものがそもそも重要じゃない気がする。あとはもう、環境をちゃんと完璧にしてるかは確認した方がいいかも。240Hz モニターで、ちゃんと 240fps と常に安定して出してて、全部設定完璧にしてますかってところ。
Now it really has to come out to Chemicals. With that operator that he saved into this round, he has to make this work.
Shoutouts to our observers here with that incredible third-person glide along the belt there, making me feel like we're able to travel to land and I'm trying to pick up my luggage at the airport.
ピントが合わなくなってくるっていうのがある気がする。ただ、年齢によって。反射神経は、個人的にはあんま、睡眠取れてるかとかね、そういうところが大事。
It's still not perfect as it is down to a 3-on-2, and Dappers has got a great angle, but instantaneously, Chemicals and JC Stanny strike, and it's another round on the board for IMT, so they're able to upset that flow. But the problem was, coming into that round, Sentinels had so much money. 9,000, 8,700, like 6,700, 7,600 on some of these players. Sentinels was stacking cheddar to the roof. So it's going to take a while for Immortals to chip
昔からずっと FPS やり続けてきて、やってる量マジで変わんないのに、昔より反応速度が落ちたとかっていうんであれば、まあ、そういう年齢によるみたいなのはあるのかもしれないけど、そもそもまだ FPS の熟練度が高くなければ多分こう見えた瞬間にクリックするっていう反射神経ってあんまない気がするから、年齢による限界かどうかわかんないかも。そんなでも、ないと思うけどな。個人的にはプレイ時間減る方が多い。
Didn't shift positions, held his ground. You got one watching the flank as well, just in case. It hasn't just yet. Now I wonder if you're going to see the level of ult discipline for Sentinels here, looking specifically at Hunter's Fury as a way to
もうとにかくセンチネルズは A 詰めてくるね。まあこのマップ本当に大会見てると A 攻めがやたらと多い。A で勝負決まってる大体。B はもうリテイクされやすいから取っても旨味少ないんだよね。
But the knives not connecting. It's Shazam's op that greets him. Quick shots coming out from Shazam yet again, and a foot back onto the last. That's a 4K for Shazam.
で、セージの壁で、スモークで結構手前まで侵略していってからのセージの壁とか、相場の弓とかで
It was just one of those superhero
無理やり
call-out
設
that
置まで
Shazam
行ってる感じだよ
comic
ね。
book.
どのチーム
And
見ても。
this time he's just landing every single shot beautifully. That snap that he has into the
うめえ
last
な。
one. As much as people like to discredit him in terms of his play style and you know, as they call him out,
ここのマップは
in his
目でも
frames,
ベレタが生きてき
he's
ます。
still definitely like one of those
さあ、
players to look out for in this roster. As an IGL, no
今度
less.
B にオペレー
As
ター
an
がいる。
IGL for Sentinels, getting aces yesterday, continue to
この
shoot
ケミカルズも
and
外さんす
connect
よ、あんま
with
り。
the
ベレタ
operator now.
シナトラ
He's been good here in this
オー
series.
ディン持ってる。
Shazam
オーディン
is
好きやね。
such a beast for me because he's
まあ、遠距離勝負になればオーディン
to be really hit or miss. Like either he is
強いんじゃない
on one
でしょうか。
and he's feeling it, or he's less of a factor.
Yeah.
I'd say he's a little
変
bit
な
more
ピークの仕方を
consistent
して
in Valorant than maybe he was during his
火力は
CS:GO
高いか
career.
ら
And
強いかも
towards
し
the
れない。
tail end of his CS:GO career as well, we saw him pretty proficient with a rifle as well.
さあ、ここで壁抜きを待機して、違うか。グレネードを待機しながらね。設置を待って。ただ、いつの間にかもう上上がられてる。セイジのボールで上上がられて。さあ、オーディン。止まっとる、止まっとる。止まっとるんよ、映画。
Still gonna shoulder this Odin and spray away. But that said, it's come down to two. On each side.
いや、これ止まるやつだ。元の映像が止まってるわ。ダメだな。
You know what? You're using the skin to your advantage. A glitch pop skin with the glitch pop finisher, going with the glitch screen to finish it off even more.
Glitch pop screen. Good call.
So
You guys just didn't pay enough for that. Clearly, you guys don't have that skin. You got to upgrade it that far.
No, of course. I used all my pulse money for that, so thank you, NSG. But now 5-2, we're moving into a round where Immortals is going to be on a, seems to be a half buy. So yeah, getting enough so they can buy into the next. The dominance from Sentinels towards that B side, not giving a chance to get anything done. But we have a change a little bit, a change of pace. We're looking for a quick flank right now, and that's going to be Chemicals. As we get a res, they're still focused on the A side.
A 固めしとる、完全に。もう完全に B 側クリアリングされたね。
But he doesn't aggress even more. His assign to fall back.
いや、ただ、人数は不利になって、まあ、エコラウンドだから。
Meanwhile, that gives a chance
お
for Immortals to
人数
push
逆
up
転
towards
した。
Maze.
逆転したけど、
Now they finally open up to try to
イー
take
ブンになっ
down
ちゃった。
and manage to take down rather the flanker. They could always rotate back to the B side.
So apparently you can still get on that rope even though it's inside the wall. So that looks a little awkward. But the spike will plant over on B. Actually, he's going to find a better position for it. Nature.
もうこれはさすがにリテイクが勝つんじゃないか。
Six able to get around the corner.
これでもちゃんとしっかり。お
Back behind
Oh.
with the Odin, but not going to be a factor as
しっかりそこも見てった。
is lights out as Killjoy here on the retake. No need for lockdown, and no need for the teammate either, who had the Odin coming through like Terminator. It'll be a third round for IMT Chemicals op, or actually Shazam's op, excuse me, should be
タブ開いたり武器の購入画面を開くだけで FPS が上がるの。あ、そう。まあ、このゲームほど軽いゲームないと思うけどね、なかなか最近のゲームで。このゲーム軽いよね。結構低スペックの PC でもやれるはやれるよ、だいぶ。
Where we've seen Sentinels do it often after like a force buy that comes in after losing pistol. We've seen Immortals find a couple of those in full buy rounds against Sentinels. But
さ
unfortunately,
あ、この映像は何？この映像は何これ？
And it was good how they got it because
これは何なんだろう？
Chemicals came without any blade storm. So he
これ
really
は
just had classic fighting
はしご
maybe a little bit of vertigo, but it's pretty
謎のはしごでした。
But yeah, very
東大
nice
のは
shot
し
by
ごかな？
Chemicals to try to hold Sentinels to their positions towards
さあ、
that
また A
A
攻
side
め。
of the A nest, as I mentioned before, and now pushing forward from the A side, just great pinches in the end, leading to a 2 versus 2, easy upgrades right after that with the amount of rifles that were left on the ground. So good
いつもの
conversion.
セットで
And they're going to try to
いってる
continue to
ね。
take the advantage of this towards the A side.
強っ。
Again, no answer for Sinatra yet. We're going to try to go for an immediate lockdown for to prevent a plant. So that forces Shazam out of position. We're going to keep
いや、もう通常の攻めがなかなか止められない感じだよね。映画。
While this happens though, a nice shot from JC Stani.
ただまあ3本取ってんのか、守りで。
That's the position we've talked about. That ult can be so good there. And not having Hunter's Fury to take it out, they don't have any other options to try and eliminate that. No damage dealing ult that can get in there and prevent that ult from continuing. Fake port coming in from JC Stani. Spots Dapper trying to slide across.
飛ばされちゃっ
slowly
た。
on the zip line. Sick though, with a second shock dart will eliminate that player from that position. So it does come down to a 2-on-3. They're still leery of the flank play, but there isn't one. They actually have the capability to fall off on this and run towards that B site.
They could get Spike as well and teleport if they really want to, but there's still plenty of time to work with. I wonder if they're going to try to sell maybe a fake with
もう B はリテイク重視で A をしっかりクリアしてる感じかな。
Like I said, still plenty of time. Turret's going to spot them. That's going to make the rotation from Chemicals towards the back of the site. Plan should come down. They'll give it away for Immortals. They're okay with that. Oh!
おー、こっから覗いてるんだ。
A little bit too slow in the end.
Yeah, good awareness from Chemicals to try to spot them on the cross through the gaps in the boxes. 5-4, a much closer affair.
質問ですが、ソロランクだと味方の評価を気にして緊張し、本来の動きができません。すべき考え方などはありますか？味方からの評価を気にしてか。味方の名前隠してはいかが？全員の。隠せるよね。隠せないっけこのゲーム。多分隠せるよね、味方の名前とか全部。全部隠してるから。自分はまあどっちでもいいとして、味方の名前隠していかがでしょう。すべき考え方はだって気にしないってことだからもう答え出ちゃってるよ。気にしてもしょうがないよ。
Because we talked about it,
how I
mentioned how good Sentinels look on the attacker side. They won 10-2. Now there's only 3 rounds to go. They finally take the upper hand into this round, but it's already 5-4.
いや、アイスボックスの熟練度がなんかやっぱセンチネルが高い気がする。これは。敵が飛び出してくる場所とか、まあそれ当然なんだけど、しっかりちゃんと見てるよね。しかも誰が誰、どこ見るみたいなのも毎ラウンドというか毎回しっかりちゃんとしてる気がする。シナトラは毎回この左のライン行ってるし、ずっと。毎回行ってるし、毎回行ってて、毎回倒してるし。
It'll be an upgrade for Shazam, who's going to tailwind in closer just to guarantee the op pick up 6 rounds for Sentinels. And now they've got the op back in the hands of Shazam. Despite some good shots from Chemicals, it's definitely been Shazam's series when you're looking at the op duel.
さあでも言って、イモータルズもそこまでボロボロに負けてるわけではない。4対6。ケミカルズのオペレーターをぶっ刺していきたいところだけど B をもう守っちゃってるんだよね、毎回。B はケミカルズで、その他4人で A 守れみたいな感じになってる。このケミカルズのスナイパーが刺さってるときはもう、マジでイモータルズ強いんだけど、うん。全く刺さりませんと。もうこのマップは必要に A 攻めるのが強いのかもしれないね、もしかしたら。まあ、B はね、守りやすい、マジで。で、取り返しやすい。毎回同じやられ方してる。全く同じじゃないけど、なんか似たようなやられ方してる。守りきれないって感じかな。ただリテイクもやりづらいしな、A は。
It's been difficult for them to try and play defense, often relying on one player to pop off and find multiple kills. It almost feels like they just have no stopping power. You've got Chemicals here with the op.
で、ケミカルズ強いけど、あんま戦えてないよね。さあ、全然オペレーター外さん男。ここでキル稼いでいく。調子の振れ幅が大きい人の特徴。感度高いとか。エイム。まあ感度高いとかかな。質問です。スペックデバイスは申し分ないと思ってるんですが、今シーズンプラチナがなかなかランクがあります。何に気をつければいいと思いますか？星尾さんの動画は全て見ています。何かアドバイス。プラチナから上がんないか。なんだろうね。やっぱ空間把握能力じゃないかな。今こっち攻めたら勝てないとか、こっち攻めたら勝てるとかが分かれば。
Let's see how it pans out for the last round of the first half.
Dueling ults coming out. As you heard the Hunter's Fury being utilized. I thought I heard a second pop, but it didn't seem like it. I didn't see any damage being dealt, so I don't know if that got canceled earlier or what that
Died
was.
with it.
いやー、強えよ、もうシナト
Oh,
ラ
yeah, yeah. Sorry. This
強え
game
よ、それ
was
は。
fixing up the attacking and defending side. So excuse me. Chemicals with the ult utilized. It's not going to produce the success that you would want. And again, it's down to one player. You know, you talk about Chemicals' inability to really be in the right position. It just feels like the reads have not been there. You know, they have not been able to figure out where Sentinels is going to go to put that player in a position to find success. But that player has been finding success all half long, and we'll see if that storyline continues after we come back from this halftime break. Stay tuned.
Got the money in the bank.
うん。
Another map and another first half favoring Sentinels. Immortals struggling at times, and we sort of tapped into that at the tail end there, Vasily. Chemicals, who's sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now, 12-8. A lot of those kills were saves, trying to escape the damage that was incoming because they weren't putting him in the proper position to prevent what was coming. Sentinels kept them guessing on the defense. And as a result, it's not really his fault. He's playing across the map and then has to retake with an operator, and that happened time and time again. You can check that box off there, observers. We know we heard you talking about it before the series started. 8-4 in favor of Sentinels as we jump into the pistol.
And now things are going to get a little bit more difficult for Sentinels. As I mentioned before, when they played versus LG, you saw LG started to come back when Sentinels were starting to play on a defense. And again, I think it's due to the fact that they don't have enough denying abilities for any of these agents right now. When you don't have pain shells, when you don't have the boom bot to get information, it's really in your face Valorant. And if you have people like Shot Up, well, as I speak about it now, if he's able to step up, then that's going to be pretty much a brawl that could come into the favor of the attackers. But you know what? Sentinel seems to say they have different plans. They're just going to shut me up and say, look, we're going to shut down the B site. Only Nature left to go. And Zoms empties his clip to secure that last kill.
This composition just works so much better for Sentinels than what they used to use on this map. And you can see that playing out here in this game against Immortals. The pistol round was one of the few bright points in that first half for Immortals. And looking at the series in general, Immortals has done okay in those pistol rounds. It's the rounds after that have been abysmal. They've really struggled. And we'll see if maybe they can do what Sentinels has done to them pretty consistently, as we do have a force fight coming in here. We'll see if they're able to find that level of success they're hoping for. Dapper with a deep, slow orb coming out. There's the Owl drone going up over the top. We've seen this time and time again. There's another one, observers. You can check that one off again. That's the 2 on the day for me. For anyone wondering, our observers like to keep track of how many times we say time and time again. That's 3 now. So,
for you.
For you too, you're gonna say it now, because I'm putting it in your head that you're going to say it. It'll happen, watch. I normally don't, but now I feel like I have to. Let's see if I can squeeze in 10 more before this map ends.
Shot Up's already lurking across. We haven't really seen him, and that allows for him to get the surprise kill onto Sick, especially after the recon dart kind of showed that it was going to be a little bit safe there from the long way side. But Zoms, Dapper close range at the wall, lines up for the first, even with the second. Now the trade from Shot Up, but it's still a 1-man advantage for Sentinels. Thankfully, Zoms is low on HP, and we have a flank ourselves from Chemicals. Now he's stuck. A crossfire coming in from Orange and from Kitchen, leaving Shot Up on his own. So we mentioned him before. He has to step up right now. He's struggling a little bit into this map. I think he was at some point 7 and 10 or something like that. And now he's moving at 8 and 13. Made that 8 and 14 as he comes around the tube. Gets picked off by Shazam. And that seals the deal here for Sentinels, looking to run away with this second half. And they're looking much better from that pistol to the conversion round. Now, because of that force buy that came in for Immortals, there's a potential we could already see 11 for Sentinels.
You mentioned Shot Up struggling. Map 1 finished at the top of the scoreboard for Immortals, but at 13-3 with the scoreline. Obviously, the stats weren't great. 15-15-3.
Yeah.
285 ACS, though, 159 ADR. It's not the worst stat line, but this is a player that nearly dropped 40 against other teammates, or other teams, excuse me. And then in Map 2, 12-15-9, 135 ADR, 185 ACS. Shot Up just has kind of struggled, but so has the rest of the team, so it's not really all that surprising. The wall is going to go down. That allows the orb pickup. That's an ult already available. This is something that we've seen frequently from Sentinels. Great orb control and frequent ults. We saw, I think it was Sick, who had like back-to-back almost ults. It was like an ult, and then like 2 rounds later, he had the ult again. It's just ridiculous that it's happening at that level of frequency. It's down to 2 players remaining for Immortals. Sinatra is pushed up aggressively, waiting for them to come around the corner. Gonna even go to the ADS on the SMG. Has to worry about Shot Up, who's vertical. There's the heal coming through, but it should be over here as Shazam also ADSs the Bulldog. The burst fire, not a problem. 11 rounds to 4. They found it like you said they would.
And even as you mentioned, the orb control from Sick, you got to commend them on how they're actually, or sorry, from Dapper, you got to commend him on how he uses his game sense, knowing that they're going to be on an eco. He could push up by himself. The wall is not going to be enough for them to break it for Immortals should he put the wall up. So an easy orb to be picked up. And I mentioned, with the stats for Shot Up, it's not necessarily him not necessarily turning up. It's really how they're able to shut him down. Shazam mentioned it before. It's like, okay, well, let's play the same type of gameplay that they do. We just do it better, and you already see it. Sinatra is the one that's playing the arena. He's on the top of the board, just the way that he's pushing. You saw that how he jumped it on top of the pipes on the A side, got the kill, dismissed away, and already made it a 2-man advantage for Sentinels. This round Shot Up is trying to change things over as he gets spotted from the kitchen. Comes out of it with a little bit of damage, but still a 5 versus 5. Still technically doable here for Immortals as they try to revert back to the A site.
Here comes the play towards A. You can hear Empress utilized by Shot Up.
That's
going up on top of the bin as well to try and find a better angle. And we'll clear the head off of Zam's shoulder. You've got Sinatra also using Empress with a way bigger gun. That's going to be the Odin having an insane fire rate. And it already produces success. Now a Lear going out as well to allow that thing to really open up. In the Empress duel, Shot Up comes out on top, quickly taken down in the exchange. It's now all up to Chemicals, who at least gets the first one. There's a smoke coming in. Can the spam come through where it needs to? No, not initially. 5 HP remaining. Sick there to just mop things up. Brush aside Chemicals. 12 rounds now for Sentinels. It feels like they haven't even broken a sweat in this series.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. And I thought it was going to happen when you start to see Immortals start to step up. Where I said it was a dangerous spot, I said it's a dangerous spot of how OP it is to have Shot Up on the top of that maze, to look down towards the maze box, to look down towards screens, because he catches rotation from anybody coming from spawn, from boiler, and even from the back spawn side. He got a couple of kills with it, but Sentinels just look very good on his retakes as well. So as much as I said that they struggled versus LG yesterday on the defender side, they're looking so much better here in this game. And now it's already a map point, series point for Sentinels.
Feels like this series only just started.
Yeah.
Quick maps resulting in the score just quickly piling up for Sentinels. Chemicals. Oh, there's one around the corner. It's Sinatra, but he's got backup from Shazam as well. That's frustrating right now. If you're Chemicals, you're like, man, you gotta be kidding me. Just cannot catch a break. And neither can Immortals. Currently sitting at a 5-on-4. An ult being sent out. Hunter's Fury. Does it connect? Yes. So there's Dapper going down. Another pulse coming out. Not where it needs to be, but it's okay. Immortals, they may be staring down the barrel of a 12-4, but they're not giving up yet. They try and make their way out onto B. Zom's there with at least a shutdown onto Nature. Throw down the smoke as well. Shazam from up top, point blank range. Shazam finds one more. And now it's all up to JC Stanny, trying to get away with the spike in hand, going back to this A site. Will have time for a plant, but it's going to be a 1-on-3. and you've got From the Shadows available as well as Bladestorm. So even if he's able to secure this plant, they're going to be there really quickly, hot on his heels, trying to fight him to retake the site.
And that's why you say, like, Chemicals is probably telling himself, you gotta be kidding me. It's just the way that Sentinels are able to play those trades. If somebody were to die from Chemicals at the beginning, he was gonna get immediately traded by Shazam. But with that, a 3 versus 1, we'll see if JC Stani could clutch it.
In position, there's the dash to fly in. First one will be his, but it's not gonna be enough. Sentinels will take the third map in the
$20,000 for first place, also being crowned the champions of the first off for challengers. What this means now is they make it into the second stage of qualifying.
They're just going to go for it, try to come in. This jump scare kill. More emotion.
Make sure you. It's like a push here into me.
Players up here on a. You're going to get sick if you eat it later.
Yeah, you don't want to wait
because
too long.
The Valorant later on, that's that one's going to be aged like wine.
So don't you worry about me.
I think that was actually in the group stage, so they still would have gotten top 2 and probably made it. But still.
No, I mean, look, they are showing very little signs of weakness here. 207. And again, Glow.
VisionStrikers. They normally have done very well on Haven, but did have a tough time previously against ZF Gaming, so maybe they've decided, no, you know what, we're not as good at it there anymore.
Well, I'll tell you what it might also be is that, you know, there's a lot more Valorant games to be played here in Korea, and maybe the strats they want to use, they want to save for other maps. You know, I think a map like Ascent, basically everybody's pretty comfortable on that. And
yeah.
Split, I think, is a great map, but it's definitely, you know, it's not the most
brand new to the game. like more similarity there than with the other three.
Okay, on to the agent selection here. VisionStrikers locking in. Omen, a Breach, a Killjoy, a Sage, and a Jet. And over here, almost the same thing, no Sage. I believe it said there's going to be a raise there.
All right. Yeah, I've got a Breach over on Suggest. He's always playing Breach. And
マイクミュートになってる？
あ、マイクミュートになってた。ごめんなさい。めっちゃ一人で喋ったわ。さあ。ビジョンストライカーズ対ニューターン見ていきます。
Again, we're going to be going into the split here to start. This is our map with the widest amount of area between the two spike sites. So if you lose control of one site, there's a lot of time to defensively set up for the planting side to get that spike ready to go and then try to stop.
聞こえてるね。そう、韓国です。これ、昨日、一昨日ぐらいの、結構直近のマッチじゃないかな、確か。で、一回これ戦って、2対1、BO3 で2対1で VS の方が勝ってます。ビジョンストライカーズの方が。ちなみにビジョンストライカーズはヘイブンバンしてて、ニューターンの方はアイスボックスバンしています。マップは。ただ BO5 だから出てくるかも。
10分くらいミュートだったんか、わら。
マジ？めっちゃミュートだったね、それ。
こんばんは。
こんばんは。さあ、構成が。ニュターンはブリーチ、オーメン、レイズ、ジェット、キルジョイ。ビジョンストライカーズは、ジェット、セージ、キルジョイ。で、ブリーチ、オーメン。ブリーチが入ってきてるね。両方とも。で、ビジョンストライカーズの前で、レイズだったんだけど、ジェットになってる。
With an Omen and a Breach, you can absolutely push this in here, and we're seeing exactly why there with the flash there. Glow takes out Allow.
Yeah, very nice kill. Throws out Paranoia as well. Pops around.
But notice how they handled this. They went through sewers. They're coming back into A. We see over at screens, we have two of our NUTRN players ready. Lakia, one of them with the grenade, but is this actually going to be enough?
Solo over here with that kill.
あーっとエイムがエイムが
jumping over some of the bullets. Totally fancy King getting the kill onto Solo.
Yeah, great sewer push here, and now the Omen can try to come in here from above. Flash is coming down there, Suggest. Still waiting, still trying to get into the area they need to get into if they're going to get a defuse on this spike. This is going to be very hard.
I would say so. Definitely. Suggest takes down Stacks, but King punishes. We're just kind of rotating around. Very tough position here for Perry, and of course he gets taken down by Glow.
And you know, big picture, I think you really want to look at
キングさんのマイク近っ口に
I mean, basically,
食べれるやん。
in there suddenly it was just the two NUTRN players stuck in a corner. Everybody fires a shot if the Omen in this case makes any progress. Pull back, let him try to check his other corners here.
さあ、ビジョンストライカーズ。
Basically making it just impossible to ever actually not only get team kills but get
ビジョンストライカーズは結構買うよね、このラウンドちゃんと。4人買ってますね。グローだけフレンチです。やっぱメインコントロールしていきますね。ただ B メインで1キル取られてる。ここ倒したいところだよね、ビジョンストライカーズが B メイン。取り返したいところ。取り返さんと結構きつい。詰めてきそうって感じ。おお。
Yeah, Glow gets the bullet from Allow right through.
Spectre gonna go ahead and come in and close on this angle, takes that Omen out as well. And again, Glow just his play alone has already propelled his team way into the lead.
Yeah, taking out 3 by himself that quickly.
Are they going to actually commit to B here?
I think so. Glow coming around. He has the spike right now, but being very careful about it.
Now, there's a Killjoy hiding just around the corner. Lakia is going to come
ちなみに
in.
このグローさん確か32歳だっけ。
Ooh! Sharp shooting there.
Yeah.
Takes down Solo.
You know, it's one of the more subtle things in the game, but to note which players know that it's okay to run into a spike site, even if you're not sure if people are there, like what Glow did.
Yeah.
He got enough confirmation that if the rest
一人おっさんが紛れてたな、やっぱり。
still has cover from behind the box.
一瞬で分かったわ、どれがグローか。
Exactly what he needs, not to just walk quietly and eat up time and allow the opposing side to figure out when and where they are, but instead to get a good setup there where they're guaranteed to get a win.
Yeah. Definitely.
他の味方20とかなんじゃないかな。このグローさん以外、10代とか20とかなんじゃないかな。 年齢。
Let's see if this is going to be as successful as their previous rounds. It is Smoke City over here at the A site.
Yeah, Cloudburst everywhere, clearing behind that board as well.
Boombot getting no intel there. Zest with the spike plant. Glow hanging back around the corner.
Solo up on that A ramp.
やっぱ
Kill there on Glow, but King comes around, gets the shot.
この A のスロープ側に人数割いたチームは強いね。
See the barrier there has been broken. Ooh. Suggest taking down RB. Kind of a crazy round here.
Yeah.
Zest hitting Suggest.
King gonna
Evan.
push through that.
Oh.
And beautifully done. Gets the kill. Can he avoid the spray though? Harry hanging out by screens. Get away. Time running out. Comes in. Looks for a defuse. Tries to find a shot. Doesn't get it. Tries again.
Yeah, look at this. Zest just buying.
ここの設置してスロープ側を2人とか3人とかで固めるパターンが
Hey, that's
キングさん安定してますよね。
多いな。キングさん安定して強いね。
い
いや、ビジョンストライカーズは結構安定してる人が多い。まあ、ゼストさんは波あるイメージがある。強いけど。波あるっていうか、強気でいくから噛み合わん時がある。
And we saw that there now.
Okay, NUTRN with the desperation tactics right now. They do have a couple buckies. Doing that sort of round here. Looking for a little bit of luck. People walking India. Cloudburst goes over into A.
サイファーがいないときはジェットでこの前目にスモーク焚いてんだね。
Now, King
待つね。
does have the spike. We want to point out they could try to push A and everybody else comes through sewers or not, and they're going to peek.
Yes.
Solo's backing up.
Oh, just outside of the nano swarm. Boombot going to come out to clear, gets shot down by RB.
さあ、どうなんだろう。
Cloudburst.
行かないんだな。
Looks like in the mid right now.
あのバッキーめちゃくちゃ怖かったな。行ってたら死ぬだろうな、これ。バッキ
That
ー。
flashpoint. No one's around the corner though.
Yeah, 2 flashes still remaining, and they're actually going to go back through sewers.
Okay, looks like it is going to be a push on A then.
Oh,
no.
no, I'm sorry. Killjoy still has a spike.
おー。
Okay.
RB getting the big kill on Solo as he peeks around.
Okay, so he actually teleports to A. That's perfect. Oh my god, VisionStrikers so smart. So Glow teleports to A to confirm that there's nobody there, which allows everybody else to then bleed in. They're going to get the spike set up pretty quickly here.
このラウンドでかいよね、多分。このラウンドで詰めたら待ってるかもっていうのが多分
This is the very last
生まれたかもしれない。
that plant as well. Only about 10 seconds left.
めちゃくちゃ待ってたからな、今だって。
Right, Lau looks like he wants to come in through the screens.
多分 B 面も取ってなかったし、ミッドもまあ特に奥まで取ってなかったし。
Now,
待ってたね。
Guarding that door.
yeah, NUTRN has to go through that gauntlet. of
スローラウンド。
VisionStrikers just- Yeah, I mean, it's like every angle is so
で
well、
スロープ
covered.
が2人でやっぱり抑えてる
Trying
ね
to。come around the corner. He has a shotgun. Suggest once again using his utility to make things a little bit more uncomfortable to any other spots that the other team could try to take.
They don't seem very worried, Tasteless.
さあ、リテイク時間ないね、これ。
Now there is one player through the dark cover, but I think they're going to go for exit frags here. Perry going to try to get a kill with the buck. He does manage. Well, that's it. The spike goes off, and even that last Killjoy does not get connected.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It's ridic.
Yeah. Redonk.
Redonkulous. Damn, man.
Woo. NUTRN having a little bit of a hard
ビジョンストライカーズ、グローさんだけやっぱおっさん。おっさんなんだよ。
VisionStrikers,
おっちゃんなんだよ。
they're much more, I would say, fluid than a lot of these other teams we've seen on the map. Like, it does seem like everybody knows exactly their role. And even there where they had Omen spotting at the very outside at mid to make sure nobody's behind, and at the same time doing the teleport to confirm that the A plant site is empty and therefore occupiable. I mean, it was really well done.
ペレターで抑えてますね、今回。Aスロープ。このレイズはグレネード構えてるのかな。あ、そうでもない。武器持ってる。なんかどういう感じなんだろう、これは。これ守りセージいない時の守り方がむずいよな、このマップ。スプリット。
Well, I think a lot of times they've lost control of ramps and then lost control of the game.
ビジョンストライカーズはブリーチとセージで B メイン取ってから動いていく感じかな。
Spike being transferred now over to A ramps is, I mean, this appears to be a setup to attack in here. The Sage is behind. She may end up using that wall to lock that area out.
Gonna need to smoke or, I mean, flash something.
ここスモーク入れていくんだ。おー。あ、でもここに。 あー、なるほどね。ちょっと高度だな、今の。
Now, yeah, now let's see how they handle this. Oh, they just deny it entirely. And that means they're still going to be able to try to cover the
さあ、これ後ろから撃たれるんじゃない？あ、後ろが気になったな、今。でもここがめっちゃ有利になってるね。このキングさんのポジションが。ただ、出ちゃったらしい。あ。
Oh my god, gets the kill. And let's see, this should be plenty of time there. Wow, damn, that was really their spike goes off a little bit faster. That's not fair.
That seems like a great way to win. Okay, so NUTRN finally getting a point on the board there.
Yeah, and good for them because they need that. I mean, you know, it's the early part of a Valorant match. You know, you could start getting
まあ NA と構成が違う分ちょっとやり方違うよね。なんかそんな感じがする。構成が違う、まず。
So I was getting worried that it was going to be up to 6-0 here before NUTRN was maybe able to seesaw this back into their favor, but yeah.
ミッドあんま取んないね、ビジョンストライカーズは。B メインもそこまで積極的に取んない。今回だけか。
Extremely risky there by Lakia, but able to actually pull back. And the same goes, in fact, for VisionStrikers, who's going to be retracting from ramps here.
Looks like a bit of a rotation with the spike right now.
Lakia might be trying to hear for any effects, sound effects of them going into sewers.
この、なんて言うんだろうな。この詰め待ちの感じってランクではないからね。何してんのって感じになっちゃうからな。でもこの感じでやるのが一番上手くなると思うけど。
Right now in the sewers, you know, they did move through. Got the spike over in mid, Suggest holding it right now, passes it off over to Perry. A little bit of camping going on at B.
タレットで発見してフラッシュ入れるパターンか。
Solo waiting for him though.
Yeah, they're gonna have a smoke there at mid vent, and they're gonna dive right into B here. And I don't know if RB can. Well, RB is just gonna try to press in here.
あ、ただグローさんがこれどうするかやねこれ。グローさんがいや時間がないねこれ。
Stacks. I mean, what are you gonna do here? This is gonna be another win here for NUTRN. Let's see if they end up finding Stacks or if Stacks can at least bring this weapon in with them. Nope.
Yeah, too many left over. Clean sweep right there. NUTRN fighting back now.
And definitely taking that.
攻めるときと待つときの切り替え早いですね。
Cool idea there from
早いですね。
VisionStrikers. Try to spill into heaven there at B.
You know, I'm seeing something that I haven't seen before. They're switching the off back and forth between solo and allow. So the Killjoy and the Jet are switching who has the op on different rounds.
Now that's smart because I think even at high levels you would assume that the player is keeping the weapon the same time, right? And if there's confusion about where the op is, for the enemy team, let's say they spot the player that had the op last time but don't get the right read, they're going to be
ビジョンストライカーズこれ前サイファーだったよな、キルジョイじゃなくて。
Yeah,
多分
you think Killjoy has it?
ジェットがいるときは多分サイファーなしで、ジェットいないときはサイファー入れてる感じなのかな。このマップ。A メイン前のスモーク炊く係が、前サイファーだったのがジェットに変わったって感じじゃない。さあ、スロープをスローで進んでますね。
The plan here is to bring this to A unless I'm really going to be blown away by something VisionStrikers is going to do here. And they are coming down on A like crazy. How much time can Solo buy? Gets one kill there on RB.
最近の試合見てるとNUTRNが一番ブス倒せそう。
Just a Sage remaining. Lakia coming around. Lakia taken out there by Zest. Solo unable to clutch it.
Zest taking Solo as well, but Suggest finishes him off. Left over for NUTRN, and that's 3 in a row.
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, VisionStrikers were unstoppable until they were completely in the reverse. They have been unable to really make much headway. It seems like these rounds are sort of moving a little bit quicker, like maybe they're jumping the gun a little bit more. They were very patient, very methodical in our first 3 rounds. I think the most complex rotations we saw was round
地味にラウンド取ってるしね。
I mean, this is really the tail end of that game and highlights, but yeah, I mean, overall, they just had a very impressive performance.
ビジョンストライカーズのやつフラッシュ避けるのうまいな、マジで。
Not sure exactly what went on there, but we'll get that fixed ASAP.
Get my jacket back on here. Let me get dressed again. We're on camera.
You guys don't even.
You guys don't know what I wear when I cast.
Yeah, not much.
So I don't know what happened. I don't know which. What are we doing wrong here?
さあ、3v4。
we're back into it, so we're not gonna know.
VS 側はエコだね、これ。シェリフが3本かな。フレンジ1本。ああ、ここにスタン入れるだけで B メイン取れるんだ。しっかり。
And they're not overextending. They're being very patient. And oh, and we just got informed. I guess Glow was temporarily dropped from the game.
A メインドローンじゃない、タレットで。
Pull it back. Everything's fine. Oh my God! The wrong time to take the bombard out. Whoa! And I think this is the wisest decision by Lakia. Completely relocate.
Bounces over that box right there. King being taken out by Solo immediately upon stepping around the corner.
結構武器差あるときはこう有利ポジで勝負してってるね。
ごしおさんのフラッシュの動画で練習したら少し避けれるようになりました。
避け癖だよね、あれって結局。またやんなくなったら避けれなくなるよ。
Once again, Solo hanging down here in A hell. Gonna try to remove.
強っ。強い。ただ強い。ただ強いわ、それ。うん、ただ強い。
Taken down by Stacks as well. A headshot master here.
Okay, Stacks is gonna get the plant off. There's no way for NUTRN to interrupt this yet. Glow again is just chilling by zipline. He's hoping to get a
正面が強いマジで。
behind here as they're going to be trying to use B heaven or sorry A heaven to try to control.
レベル高い。
レベル高いというかもうエイムが強いって感じだけど、エイムが強いって感じだったけど今。
プロのシェリフほんまわけわからん。
まあ、あれ、何守ってる側の人がファントムじゃなくてバンダルだったらな。もうちょっと当てやすかったんじゃない？ファントム辛いよね、ああいう時普通に。初段外したら、あの距離とか。
Line them up. Perry will shoot them down.
Yeah, what's another thing too is I don't know if Perry shroud stepped there or not. But yeah, you can definitely get an easy flank on the side there.
Yeah, he did. It was shown in that clip right there.
Yep.
So shrouded step up. Just bashes.
And that spike plant.
あんまり NA のチームとかはそういうキルないよね。シェリフでバーンみたいな。
It's a problem, right? You're popping in, you're trying to get those shots, and suddenly Perry appears next to you.
アジアはそういうのある気がする。
4 to 4 now. And this appears to be a great close match. I'm really glad because VisionStrikers was just murdering.
ミッドがオペレーターだね、ジェットで。
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so
ここでワンピック狙いに行こうって感じだったかな。
you know, left in the reserves in sewers right now.
It's like King and RB pushing into A.
They might have to back up.
Yeah.
Oh, this is okay. This might be too greedy here
Solo's
by
down
King.
in the vents and actually sets it off, dealing a lot of damage to King on the nano swarm.
すげえな、落ち着きが。グレネード食らっても全然動じなかったな、今。
Yeah, that is true. But actually, it's coming up now.
All right.
Oh.
Cloudburst up into the window. Throws out another nano swarm.
ナノスワームであんだけ動じないんだ。
遠距離のファントムのずっと連射遅いし難しい。
覗かんでもね、むずいよ。ファントム遠距離。外し、なんか、タップ打ちしづらい。
Yeah, pretty tough right there. Can you plant for lockdown? You know what I mean? Or like, well,
さあ、でもなんだかんだ。ニューターンの取ったよ。
I think we have another pause.
I do. I know because I had to put my jacket back on.
守り方がうまい。
I cast better with less clothes on.
キングさんがブアンダルなのっしょぐらいな気がする。
ね、キングさん、ファントムめっちゃ強かったけどね。近距離めっちゃ強い、この人。ただ、どうなんだろうな。純粋な打ち合いってやっぱバンダル強い。これちょっとタイムアウトなのかなこの時間は。VS がタイムアウト取ってるのかな
feel like I try to though Okay. Yeah. That's a good point. Like, is this a between breach and the call is if Glow can't the history of the entire we're back.
Yes, yes, yes.
And we answered important questions while we had to wait. So in this downtime, guys, get out there, tell people to join this channel. This channel's on.
さあ、ニューターン側オペレーターが B と。
今日ブアロラント始めたんで登録させていただきました。
ありがとうございます。
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night in cold sweats. I just gotta go to the computer.
解説動画上げてるんで見てください。
But he's not watching NA and EU. He's rewatching his own cast, guys. It's actually kind of weird.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, allow shot through the ribs there takes out Glow. Perry is taking out King as we're having, I think, a feeble attempt to claim B.
Oh.
Get him out. Get Dragon lit on fire.
いや、守り方うまいよね、ニューターン。
They jumped into the suggestion box there, Tasteless.
うめえよ。
Okay. 6 to 4. NUTRN looking good.
Yeah, look at this. They've actually won the last 6 in a row. VisionStrikers losing their iron.
無理して守ってないしね、A も。
They chose the wrong metal arms.
サイト中にいたりいなかったりするからな。やっぱこれ手札が多いチームは強い。なんか。実況の人笑いすぎだろ。何で笑ってるか全然わからんけど。笑いすぎだろ。
どこの大会ですか？
これは韓国ですよ。韓国。韓国だけど実況が
韓国派戦術面すごいしっかりしてるイメージある。
ね。ビジョンストライカーだなんか手札が多い気がする。なんかこの まず、何が他のチームと違うって、構成が、前この組み合わせで戦った時多分ね、違うんだよ。レイズとサイファーだったんだよ。でも今回ジェットとキルジョーになってる。そこでまず、違う手札出してきてるし。そもそもセージいた気がするな、ビジョンストライカーズは。ただ、まあ、うまくいってないけどね。ニューターンがめっちゃ取ってる、今。ニューターンは強いな。ニューターンも守り方が毎回違うから、動きが全く読まれない感じの動きになってるよね。もちろん、その、エイムがうまいとかは、当然として。
My God, that's painful because like they definitely could have had that. Now this is the last one before we switch.
エイムエグいて。
もう言っても、でもプロみんな同じぐらいじゃないこれ。まあ、これはうまいけど。
ソロ強すぎちゃいますか。
まあ、強いけど、強いけど、強いけど、そういう時もあるでしょ。みんな多分。これがね、プロだったら。
Oh, what? I can't believe Stacks turned around and took Locky out from there.
今のラウンドはソロのおかげだったね。
ファントム多い。
いや、ビジョンストライカーズ全部バンダルですよ、多分今。ファントムがああいう3人来た時とかに強いんだよな、めっちゃ。ファントムの強みはそこですね。ただなんだかんだでビジョンストライカーズの5本目取りそうだね、このラウンド。4v2。
Allowing Solo, they need to make some sort of coordinated effort. Solo actually gets glow through the wall. Oh, the rolling thunder going to allow a kill onto Solo.
I wonder if there's value in going for an exit frag there. It doesn't matter. 7-5. NUTRN. Still in the lead here. But this is a great.
ファントムはああいうとかマジ、あれバンダルじゃ3キルできないよね、あそこの3人連続で出てくるやつ。言って2キル目が限界じゃない？
Again, we have to have the side switch here. Very exciting games here on Split. I'll tell you what though, VisionStrikers look strong at the start.
ビジョンストライカーズ押されてるね。
Yeah, well they matches we've cast.
All right. New turn. On the offense.
ビジョンストライカーズそもそもセージ入ってるか。
Over at A
そもそもセージ入ってるな。
It's time to go, Tasis. Let's go A.
Let's go.
I'll meet you
Everybody.
in A.
Let's see how fast they play this. I guess just wait it out, you know?
I love that dark cover plus that. Oh my god. Plus the fault line.
Now it's just RB here with a ghost.
Yeah.
RB が A。
All right, now that's enough to signal. Okay.
They're coming, guys. They're coming.
Oh.
Lockett takes out RB.
Ah.
A little bit too soon there with the boom bot.
Rotating out right now.
1人倒しても2人待ち構えてるっていう。
Stacks sitting up high on the ledge.
They didn't actually breach A.
No.
They were shut down there.
They really were.
And so
強いね、今の配
I guess they
置。
can try to go to B. Now the Killjoy is still hanging back here in full control, but
ヘブン2人と
sense the amount of time
スロープに
it
1
takes
人
for。them to run across the map.
Yeah, yeah. They are going across right now.
The Sage is going to come back through mid and get a peek. The Killjoy
だ A 取らせてもいいから、スロープとヘブンは死守するみたいな感じの
the fight over A.
配置だったね。
And actually, Perry going towards mid. Right, actually, just going to throw a different gun over. Solo sitting here, not much health left.
今のアブのクロスヘアの位置ミスってたかん？
Okay. It's going to be all out of
RB
here. Nice
ま
shot
あ、
Good kill by Glow.
いや、ピークしようとしたんじゃない自分から。タイミングで。わかんない。ちゃんと見てなかったからわからんけど。
Yeah, there's a lot of weapons waiting here for him.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to run interference in the meanwhile.
Hard one for Perry.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's tricky. They did not get the spike plan in time. And, you know,
あそこの斜めのところは
maybe they get out of position,
ちゃんとは置けないよね。
the problem with that is that at the same time, you know, when you do get in there, if you don't kill them immediately and get the plant, you've just run out of time. You've exhausted the amount of round they gave you there, and that's what happened.
さあ、でもビジョンストライカーズ取ったね。なんだかんだで。ファーストキルもらったけど、ここの2キルがでかい。
Quick recap of what happened in that last game. I mean, they were shut down at A and were
まあ、あそこいると思わんわ
shut
な。
down at B when they rotated.
一人スロープ倒してて、もう
But
一人スロープに
they're
行ったら。
still hungry to go for the,
さあ、がっ
the
つり
play on A here.
ラッシュみたいな感じ来たぞ。
Oh, allow flying across all of A there, getting some sick kills. As the Stinger throws a cloudburst back in that.
さあ、もうサイトに3人な、4人入ってる、これ。これリテイク決まりそうだけど。これヘブンも取れてるし、リテイク決まりそうだけど、このまま設置しちゃったら。
And you can see a big occupation down here by NUTRN.
Nano swarm into cloudburst, hard to get through there. RB wants to stacks waiting
ただ
as well.
スクリーンから4人で
Everyone's got
行く感じになってるね。
Just about everyone is right here. Right,
おー、
Damn! RB
フラッシュもいいタイミングで入ってる。
with a Spectre. Suggest takes out RB Glow. There, another Spectre shot takes out Suggest.
3 left over. VisionStrikers is going to be able to defuse the bomb. Great job.
Yeah, exciting round there.
That's pretty
77.
important too, because that was they bought with what they had.
Yeah.
They went for it. NUTRN did.
Great.
Look at that.
strike
Perry
rate.
looks unhappy after that round.
Well, for sure.
スティンガー強えな、それにしても。
Going into this next round, again, we've got the spike over here by A. I mean, there's a lot of theory behind this, like, which sites do you want to go for when do things become too predictable? But right now, it appears we're going to have another fight over at A. It's a quick recap of this last game here. I mean, just controlled so gracefully. This time it's going to be Killjoy over here on the A side. I don't think there's going to be any push. Instead, it looks like it might be a push through mid and possibly into A or B. I'm not sure.
おー、
NUTRN trying to bust through right there. Glow getting some nice kills. Suggest though visiting the bad part of town. They got sheriffs all over the place, trying for those headshots.
これナーフ前？
これナーフ前だ
All
よ
the。action we've had, not a lot of kills, just one NUTRN
多分。
player picked off here. I like the Sage Wall here. Really mutes a lot of the
フレンジーとスティンガーナーフされたの大会見てると妥当って感じする。
that, but I mean it's very audible and time
Yeah.
consuming. Yeah.
Ooh!
フレンジは強いよね。
His young age there against the
強い。
oldie solo popping around the corner getting that
うん、
kill.
強い。なんて言うんだろう。
Suggest picks off.
強いっていうか、なんか戦い方があれだけ違う、ちょっと。
Right now it's 2 against 4.
And this is a 5 HP Suggest.
Yeah, Perry.
エイムは関係なくなっちゃう、割と。
I mean, this is you don't really have that much to work with. The spike is
で、
really
スティンガーは、
powerful as well.
バージョン 2.00 なのでナーフ前ですね。
Picked off on the A side here. I mean they're in mid, and I think there's literally.
スティンガーももうエイム関係なくなっちゃうよね。
Yeah,
結局
everyone would have to run towards them, maybe throw their own
立ち回りで
grenades around and
勝つべ
hide.
きみたいな
I
話
don't。believe that they actually know the location of the spike either here for VisionStrikers.
10초 남았습니다.
Oh, VisionStrikers doesn't know? Yeah, you're
Yeah,
definitely right
they have
about
no
that.
idea.
Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, they'd probably have someone watching it. Alright, Glow gets the final kill there. VisionStrikers fighting back very strong.
スティンガーはまだ使われそうだけどね。
Split.
ただ、フレンジーはわからん。フレンジーはあんま使われにくくなるんじゃないかな。多分。
Spectres, the Stinger.
まだ使う人いそうだけど。
This is the way to do it.
スティンガーは全然使うでしょ、まだ。
I don't spend my money well. These are the guns that I'm used to using in multiplayer.
Oh,
Set of
yes,
guns.
exactly.
Got the mighty duck guns over here.
They got to do their flying V formation.
Yeah.
Okay, this time Spike outside of B. Of course, it always can be moved. Sage with the wall here to start things off.
Oh, they are not having that wall.
Yeah, it's also very obvious which side
壁壊され
Sage's
た。
on now. She's going to hang back here. Are we going to have dark cover put up here? And this is very common for Breach to use that ability
セストが
there because sometimes people do hug
ジャ
that
ッジ持っ
corner
て
of
る。
the
Yeah,
bucky.
yeah, yeah.
Or another gun, but you know, at least flush that out if it's going to be there.
このフラッシ
Oh,
ュ、
man, look at where she's standing.
And this-
Zest right inside. Oh, they just... Zest is hungry for a kill here. Got the judge.
あー、キルしそう。あ、行った自分から。
Oh,
Oh.
Wow, that was
God.
beautiful.
That was so good. The paranoia sweeps through.
オーメン近いにとってフレンジー値上げ敗退。
パラノイアうまかったな。しっかり入れてった。強えんだな。連携してたら強いな、あのパラノイア。パラノイア入れるから、顔出すってことでしょ。
VisionStrikers continuing to carry the lead.
Alright, VisionStrikers really showing their stuff right now. But you know what? It took a little bit for NUTRN to catch their stride when the tables
That's
were turned.
true, yeah.
So let's see if they can do that again. In fact, it took 4 rounds, so that would be the exact time.
まあ別にパラノイアとアーマー買えばいいんじゃない？ハーフアーマー。
Looks like it's going to be pretty minimalist from NUTRN. No, high-tech guns, just a couple abilities here. A couple sheriffs and a stinger, I believe, is what I saw. All right, scouting Roomba is out. A Glow is ready here with Paranoia. Oh, sorry, Dark Cover, actually. But he's actually putting it from
ブスの
behind.
流れになってきたな。
Hit from behind or not.
ね。まあ攻め取れてないだけだね、単純に。ニュターンが。
Allow is ready with the knives here.
Backing up through B main.
うまいこと言ってない。
Yeah.
Looks like they are
まあ
gonna
守りがうまいね、
switch
普通に
over to。that
ビジョンストライカーズの。
side.
さっきのパラノイアとか。
Solo going kind of mid. There's that barrier still there that he should poke out and see in a moment
I
as
think
well.
で、このキングが A 守ってる。このキングが強いんだよな。この A 中。
Yeah.
Killjoy's role, I think, later on is going to be to try to sandwich any players coming through mid.
Totally.
A 中極めとる。
They're all at A. There's a Jet. I'm not
Ooh.
sure what exactly Jet has right now, but what?
Yeah, apparently you can fly across the entire
Yeah.
stage.
All right, RB is here, but I think a bit overwhelmed as there are,
このグイーンって飛ぶやつは
going on right now in this area.
いいんだな。
It looks like, in fact, A is covered.
グリッチとかではないん
though.
だ
It's not been penetrated. 20 seconds on the clock, and really, there's no way to get in here and get a plan.
体で受けた。
Smart for RB to just eat the
Yeah.
damage, but not to give up the position.
And there's no time, like, Suggest just has to go if he wants to try to get it. And he can't do it, of course. RB gets him as he comes around the corner. Solo still up in heaven, but
Now,
will
what
get taken out.
That pre-firing there was ingenious because with like 11 seconds left, they have to come around the corner. In that split second, you can actually get maybe the shot off and just get the free kill. Now,
Yeah.
guys, believe it or not, we have another problem. As Glow has been dropped again.
Yeah, it's
Unless-
a little bit rough. It's too bad. They're really coming back right now as well. Maybe gives NUTRN a moment to catch their breath.
I know he was.
Yeah. They've been
about here.
タイムアウト多いな。
Valorant. A lot of
Crane's become the
PC cap.
ラキアかわいい。
Strats and
Yeah.
killer workaholic, but it's something to watch. It's basically the formula to make everybody play it. Then everybody's playing it. Then
I
it
think
gets
it's gaining
competitive.
popularity. It seems to.
We've seen this with 3 or 4 major titles already out here, where if it's on TV, people play.
Dude, yeah.
Everything follows suit. And guess what? We're just getting started here. Back into this match. Thank God. Let's see if the VisionStrikers can continue
Yeah.
to keep this progress they've
さ
got.
あ、RB が
On
コ
ramps
ンプレー
here
ター
with
で
an。op. Just waiting. Dark swarms.
Oh.
Wow.
タレットが信用ならん。
Shot there to allow and an escape there to set up lockdown.
韓国の実況派韓国の人じゃないんだね。
5 seconds on the
韓国のもあるんじゃない？わかんないけど。
clear that area.
I'm gonna get in there immediately.
これでクリアにするんだ。
Yeah, it's
ええ
high.
そんなんあるんだ。
Okay, Spike's being
知ってま
played
した皆
here.
さん。今のクリアリング方法。
And I think this will be a push here from A Heaven.
Ooh, Glow waiting gets Lakia there.
Yeah, he's just lurking down there.
Solo going towards the screens right now. Looks like Suggest waiting behind.
さあ、
Charge ready.
And look at this push through the grips. They're going to push right down into A. They've got Glow here to spot for them.
Yeah, they got Rolling Thunder ready. Haven't seen it yet.
Not a lot of time left here. RB hanging back.
Oh.
Shot to Solo. Good night. Flash is coming out, and King is just going to go for the defuse.
RB 強いな。
Time. Ah!
初見です。
Nope, it's fine.
.03.
0.03.
こんばんは。
And I bet you guys in Twitch chat are like, "Nah, you was gonna get the defuse."
サイファーカメラで見るやつ。まあサイファーカメラで見るやつあるけど、
サイファー
普通に
カメラ
ジャンプして
で見るやつあるよね。よく思いつきますね。
Wait, who's still alive?
サイファーでカメラ置いて見てるのは確か見たことある。
スモーク焚かれた後ジャンプして見れるのしてた。
知らんかった。
Wait, is the green
ま
team or
あ
the
その
red
発
team
想があんまなかったよね。上が透けてんのは、カメラあそこに置けるからしてたんだけど、
Oh my god, my 3-year-olds asked me this.
Yeah, that's
ジャンプして見るんだっていう
Studying esports
発想があんまなかっ
laws,
た、今まで。
Which are the bad guys? So much, well, the Protoss players.
レイズで見るそう。
Oh man.
窓抜けるから多
Everyone's
分、
sitting over in B.
逆に上見てたら
Getting ready to go in.
ダメージ与えれるかも。
Here we go. Back here. Lead in the way with that judge.
攻めでジャッ
Oh,
ジ。
RB is waiting though. Hypers
Okay.
comes out.
Oh man, this op angle is
Oh.
so sick.
Yeah, but that was a good blind coming out of Suggest.
フラッシュで
RB
止まった。
still hanging back
フラッシュで止まった。
Are they going to actually just do a rush here? Again, VisionStrikers, it seems to be very capable, even if they lose control.
ゼストの位置これ。
Reclaiming it with tactical precision.
デュエリスト的に使っとるね、もう完全に。
I love that that is just like a scout for
Yeah,
one position.
It's
That's what that
weird
has
thing. I
become.
think we thought there were going to be these great plays
Yeah.
with that. And I mean, there still are, but a lot of times it's just used to scout. It's like, no, they're there.
いいかな。
We're going to start charging now into B. Lakia again ready to showstopper, but gets shot down before he can shoot it off.
30초 남았습니다.
Right, Suggest.
キルジョイさんがキル取って帰ったら攻め側
Down his fault line.
いいね。
Solo waiting around the
お
corner.
ー。
Solo gets the kill there on King and is relocating. Good poke down here. Low is fast enough to get the kill on Solo. Great usage of the Vandal there.
ただでもだいぶ時間追い込まれたよ、リテイク。
Stacks will come down.
Stacks, time to show his stuff. Solo on the Raptors up there actually drops down as well.
Oh my god.
そこ。
我慢比べ始まった。
Okay, Stacks diffusing. Ooh, yeah, RB takes parry out. The spike has been diffused, and there is just one more win for VisionStrikers before the story of this map ends.
Yeah, what a crazy run from them. They have not dropped a round as
両
the
チームブ
defenders.
リーチピックしてますが、スプリットってブリーチ強いんです
That's
か
how many rounds?
None!
どうなんだろうね。
I already told you. Why did you even ask that
I
question?
don't know. I usually just kind of space out until you're done talking, and then I start talking.
わかんない。それ
You're
は。
saying you're an esports commentator.
Yeah, exactly.
強いかどうかわかんないや。でもやりたいことが
Again, you
ある
know,
んじゃないブリーチを
it's
使っ
not that
て
they。can't infiltrate. It's not that they can't plant. It's that they're unable to invent a position.
この A メイン、B メインのね、
Shut down.
B メインを攻め側で取るのにブリーチめっちゃ使ってる。
VisionStrikers close this out.
とにかく。あとはまあリテイクにもだいぶ使えるし、まあ攻めの時ラッシュに結構使えるから。
選ばれてるのもあるかもね。
うん、それもあると思う。でもジェットいなくても、この前使ってなかったっけ？
Oh, that's my gamer mojo. I got it back, and they
My
won.
gamer
My gamer mojo.
レイズの時も使ったよ。確か。
Yeah.
B メインをね、取るのに使ってる
Flow?
気がする。俺は。
Yeah, no. It's your gamer
It's
mojo.
like calm down, nerd.
Are sports even games?
Yeah,
Like,
there's not
come
even
on.
Vision
there's not
Strikers
even
の方はね。
computers in sports. It's pretty stupid. All right, nice kill there. Zest takes out Lakia. The push continues on. With NUTRN, again, hemorrhaging one of their players.
ニューターンの方はわかん
Oh
ない。
my god, now there's this funny thing. You can go up and down that zip line and kind of try to shoot him. It's not that safe. It's kind of cool that Glow likes to hang out in there. Time to time. It's like this, it's like where a lot of times it cut there, and I'm like, oh, he's just kind of sitting around down there.
30초 남았습니다.
あ
Picking up his kills. Oh, right around the corner there. Zest getting the kill on Solo. 3 against 5.
ゼスト強いよな、やっぱ
Tall
り。
order. Looks like they're getting ready
す
to
普
charge.
通の打ち合いが強い。
I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in here. Yeah, come around the side. Glow getting another kill. And that is going to be that as Zest gets 4 kills that round.
あのおじはどこでも強くないか？
Stop working. We gotta pause the game again. No, that was sick.
Strikers.
Great round.
That was awesome. That was a lot of fun.
いや、アイスボックスとか使われないんじゃないあんまり。多分だけど。いたっけアイスボックスで。今までの試合とかで。ヘイブンは強いっしょ。まあ、スプリットもまあそこそこ強いでしょ。バインドはどうなんだろうな。
ヌターン攻めレイか？
攻めレイだった。まあ、守り方はうまかったね。
韓国大会セットがめちゃ豪華ですね。
セット？まあね、なんか、このヘイブンの後ろにある、ヘイブンの後ろにあるこの、なんか、何この炭みたいなやつあるもんね、これ、大会に。ヘイブンの後ろにあるやつ。何かわかんないけど、これ。これ何？この黒い筒みたいなやつ。何ですか、これ。ジュピターと VS やったらどっちが進みますか？わかんないな、それ。
確かにブリーチメインの友人もアイスボックスでは弱いって言ってました。
次、アセントです。アセントもブリーチ入ってきそう。
VisionStrikers, mixing it up here with a Cypher on King. And Zest going with a Sova. Okay. Of course, Glow Stacks and RB. We always expect them with the agents we see selected now.
Stacks is like the greatest breach. He is ridiculous.
ビジョンストライカーズはもう意図的に絶対この前にやった試合とかと構成変えてるよね。
I think that's what we're gonna see. That looks exactly like what I would expect for them to play.
Yeah, yeah.
ずーっと同じ構成でやるってことがマジでない。スタックスのブリーチとかは結構ずっとグローさんのオーメントが固定だけど、構成はマジで変えるよね。特にサイファー。サイファーキルジョイは毎回変えるよね。あとレイズジェットあたり、あとソーバ入れてきますね。
Ascent, we went from the largest map in Valorant, now we're going to the smallest. And it's also a map that, there's a lot of ways to move through it. I guess the area with the least access is down in A lobby, and the rest of that up in A, that hallway. You're kind of committed if you're all there. But look, man, other than that, there's a lot
A、B 離れてるマップは強いですからね。相場。スプリット除けば。
ブリムじゃなくてやっぱりオーメンなのか。
オーメンですよ。パラマイヤーの方が汎用性高い。
So let's see where that Cypher is going to be set up here. How they'll keep the defensive balancing act of the two spike sites. And again, this is the last match of the day. Do get out there.
値段でね。
大会だとデュエリスト1が多いですね。
And I mean, man, there's stuff on this channel all the time. So, yeah.
いや、さっきの NA のやつはデュエリスト2とか書いてなかった？
There's like so many Valorant games on this channel. So RB here with the ghost going for the turret, takes it out immediately.
RB はゴーストなんだな。
Over here on the outside of B main. Bial is going to come in and it's going to be trailed by Solo here. Shock Bolt comes in and actually misses there on the Solo. Yeah. Now that was really, I think, just an attempt to safely come in there and farm the orb and get back out.
Totally, yeah.
Totes.
But they're coming back in actually to B main. King's sitting in the back of B at the moment.
木薬も1キャラ欲しいですね。
いや、オーメン使われんじゃね結局。まあ、どういうキャラが出るのか知らないけど。
always thought he was a
パラノイアに勝るスキルってなかなかないよ。
maybe that can help turn the tide a bit because he felt a little
最強スキルだよ、パラノイア。
NUTRN last map.
ちょっと高いだけで。でも高いとか関係ないから
One of
な。
the most quiet pistol rounds we've had here.
Yeah.
in,
アーマー分節約者変えちゃうもん。
Korea. And
Okay, rotation now. Solo bringing the spike over. Ooh, some shots onto RB.
yeah, RB noping out of that situation. She
Yeah.
was not going to get the shots she needed. And the concentration, we see a lot of collecting of agents here
お
for NUTRN outside of A. And I
守り
think
が
with
勝ちそう
15 seconds available, they're going to have to dive in. Let's see how it goes. Allow with the tailwind in there. Shot in the back by RB.
RB with a great kill right there. Glow from behind the crate gets them as they come in through A main as well. Perry up top.
And they
It's
just don't
got-
have the
yeah.
plant. That's it. Yeah. Did not matter. VisionStrikers wins. But at the same time, I do feel like that might have been not the best play there from NUTRN. I mean, they really didn't.
They took their time, and like when the fighting came, I guess they were doing all right.
Well, they had
次の目
such
キャラ
little
派フ
time
ラッシュ持ってるリークありましたよ
there.
ね。
If there was any smokes
へー、
at all,
そうなんだ。
were, it was too confusing to try to get the plant.
何それ
They didn't
で
leave
も
themselves
プロ
much
含めて
wiggle
上
room.
手い人ブリンクの判断が早すぎる。
Single room, thank you.
ね、まあ RB とか特別、ジェットばっかやってるしな。特別うまいよ、多分。
Yeah, Spectre's on the other side.
Yeah, and we have the spike actually just
でも今のショートで2人確認したのがでかかったね、多分。
hanging back, and they're going to actually pick that up. Looks like it was a bit of a fake here. Scrambling, and also out of earshot of
あ
any
とスモーク
VisionStrikers
A メインに
players.
竹出たのが。
Jumping
But
over tables
they're going to
like
have to
they-
wait out. Don't go into.
サイファーの罠壊されてなかった
All right,
し。
yeah, it's
ミッドの罠にいつ気づくかよね、これ。ミッドの罠がずっとある限り、これ、だいぶ守りやすいよ。ビジョンストライカーズは。
Owl drone coming out, making
今回ショートもあるけど。
know it's there. Hit her right in her feet.
Ooh.
Oh, RB with the kill there.
Yeah, and again, the tailwind out allows you to escape, relocate, and recuperate.
Zest finishing off Lakia as well.
やっぱエイムがっていうより戦い方がうまいや。
Solo.
絶対予想してなかったもん、相手今。
What do you do though?
パラノイアって他のフラッシュと比べても特別強いんですか？
Glow.
強いですよ。
この時間帯なのに結構人いる。
Peek in his head and
避けようがない。
should not have. The patience here of VisionStrikers. All right, looks
Yeah,
like they are
there's-
going to try to push through the A link.
Okay, Glow is ready.
There's a trap wire here.
Fires
大会はもう誰でも見れるから
Shot from behind
それがいい。
is King, then taking out Perry.
And that's a clean wipe right there.
いろんな視点で見れる。まあ、ただなんかうめえみたいな感じで見れるし。めっちゃやってる人だったら、なんか、めっちゃ細かいとこ見て、うめえみたいな感じでできるし。
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
a lot of
There's
teamwork there.
so much, especially at a lower level of play, two players popping out, taking turns around corners, trying to kill each other. We're really, if a team is coordinated and has a
ビジ
real
ョン
good
ストライカーズは
sense
全員
of
スペクター
the
で
map。itself, can come in at an angle,
ニューターンの方は
anytime shots fired,
バンダル
other
2本、
flanks
フ
are
ァントム
already
3
gonna
本
be。exposed.
まあ、このマップとかバンダル選ぶ人も結構いるんじゃないかな。
And that's what they got back there. That's what we saw.
All right, so here, I mean, they kind of
打ち合うレンジがね、
we have the Phantoms, we have the Vandals for NUTRN.
バンダルの方が多いし
It looks
あんま
like through the center, they signaled that
3連続で敵が出てくるみたいなシーンないからな。ファントムの有
we
利
have
な。
all Spectres on the other side. So this
これ
is
こ
a
れ、これ
very,
壊せるかどうか
very
がマジでか
important
い。これを壊されなかったせいで寄られまくってたんだよ
round.
な。
Here, that is a giant advantage over to VisionStrikers.
Okay. Coming in
これ
here
でミッ
now.
ド見ないといけなくなっ
No,
て。でこれ壊されてから、
actually hanging back,
ドローンでクリアする
sending,
感じなんだ。
owl over the fence.
なるほどね。
NUTRN getting ready to go in. Checking out mid market. Door
ショートは
closed.
Are they
ブ
gonna
リー
shoot
チ
it
と
open
方
now, or
面
do
で
they
止ま
wait?
る感じになってんで。
And they're actually all gonna come
さ
over the door.
あ、これでも攻め決まりそうだけどな。ちょっと。相場次第。
Still deciding what to do. Just chilling in mid market. Not shooting
索
out the
敵
door
が
or
映れば。
anything.
King still just around the corner.
索敵映った2人。これは
Pressure building.
辛いんじゃないサイト内。
Through here.
Yeah, let's see what he can do.
Oh,
Well, that's not very good. Inside the cyber cage does get taken out, but not before killing King. Oh my gosh, actually gets
で
the
も
kill as the Sova runs out.
all right.
Three
Vision's-
against
最近
two.
始めたんですけど打ち合いのコツと
Not
かあ
bad.
ります
Takes
か？
out Perry, RB.
動画上げてますよ、
Strong
僕
there。
う
with
ちの
that
コツ。
Spectre.
Solo waiting around the corner. Only 3 health left, but that's all right. Gets the kill on Glow.
3 health is still enough to get a kill. Oh, okay.
On Bolt coming out. RB Can he do it by himself here?
でも一人瀕死だから。あるぞ。
Behind the crates, she's so low. One wall spam and Killjoy is gone. Oh, you can see even trying to silence the drop onto the ground with a shot from the Spectre to mute that sound effect, but they knew, and I mean it was possible to take that, but I think very well played there. And that's going to be the first win
ソロさん
here on Ascent.
ちょっとオードリーの若林っぽくない？次見てほしいんだけど、映った時。ソロさん、オードリーの若林をちょっと単発にしたバージョンに似てない？
And it looks like, I mean, they're all gathering over in a lobby. Then running out, as teams do.
打ち合いのコツはね、動画見た方が早いよ。今、教えるより。たくさん動画上げてる。打ち合い系、エイムとかも含めて。ピークの仕方とか。それできたら、そこそこ勝てるようになるかも。最近始めたなら。
Okay, just making sure that that cubby is actually empty.
Perry, back off the catwalk.
バロラントの動画。
今の飛び降りの瞬間銃声出して音消すのうまい。
ね。まああれ、結構みんなやるかもね。
ブスの試合が見てて一番楽しい。鼻似てる気がする。わら。今やってるやつですか？
いや。今じゃないよ、これ。今やってるやつはね、映さない方が良さそうだ。映さない。最近で、だよ、でもこれ。1日2日前ぐらいじゃないかな、多分。マジででも全然違うよね、さっきのセンチネルズと戦い方が。
Reclaim this or come back. They want to hang out. They're not even really going for exit frags here. They're just going to camp and be main, and this is, super cautious play. I think they realize some of the things that happen.
ビジョンストライカーが硬いよね、やっぱりなんかそのいい意味でも。硬い動きをするよね。シナトラすごかったもん、さっき。ぐんぐん行くみたいな感じだった。
両チームとも10代に見える。
でもグローさんだけ30代。
ごしおさんの動画ほぼ全部見て自分なりに理解してバロやり続けたら今日やっとイモータルいけました。ワインの警戒にキルジョイのアーム使うのか。
まあそれでリスクなくクリアリングできるからね。ガンガン使うでしょ。
アセントだけオーディン使う人多いと思う。マップ的に強いのかな。
うん、あそこ B が強い。普通に守り壁抜かなくても普通に待ってるのが強いし、壁も抜けるしね、相場だったら。A も壁抜けるからね、なんならヘブンから。さっき NA の試合見てたらね、でもアイスボックスも使ってたよ、攻めで。レイナで。特殊だろうけど、それは。いやもう B から裏取られてる。この今相場ビジョンストライカーズ側の相場の人がやっぱタイミングで詰めるのがねうまい。たまに噛み合わんけど今の鋭角、その詰めたおかげで鋭角してたし結構。
Zest comes out with the Odin and gets that kill.
Important match, man. Very
ここはセーブなんだ。
Yeah, I mean that could have gone a lot of different ways. Every sequence of the engagement there on the A site was so important, and they clutched it. They've taken the lead, especially, you know, when you get in these back and forth situations early on, and it's not just one side stopping the other until they can eventually get, you know, complicated equipment and utility.
RB をペレた。
That was a very pivotal moment in this match.
Yeah. Now it looks like, oh, let's take a look at the highlights first. Allow some sick kills coming in here.
グローさんちょっと雪城さん入ってる。
Looks like pushing through the mid is
入ってる。
Okay, Allow is gonna
昔
follow just behind.
コンビニでアルバイトしてた時
最近どんな
の
に対処しても。
店長に似てるわ。
Yeah.
グローさん。
Odin gonna ping for her. What?
Oh!
I don't know what just happened there.
Parry shot King through the wall.
King was tying his shoes. from what I
Yeah.
could tell. Oh! Get fly knifed.
Yeah, I guess so. Zest being taken out in a matter of seconds. And
い
now
つまで見ます
out
か
of nowhere, it's a
わかんない。
5 versus 3.
Well, you know, we talk about how good Cypher is at holding locations, and it is true, but if the Cypher messes up, like, there's something weird happened there. He, like,
アセント装具はやっぱオーディンだよな。
but then you've lost control of that site now.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
It's like King sneezed very hard and accidentally leaned forward with his mouse. Like,
店長
not sure what that
笑
was.
Yeah, that was odd.
You know, maybe he was trying to switch to his camera and look down.
いない？ああいう
camera
店長。
on the roof, but maybe they shot it.
Oh,
So when you press the button and go
oh, I
やっ
think that's
ぱ
what
りブス
happened.
のスプリット強いですね。
なんか遅れてない？
Right.
なんか遅れてない？コメントっていうか、見てるところ。
Well, I mean,
もうアセントやってるよ、もう。
really,
スプリット終わったよ。
that site just got taken from them. They were robbed in that game. That wasn't a
Yeah.
fight.
めちゃめちゃ遅れてない？過去の人おる。
So they're just gonna hang back here and
フプスをやる上でモニター派144よりも240使った方がいいと思いますか？
バロラントにおいては絶対
don't go all
240。
shitty gamer and be like, we got
Don't
it,
go all shooty
we don't got it,
gamer.
we got it.
あ、まあ、やるだけだったら別にいいと思うけど。
Yeah.
That spike will destroy our
ちゃんと、
boathouse. It's like, no, man.
もう勝ちたいっていうんだったら。
That boathouse is literally going to be back after this round.
Yeah.
And so will the rest of your guns.
All right, RB has an op. Lakia keeping the Odin. Excellent.
だいぶ遅れてる。
Lakia in a very different location now, though, with that Odin. Looks like he's sitting
Yeah.
up over in the A link.
さあ、なんだかんだでも3対3まで来た。
最近どんなに対処しても20しか増えなく接戦で負けても30減るのってナイブレートのせいなのでしょうか？
Wait a minute.
タイムパラドックス。
わかんねえ、それは。
遅れてたらその声も届かない？
確かに。
Oh,
NUTRN
okay,
Odin is dead.
yeah.
No, because we were just talking about him
No, I
standing
got
there,
really
and I'm like,
confused.
well, we
I'm like,
just talked about this, but he's now shooting through the wall.
yeah.
But,
I
you know,
gotta go, Tases. I
that's
don't know
what I'm
what's
just
going
gonna
on
leave you guys-
anymore. I got
I'm just
confused.
going to leave you guys with a wise quote that wall bangs go both ways, you know? I'm going to get that tattooed on my chest.
Oh, that's a great place
Yeah.
for it.
Mm-hmm.
Next time I shoot through a wall, I'll try to get that spot.
That's
ミッドクリアされたの。
Lakia going to send the owl through, I think. Oh, no,
VS からしたら
Lakia's
結構
actually
B
sending
行きそうかなって感じに
the
なってんじゃね？ B ドローンも来たし。
Wait a minute, there's a Sova on both sides?
How are there 3 Sovas in this game?
おー。これでも行くんか、ニューターンは。
And this is a very quiet push into
これでも
B.
B
Looks
行くん
like
か？
they're marking it, maybe for some smokes.
ミッド完全に取られてる。
The paranoia is
やっぱ B だってなってる。
Oh, dark cover, excuse me, back there.
おー、でもまだ来ない。けどもうここまで抑えられてる、ゼストに。おー！
Alright, coming around the side is Zest.
タイミングでパラノイア入れとったな、今。
Killer.
しかも、ボム落ちた
And now they're。
フラッシュちゃんと避けてい
two
く。
different angles here.
いやーも
And now it's just the NUTRN player stuck down there.
うまいな。
with a headshot
今の
to Lakia.
パラノイア入れてるのがうまいな。
Again, VisionStrikers redeeming
あそこで。
themselves. They saved their guns and just gave up on the 6th round. So
ただではいかないって感じだね、裏取り。
strong finish.
ちゃんとパラノイ
Carry
ア
that momentum
入れていくんだ
forward.
な。
4-3 is still anybody's game.
表のやつが。
Right. No one with Odins anymore, Tases. They're all gone.
Yeah.
いや、このゼストさんがね、やっぱタイミングで詰めるのがマジでうまい。
I don't understand.
どのマップでも、どのキャラで
Better
も。
when they all go Ares.
相場で
I understand.
今の詰め方してるからな。
Okay, some similar ideas here. Maybe tempo-wise,
待
they
ってりゃ
want
ゼ
to
ストさん
move
来
at
る
a
よね。
different pace.
Oh! Glow still gets a kill despite hitting the paranoia.
ただ、
うまー。
Okay.
Yeah, uses that rolling thunder and does escape back from B. He tried to put back in a shot through the wall.
適当抜きでしょ。
Shock darts coming into the boathouse right there.
All right, the Sova's gonna try to come down now. Again, they're all inside of the spike site. It has not been planted yet. Camera over there, pegs one. Solo gonna rip that out and then try to plant the spike. You could be shot through that box.
おお、今めっちゃ削れたぞ。
On
しかし
top of the box, making it more complicated to get any good line of fire here without giving away your
ただ
position.
1v3。
King came around that corner, unable to connect anything. I mean, they've gotten a lot of intel about who is where, but to break in here, I mean, Hunter's Fury, do you try it?
おお
Line 'em up takes a
なんだこれは。
line. If you hit 3 Hunter's Furies there, you can win.
Damn, just
Down
got
he
killed
goes.
there. 4 to 4. What a great match this is.
Yeah,
It's really hard to tell who's actually going to take this.
that kills VisionStriker favorite.
今の音で抜いた
Generally do, but NUTRN fighting strongly.
スタックスがスタックスだっ
Got
け
their Vandals.
どっちだスタックスが抜かれたのは
壁抜きで空中ヘッショさ
適当だよ
れてた。
適当というか
Frenzy, Sheriff.
Yeah, budget round here for
RB が抜かれてたのはあれは
Season pact. Nah, gonna trade in for a
あの
ghost.
索敵で映った
Here you go.
And I mean, you're basically hoping to get a really good headshot. Like if there's peeking involved, and if you don't get it, maybe back away.
Yeah.
Look for another opportunity. I mean, the burden is still on NUTRN to push, but it does seem
さあ
like
これゼストとかこの守りここ辛いけどね絶対相場でこの位置の守り多分ピークするんだよな自分からこれタイミングで絶対
Go all shooty gamer, man. All right, they're marking it.
今回はしないか
Okay, lockdown is ready here.
スタックスって名前から強い。
ね強いアルファベットの文字入ってるよね
Note that Solo's in a different spot. She's here
集めたみたいな感じの名前
for
してる
intel and to come in for a flank as A is taken.
ゼストもそうだねゼスト
Pushing on to
Almost
A
too
now.
quiet today here.
Yeah.
ゼスト入ってるよすごいとこ
I'm sorry, that's
ゼストすごいとこ入ってるよ
dark cover. Am I seeing this right?
お
Sova and
ゼストが
the-
倒しに行く
uh,
あゼストやられた
Okay, she just
見てた
killed him. Zest is just taken out.
サイト内で泥を回せる判断杖。
Wow comes around.
Suddenly it's
Gets rid
just
of RB.
yeah, just glow here.
Strong kill from NUTRN.
いいとこいたんだけどなゼスト
And NUTRN is eking ahead. 5 to 4. We just
め
have
ちゃくちゃ強
three
そう。
more
わ
rounds
らわ
before
ら。
we go to the second half of this map on Ascent. VisionStrikers did have a strong showing at the very end. In the first map we had with
ただラウンドは
VisionStrikers
NUTRN の方が
1-0.
勝ってますね
Let's
5対
see.
4
7 on that one.
Yeah,
This one's seeming a lot closer.
NUTRN's looking a little bit better, and honestly,
さ
a little
あま
bit
た
better
RB
was all they
オペレー
probably
ター
would
で
have needed
勝負しに行く
VisionStrikers
感じ
in
だ
the last map.
Yeah.
これ結構顔出しに来そうだけど
Zest
あ
catches the back end of that.
A ラッシュ
Fault line as it comes
通
through.
るから
S、A、
Very strong
X、
dedicated push
Z、
coming in.
L あたりが強い。
Everywhere
偏
Cloudburst
見。
as well. The tailwind into it. King down here in hell, popping out, trying to get the shots. Lakia takes him out though. RB punishing Lakia for that.
Allow in a very good angle here. He got the spray downs though. He needs blinded and taken out by Glow. Solo takes out Glow. RB then using the op to kill off Parry, and it ends with Stacks getting the headshot onto
SAXZL あたり
Solo.
が強い
Right.
いやそれがそんな名前ばっ
海外ではファントムの方が
そんな名前のやつばっかりがいたら微妙なんだけどそこで RB っていう
Right.
その謎のこの組み合わせのやつがおるんよ
Knocking on
これで
all the
中和されてるこのスタックスとゼストが
settings.
RB
Actually
で
nothing on there. There's like a plant or something.
Salt shaker maybe.
So this is a round everybody's
何
really
RB
well
って
equipped, and you know, with some exceptions, you can buy into the next round even if you lose this one.
Interesting. RB actually had a lot of money banked, but didn't replace the armor even though it's only at 5. That's cool.
Our observer whipped away, but there will be a peek in a second here.
Yeah.
Over there at mid top.
全然相場の戦い方じゃないも
RB
ん
is
これ
waiting for that.
ゼストの
It's just
1
an owl.
シンプルイズベストよ。
Yeah, Zest gonna have to back up. Having the turn up here is
どんなだよこれ。どんな戦い方やそれ。
よ。
どんな戦い方や今の。
situations on a stand. I wouldn't say all. You can of course just run through a long
ショック
or
ダ
a
ーツ
main, but
今のショックダーツ何？
The owl getting absolutely massacred as it hits the mid courtyard. All right, allow going up towards the A link. Suggest looks like he's going to rotate the other way.
it does seem like there are still plans for A here. They're just
Yeah.
basically using their Odin or Omen, excuse me, to confirm that you know, they're not going to get flanked from B main.
レボートかな
And if
適
you look
当。
at the vision here in mid, it doesn't really look like VisionStrikers.
ただ B メインはこれオペレーターで置いてるよね絶対。刺さりそうだけどここあパラノイア食らってないんじゃないこれ。食らってないよね。ただうまかったこっちの。ああ外れてしまった。
It really goes to show you how long it takes for Jet to be able to draw our weapon after the ultimate's expired.
Look at this, rolling thunder into Hunter's Fury. These gamers are mad.
ヘッド当たったけど。
And suggest rocked and backing
お
up.
はようございます。
Right now,
おはようございます。
two of the players here.
いやこれまだ全然あるよ攻めが。
So hurt.
Absolutely.
They're limping. Need metal legs now.
索敵入っていきそうだけどね。
Buying more time here and gonna flash that wall as well. Recon vault shot down. Another flash comes out.
プロ時々深すぎて浅く見えるプレイするから見てて困る時ある。
Kill stacks as well.
That was close.
Yep.
You know that breach had like no way.
まあ全部が全部深いプレイじゃないよ。
Clicked him off. Now we're gonna go
純粋な打ち合いに勝てればそれ正義だからね。
round in the first half.
Yeah. Oh my God. 6 to 5. Just crazy. NUTRN with a slight edge right now. Let's see what VisionStrikers does. This is like a hilarious look. They actually have a frenzy for one of their players, but then an op and vandals and phantoms.
Yeah.
Oh man. Poor frenzy player. here.
バンダルでヘッド当たっても死なない時あるけどなんでかわかりますか？
壁抜き判定になってる。
Get in the air above them and then knife them down.
Yeah.
But you know the head is such an easier target at that angle, right?
I know. Yeah. It's like as big as the body almost.
So if you're gonna connect with anything, you're probably gonna get a kill.
壁抜き、
Not as much right clicking with our jet
No.
判定。
throws here.
Yeah. Not as confident, I guess.
Guys,
No
more open
gamble.
proximity.
No gamble to him.
Zest hanging back. Spike being shuttled into a long. A lobby.
キルジョイで一番気にすることとかってありますか？
Yeah. RB just can't from the rafters.
ちょっとわかんないかも抽象的すぎて。
But a little bit of a rotation here.
今の盤面で体力が少ない方が先にピークするのかしないのかどっちがいいんですかね？
And we do
どっち側の話だろう
actually
攻め
lock
と
down.
ほん
So
ま
the
に。
place that we see Killjoy standing right now might mean that there it is, the lockdown coming
Now,
down here from the
there-
attackers.
There is a spot you can see Check and hang back in, out of range of the lockdown, and guess what? Lights out over there. Dark cover comes in to mute any ability to see them.
ここのロックダウンの時は右端にスモークされた方がいいんだな。
Suggest getting a couple kills on King and RB.
VisionStrikers scrambling to try to get into position here and see if they can't reclaim this. The spike's down, but most of the players are actually hanging back in A link.
まあそりゃそうか。
Yeah, looks like they're thinking about maybe making a move on the rafters. There is a dark cover up there, so that's a little bit scary.
Glow creeping here from A main. Oh, a funny position.
Yeah.
You can see NUTRN is kind of spread out.
She threw down.
守りの方です。
Lucky gets Suggest gets stacks.
That's it. And NUTRN
Yeah.
pulls that off, taking the
B セッチの話だよね多分。
lead.
B セッチのさっきのやつの戦いの話だったら HP とか守りは HP とかじゃない気がする。 守りっていうか取り返し取り返す側はでも HP とかじゃない気がするなあそこは。
That's right.
And they just played so strongly.
どっちがってない気がするあれは。
I love that. They're like, oh, that guy's just angry. He's gonna win now. I'm like, I don't know if that's how it actually works, but
No, it's definitely not.
you've seen too much manga. Like,
You've seen too much manga. Look at you try to be a jock
A bro jock?
Yeah.
You've read too much manga, you've watched too much anime. How
There you
dare
go.
you challenge my nerd cred?
Yeah, well.
Just made him angry and they just King Kirk.
先に1キル取った勝ちだ、あれは。
We're gonna have spread outs back this time on the attacking side.
さあ、
with
ビ
a
ジョンストライカーズ
spike
また
as NUTRN is spawning here in the north.
前半負けてる。でも今度は攻めで7本取られた
We
ぞ
have。an interesting spread on the defense. NUTRN has 4 over in B, just Sova in the A link. Looks like Catwalk is going to be where VisionStrikers
NUTRN は何が強いのか、これは。
NUTRN
ニューターンを注目して見て
going
みよ
down not to anywhere in particular. They're going to see the dark
ただもう
cover
B
and it's like
う。メイ
They
ン
don't see
they're
this at
left
all.
so far behind right now.
クリアされ
And
とる。
there's still a Sova using the owl on the other side to check here.
Yeah, Lakia
Yeah,
doing
well,
his
it's right.
best, but getting shot down after the blind. And now VisionStrikers going to take
あ、ショート
over
めっちゃ疲れてるんじゃない
A
これ。
very, very quickly.
Sova actually manages to get away. Beautiful bunny hop there. Backing up now, and they are locking this up. And I'll tell you what, in a pistol round, this is going to be hard to reclaim.
Surely is. Right, they use the
My
aftershock
God.
through.
And this is Stacks hanging out here in this corner.
Yeah,
Oh.
look at that. Down in wine. Coming back and getting a kill, but does get picked off.
あ、ただ HP が
That was
ギリだ。
very
うお、
close
抜いた。
But it's just 1 versus 1.
Harry
Harry,
at
2
2 health.
HP. Jet, moving,
I don't
hunting, 26
know, man.
HP. Stub your toe and you die.
まずい、これは。
Going for the door. Diffusing. Oh my
This is
god.
this is
解除そのままするか
they have no health.
He's just
お
gonna get away with
ー
it.
強い、それは。
Taking
He
it.
called the bluff. He called the bluff. He goes, yeah, yeah. You're,
But Perry was in a cloud. You can't see me in a cloud.
that was so sick. He just said, you know what? I'm just gonna go for it. You're gonna like try to come out and shoot your gun
Yeah.
and then go back and
Gonna be fancy.
yeah.
Little Mr. Fancy Pants over
Yeah.
here. Well, we get the defuse. Look at that. NUTRN 8-5. They win the pistol round. That was crazy too, because that like they took over A so quickly and everyone was so out of position.
And the fight back there from VisionStrikers was fierce. They actually almost did it. It kind of just came down to the decision making of that last player on VisionStrikers to try to run the clock a little bit longer. Of course, she doesn't know that Omen is at was it 9 HP? What was that at 2?
Oh, it was it was like nothing.
ニューターンが
It was
取ったの。
26 and 2
Yeah.
or
ビ
something.
ジョンストライカーズ買ってないな。
They're both, and in fact, they're having the same problem. So. Okay,
やっぱ
Zest
ガチ
is
解除なんよ。
pushing here. Now, again, this is the round that we sort of expect any team to lose here. The second round after losing the pistol rounds is it's tough. I mean, it makes sense to
心理
say
戦に
you
負
have
け
to.
た時のやるせなさよ。
ね、ただなんか VS の方は設置場所がちゃんと共有できてなかった感はある、若干。
That was sick.
Hey, but Suggest gets the kill there as well on Zest.
All right. Surrounding A over here. We do have one Sova here for VisionStrikers. It is way far out that needs to do some serious moving to get over here and help out because the attack has commenced. Solo hanging back here. Gets the shot off onto Stacks there. RB's taken out. Suggest with the frenzy. Perry fights back to Glow. RB killing Solo. 2 versus 2 now.
設置できてないよ。
Spike being planted. Gun being
なんか
reloaded.
2
And
確定した。
NUTRN actually relocating and reconfiguring to try to figure out an angle of attack that's going to work.
Lakia coming in and gets the kill immediately on King.
And this is a great move to send the owl out.
てかあの武器使ってる。
Exactly where the hell this player is.
1600円の武器。
Because if you know where they are, then you could try to pin them together. Instead, it comes down to Perry killing RB.
珍しい。
And once again, NUTRN is going to take a win here, making this 9-5.
Yeah, and I think that might be the first time I've seen
あの武器、もう名前忘れちゃったこれ。
Hi, Lakia.
It's turning red. That means the chemicals are mixing together. You see Die Hard?
You can't stop it now!
Oh, it's food coloring. Never mind.
Lakia wiping his mouth after that one.
Yeah, froth at the mouth in that game. 5-9. Again, VisionStrikers, they can turn this around, but they're in the tough
アレス当てるのむずい。
losing
あ、そうそう、アレス、アレ
early
ス。
on here and trying to fight back, and round 3 is critical
アレスでももう
for that.
使ってないな。
Equipment they have
アレス
represents why the
変えたな。
opportunities need to be seized upon,
アレス。
need to be capitalized upon, and that's why it's oh so important for NUTRN to shut that down. Spike not far outside of the B site. And what is a quiet opening for this round.
Yeah. Low has his dark cover over that A link. Couple players waiting in there. That same strategy you were talking about before, Tasteless. Got Jet in there to jet away. And they have Breach ready to shoot anyone coming in. And it looks like this is actually going to occur, but we actually fall in glow. Okay, here it is. Zest is coming in. Oh, I love it. Bounces in the dark. But they're going to stand through it. Zest gets the kill on allow. But still waiting. Is Suggest. Oh, and he gets him!
Pulls back too. No opportunity to punish there from the Omen.
Oh, Zest is best.
テストうまいな。
And I'll tell you what, NUTRN now. Just 2 players remaining. VisionStrikers has bullied their way through this round, and I don't even think that NUTRN's going to try to fight back.
バロハ武器追加派するのかな？
今、相手のオーメンに刺さってた
Tomorrow's another day at school.
リーコン。壊せてなかったってことは。
アレスって初心者の人に人気なイメージある。
Yeah, 1 health left. Just fly the owl drone into her. For God's sake.
Yeah.
ね、初心者の人以外あんま使ってるイメージがない。
Still, even after the spike goes off, there's 6 more seconds, so I mean, she could still be killed. This is a terrible spot for Killjoy. Oh, or is it?
But she's bait. Down goes Solo finally.
攻めんのが弱いからな、あの
A
武
little
器。
bit of hunting still going on. Ah, King
ヘッドショット一発じゃないし。
Yeah.
They do get the team wipe, only using one of their own.
You know, we talked about the third round in the second half is so important because that's
ジェストの A ツリー取り、2人倒した後油断しないの偉い。
the guns they need to really make this work. So that's very important. And now NUTRN is pretty broke. This is going to have to be an eco round for them. You see
Yeah,
Sheriff's
yeah.
being bought.
Pretty much. Bucky going down for Solo. Looks like we're even getting a ghost for Lakia. Yeah, VisionStrikers should be in control of this round. Going on the attack now. Looks like they're going to head towards mid. Everyone waiting in the dark as the dark covers have been thrown.
Yeah, just let those exhaust here. King inching in.
Yeah.
ミッド2で詰めとる。
Over there, so this
Oh my
rotation
God.
might work out, but hold on, Perry waiting around the corner.
Bit of a surprise for both sides there.
どうすんだろう、この後。でも結構 A なの。
Yeah, just gonna
あ、もう
run
A 取ってんのか。
immediately to A, closing the door. Right, Cloudburst going down. We had a cyber cage there at the door as well.
More bolts coming out here.
強っ。
Damn, nicely done there by Lakia. I absolutely
VisionStrikers
love
の
it. Such a good Sova.
設置場所が割れとる。いつもの設置場所じゃんってなってる。
Very low on their cipher. They haven't actually planted yet. Finally, King gets it down. All right, let's see if VisionStrikers can actually hold on to this location.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. I think they're sensing, and correctly so, that there's going to be a push here through A short. Good shot there by King. Gets the kill. Allow pulling back here.
Yeah, RB comes for him and gets that kill.
And now it's a 2 versus 2, although his Cypher is very badly wounded.
おー、
Yeah, King super duper
キル取れそうこれ。
low. Playing a very sneaky game here. Oh, and he actually comes up and
Oh
gets
my
that
God.
kill. RB from the rafters as well on Solo. That was solid.
That was so sexy. Nicely done, considering how tough that was going to be to hold.
判断がうまいね。
Done it. It's 7-9. And again, 13 wins. It's still pretty far away for both sides.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This
This
game is
there's a
far
lot of
from
play
decided.
here.
Yep.
All right, we have the off for allow. Other than that, Phantoms and Vandals all around.
ニューターン、オペレーター出してきました。
Allow waiting there in B main. It's been a popular spot for these guys. Some dark covers being thrown over at the A link, over at mid bottom. Of course, the Owl drone gonna come through. Give a little check at Pizza. No one's there.
Allow
ニューターンは
here. Again, this is
結構詰めるけど、
but, you know, that's
あんまピークは
why
しないな。
a good jet will tailwind and cloudburst into safety.
Backed up all the way into B. Feels like they wanna go B.
Well, I mean,
Stax has the spike right over there in the lobby.
great usage of the owl there, going under the cloudburst to ping on the jet.
Okay, RB coming through. B main. People are waiting. Glow transported himself over into mid market.
Okay, I think it's getting pretty clear what the intentions of this team are. Paranoia is going to be sent through there on the right side.
Wow, got RB during that, by the way.
Oh, whiffs it.
Whiff, yeah.
I guess it's still okay, and op is available, but this is a tight area to try to fight with an op. Glow's picked off there by Suggest as Stax plants the spike.
2 against 3 right now. Let's see if they can spam out these abilities and hold on. Zest coming around the side, getting a headshot on Allow. Backs up into B. We have Stax rather sitting back in the boathouse.
Shoots that down. Still hanging
Both
back.
of them back
Buying
there.
time. Running the clock.
Ooh, Solo coming around.
1v1
Catching his back.
ウルト残ってるな。
So much time still for the spike. Turret coming down here. That's going to pin Stax further back here. Stax.
Oh.
But he gets the kill. Through the wall into Solo.
Stax is a killer, man. That was
He is a
amazingly done. But I'll tell you what, I really appreciate from VisionStrikers the technique they were using to try to eliminate options there.
That was awesome.
Going into our next round, I mean, if VisionStrikers wins here, it's 9-9.
Yeah.
ビジョンストライカーズ後半強いな。
It can be anybody's game still. The last game of the night, NUTRN wants to try to take down the King VisionStrikers.
Zest leading the way
But
into
again,
mid.
you know, the thing about VisionStrikers is they are very good at adapting as the rounds move on. Okay, and it looks like quietly we're going to have a push here. Cypher's got the camera over here, but look at how quiet NUTRN's being. There's nothing that would signal that they're over there.
そこ見るんだ。
This is why, if you guys play pubs, this is why you don't always just want to spam a cloudburst somewhere or do something. You know, sometimes doing nothing is more than spamming out all of your utility.
Sometimes you say it best when you say nothing at all.
Okay, and now they're trying to advance.
Now he knows someone's
Okay,
there.
and that gives that away. It allows him to pick off the jet, though. Allow is out of the picture as King gets the
ビジョンストライカーズはマジで相手がエコの時
Over here towards B.
すげえやっぱ慎重に行くよね。それがやっぱ強いんだろうけど。
Oh, this is crazy. All right, Glow's going to rotate over here. Oh, great shot by Glow.
I love the idea of Lakia though, right?
Yeah.
相手がなんか変なこと仕掛けてこないように
Even if you're blind,
しっかり見てる。
maybe you have a shot.
Well, I think he was hoping that they would try to shoot the recon bolt as well, because he came out before it scanned.
That's
so,
true. Yeah, maybe your gun is up in the air and you can get him.
Yeah. Now, the B site is, I don't know if, I don't think that NUTRN can actually get in there. I feel like this is impractical.
おお。
Ooh.
But
フラッシュ食らってなかった今。
killing him off one by
Yeah,
one.
so just gets Zest as he pops in.
半分しか食らってなかったかな。
Okay.
Goes down that fault line, Suggest.
Dude, the Cypher on the outside is so good. It's like no matter what they do, the Cypher just runs in there afterwards and kills the guy
Yeah.
using.
So true. Flank will come.
あ、
Right there, they were trying to go and see if they could just at least stop them from leaving and make them buy more guns.
飛ぶんじゃないこれスタック
But I
ス。
think everybody gets away. Yeah.
What?
Oh, how funny. All right,
Man,
Stax just
Stax
barely doesn't get out
gave his life.
until he got it back right next round.
Yep. 9-9. It's a close one. Anyone's map. See both teams really focused at this point.
So we've got Allow going for the op here. And let's see what position Allow wants to control here with the jet. But first, let's go back and take a look at this.
B main mostly, but yeah.
And this is a great highlight of, barely a highlight of Sax getting killed there by the spike explosion.
Oh my god.
さあ今回は
into B immediately. Maybe not working
めちゃくちゃ速攻ラッシュいったけど止められてた。止められた。
With the op on King, solo headshot Stax.
強っ。
Zest and
何があった
Just wiping the board.
何の3連続キル
NUTRN up 10-9.
A change of pace, but they
全
walk
然映
into
ってなか
the
ったけど。
jaws of the beast there. eaten up, shoot up, and now it's 10-9 here. And a round that happened so fast, I think it's going to be barely remembered.
Yeah.
As we get closer and closer to the end of this map on Ascent.
Oh, I mean, I like the idea of switching it up, doing something real fast for once, but it really did not pay off.
No, it ended in a blur. And again, Ascent just one step ahead as VisionStrikers is constantly in a game of catch-up.
All right, Glow going towards the mid right now. The dark
やっぱみんな若いな。
through that spy cam
若いね。
moment. Cypher versus Cypher.
韓国チーム、みんな若いな。
And
VisionStrikers actually has all their ults up right now.
yeah, that's a good point. I wonder how many they'll use if they do actually take the site as well. Because obviously ults are building over here for NUTRN as well. And the most important one is actually Killjoy's here with the lockdown.
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, you can pretty much let them take the site and probably just reclaim it afterwards.
ニューターンの守り変わってるよね、これ。
The lockdown is insane.
So they just
ミッドは開けてるんだ。
just grabbed
あ、ま
Spike,
あ、
and it looks
ガレージは
like
閉じたけど、ガレージというか。
they
ショートは閉じた
only
けど。
have Jet left on the other side.
I think-
RP here in B main.
Well, if you look at the Omen and the Sova, they already are so close to A, and when Cypher confirms with the camera there's nobody inside A main, it only makes sense for us to get over there. And so this attack is about to initiate.
There's a big rotation over. That was actually fantastic. Now Jet does fall, but A is much less defended now. Zest unfortunately taking some damage from that nano swarm. Oh, Perry getting some kills.
いや、
as they try to
全
walk
然まだ
in.
A 硬いんだよな、これ。ニュー
Glow
ター
pays
ン
him
の。
back. Suggest with a couple kills there at the end.
9-11 now. You get two more in your new turn. You have won on Ascent in a nail biter of a match.
Yeah, VisionStrikers having a harder time this week than anyone imagined.
Yeah, and you're seeing that here in this save round, unless they're all going to buy. I mean, they're in range to buy decent equipment, but they may want to just.
It looks like they're going to save again.
Wow, so they're gonna try to win when it's 12-12.
Dude, that's a championship quality.
Yeah, I mean it's tough decision making, right?
Yeah.
But let's see what kind of play they go for to try to at least
Allow.
Shoulder peek there, beautifully done, but allow it stacks anyways.
Huge play. Allow getting Glow as
Huge
well.
play.
VisionStrikers
強い。
3 to 5 right now. That's no good.
King creeping in, but again, I mean, inferior weaponry.
Yeah, taken out immediately as he walks into Suggest.
Vandal to the face there from Suggest. Zest. I mean, I don't even know how
強
he's gonna hang back and get
強
killed.
いけど、でも
And、now it's just the Zest over here.
ニューターンの守り方が
No、spike.
やっぱ、分かりづらいだろうな、これ。
Taken down immediately by Suggest as well.
This is where we got to see them really flip this on its head. And NUTRN knows
point.
that. They're like, all right, we saw they saved. They had garbage guns. That means they're going to come in here with everything. And again, VisionStrikers is a clutch team. They're very good under pressure. These guys have been doing tactical shooters for...
でも基本は A3 なんだよね、守りが。
All right, they're switching it up right now. NUTRN is. Odin on Lakia. He's going to be over
B-side
at
で。
B. So if they try to rush B, they might take a lot of flack from that. So he's staring
このキルジョイの、アラームボット、
He's got everything lined up
さっき途中のラウンドまで入れてなかったけど、またここに置き出すようになって、
おはようございます。初見です。
B が2でい
これは
けてるなっていう。
録画ですか？
これは録画のやつですよ。
That same op. Got scratches on the side from the kills in the last round.
Looks like there might be a little push coming in here from VisionStrikers. Throws in that shock bolt.
And a second one will come
食らった
through
ぞ。
here.
Recon bolt might be going out.
リーコン使わずにショックボルト使
Recon
ってくる
bolt。up.
あ、ここがリーコンなんだ。
All right, he's going for it with that Odin.
And
Another
again,
shock bolt.
common late game technique from Sovas that are guarding B. Use that recon bolt comboed with the Odin to spray down through that thin wall.
ただ
and
ミ
get
ッド
kills.
アランボット壊されたな。
He's going to send out the Owl drone as well now. We actually have them reapproaching B main. Zest moving through mid courtyard.
若干まあ B がきつい感じが守り的に言うと。ただ A 来た時のために3人残して、もうこれじゃんけんみたいな感じだね。じゃんけんみたいな感じになってる。あ、けどウルト残ってたか。ニュータン側。ウルト壊されたの？何で壊したこれ？あ、ウルトで壊してんだね。これ。
Can Lakia hold on with the Odin? Nope, gets taken out by King immediately.
3 versus 3. This is it. It's going to come down to this spike plant. It's oh no, hold on. They didn't get
the plant because of Rolling Thunder.
Interrupted, and they killed the spike's not going to go down. They got to plant it. They don't have that much time.
They really have to plant it right now. But round comes Perry gets glow.
It's just under.
いやー、取った。場所バレてたけど。
Oh,
10 to 12.
そういえばウルトの声ダメだよね、韓国版の。
10 to 12 tastes. Allow with the op, RB with the op.
Just got to lay down, man. That was too much.
No, I know.
Can't do this. 10 to 12. Let's take a quick look at what happened back there. This was actually kind of tricky to cast because kept looking like they were planting, but good interruptions there. They barely pulled through there at the end.
Truly.
VisionStrikers needs to repeat there. Did you catch what weapons are purchased? I did not.
I believe
めっちゃ詰めてる。めちゃめちゃ詰めてる。これ噛み合うんじゃない？これ相場が抜きに来た。抜きに来た。けど。あー、でもこっち側から挟まれたら辛いぞ。いや、でも勝つ。無理やり勝ってた。おー。強い。
Look at that. NUTRN takes a map off the champs of Korea, and that's their second draw in the group.
Unreal. NUTRN, more like new team, new best team.
Yeah.
Not really. I mean,
強かったな、ニュータン。
They looked amazing back
they look
there.
Great. They look great. It's so strong why they.
We're just. This is. It's just. Still
hard because
a lot of. Not the way. Cat.
完全に勝ってたな。
Exciting.
強い。
普通に強かったな。
あの場面でガン詰めかっこいいな。
ね、もうぶっ刺さってた。あそこからドローン入れてくるの分かってる感じの詰め方だったのかな？分かんないけど。終わりかこれ？終わりこれ？待って待って。これって何マップ目
？Hoggers player.
All right, coming around the side.
終わりこれ。
A lot of good players. I think at the end.
As the Hoggers player.
あれ残りのマッチは？
All right, so ZF Gaming against WGS. We're going to be seeing that tomorrow and seeing how they can do if they can make up that difference.
確かボミだったような。
あ、BO2 なんだ。なるほどね。BO2 で総当たり戦みたいな感じなんだ。ああ、なるほどね。じゃあ決着つかないのかよ。マジかよ。なるほどね。
なので引き分けあり。
なるほどね。ほら、一緒。
引き分けないじゃないですか。
じゃあこれ、ビジョンストライカーズはまあ、多分こことやったよね。こことやって引き分けたんだよね、多分。ここか？どこか？ここか。ZFG か。こことやって引き分けたってことだね。2引き分け、2引き分けだから。引き分けすぎだろ、このチーム。このチーム強いんじゃない？ 3 戦目やってないけど。ここも一勝できるんじゃない？だってこことここやってないだろうから。 ラウンド差でビジョンストライカーズ勝ってますよという感じか。ここラウンド差でちょっと負けてると。パッと見こっちに強いチームが固まってそうだけどね、グループ A の方に。終わりなんだ、今ので。いや、強かったな、ニューターンの方。
Wow. And guys, we're going to be back tomorrow. And here's what we'll be casting. You can see ZF Gaming versus WGS.
Yep.
Kia versus TNL, APE. Huge play. Stay safe, wash your hands. One down. Up 6 HP there. Ooh.
ハイライトカクカクなんだが。
ついさっきやってた U のニップ、ブス、G にも面白かった。ニップガレーデュエリスト構成で。
へえ。見てみるこれ。一戦だけ見るか、ちょっと疲れてきたな。半分ぐらいだろ。
And he's got his ult for next round as well, so. He could look to
マウスパッド汚くなってきたんですけど洗ったりします？
よし、見るか。洗いません。いくつも持ってます。G2vs ニップ。これ EU の戦いです。EU。ヨーロッパ。
G2 play more consciously on the map with the inclusion of the killjoy as well. That gives a lot of map control, and not only in defense, also in attack. I really love it. Although I do think Bridge is more impactful in attack.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. And even on defense, getting aggressive on some
さあ、
angles,
構成
but
が
obviously then there's that
セージ、
what
ソー
Breach
バ、
does well
オーメン、サイファ
doesn't necessarily,
で
but she has
ブリッ
her
ジ
own benefits as we're saying, right?
VS
We'll see how
ソーバ、オーメン、キルジョイ、ジェット、スカイ。
Jet made some noise A short. They still have a killjoy turret set up on A.
ニップの方は
which now was recalled
そうだね、
and
デュエリス
now
トいない
was
ね。
being heard by NIP, which triggers the rotation towards B. Look at that. There's already a stack happening. They know what's gonna happen. They are prepared. NIP has 4 players already on A, and market is being
エウ
closed.
特有の
Everyone
政
will
治ピ
have
ッ
to
ク
go
が
through
終わっ
that
たのか。
door or go through the garage.
Artist Recon Dart backside confirms there's a
まあ
player.
エリアコントロール重視してそうだからね。やっぱセージ入れるんじゃないかな。結構。
スカイ珍しい。
スカイ珍しいね。セージいますよ、まだ。
They'll close in on the site, but there's still 2 players to deal with. The flash is perfect. And a Kukos or existence
デュエリスト少ない。
shuts them down. Mixwell's all by himself.
このアクコスみたいな人って CSGO で多分上手い人だよね。
You cannot do that as efficiently with a Sky, but that flash
名前がちょっと元の名前わかんないけど。
and you're dead to rights. At that point, the timing was perfect from Big Brain Existence.
元の名前わかんないけど。
I had like 2 things happened here. Rhyme having the info that the killjoy turret was recalled triggers that rotation. That was the most important part of that round.
X10 みたいな人だ、確か。
Akukos, I don't know how to call him. Akukos, right? Let's go for Akukos. Akukos just nailing that flash for 3 seconds. All of those players, they all died to it, and it falls apart. And then Mixwell with that frenzy on such a long range engagement, that was 20 meters. Frenzy then is just inconsistent, and you can see that. And now they execute on B side, already taking control of the side. Korea with only a ghost, but Chihuahua has the god. Gets 2 kills with the Spectre. 3rd one dies to Akukos. And it's flawless rounds all over the place.
Clean as can be. They might as well be wiping windows at this point. Because it is
さあ、早いな、ラウンドは。
squeaky clean. I always hated the squeak they make, you know, when you just take the water.
戦い方がね、違いすぎてね、飲み込めない状況がまだ。全然すぐに。 まあ守りから見ていくか。守り。まあミッドのワイヤーは大抵。で、B 側に3人。まあ武器差で一応負けてるけど。B 側3人で持ってますね。A を前目でってわけでもないな。B 詰めてるな、ちょっとだけ。
Speaking of confidence, G2, well, they're always a team that have confidence in the title or the description of their game.
これちょっと分かりづらいけど、攻めが G2 か。攻めが G2 で守りが日本。
Take out of the team. There doesn't matter how much they're losing by. We saw them go 7-1 down on bind 2 days ago, and then they were just like, "All right, let's play the game properly." Like you can't get these guys in a bad mood, and for them, it's a strong suit of like you never feel comfortable versus G2 because you just never know what they're gonna do, and you know they're.
ただ B メイン壁あるよっていう。B ラッシュ行こうとしてるけど壁があって、これで結構。おお、止まりそうだったけど止まんなかった。
It doesn't tag anybody, so they can't spam them up through the smoke. Now the fight has to go down on site. Double P.
いや結構攻めつらそうこれ。
But there's the paranoia, making it that little bit harder to hold on.
むずこれ味方。むずいこれ味方が。
They try to split in through the door, but the door
早いわ展開。
So Artis has to come behind and spawn just as he's being checked, but he still wins the fight. Chihuahua goes down. The benefit of having those better weapons, right? The downside is there's 10 seconds left as they move forward.
EU 絶対この相場とセイジ好きだよな絶対。
That was a close one. The time was almost their biggest enemy, but in the end, the clock didn't matter because they win both fights.
I'm really actually confused. Why did NIP play that positioning right here with only 10 seconds left? They could have both played backside. And instead they opted to have an odd angle for themselves, or they could have just played. If both players play backside and they don't have the peek, they just have that info that one guy starts to play. One player left that will guard the angles. So even though G2 will know that they're both stacking backside, they will have the chance to basically kill one player. I felt like NIP had the upper hand the entire round. They read
また壁焚いて。いやこのマップもねセイジ強いと思うんだよね俺。この壁がめちゃくちゃやらしい。いやこの壁焚いてること知らないでしょ相手は。それで A 攻めてるけどこれもう A 寄られまくるよ。なんならミッドもクリアされたね。ただ寄られまくってないね。寄りまくってはない。
He could be the real big player here because they're smoking it out, they're shock darting, and they're going for the plant. Those players aren't going to push it to have it.
ただなんだかんだ
I would have thought. Yeah, no, they're not. So
攻め側3人に減っとる。
first point of contact. Korea wants to clear him out. Thinking about it, they're worried about short, but the timing is there. Mixwell swings as they start to forget about that position, and he gets a triple. That is heartbreaking. But Rhymus, well, no, he's not still here. He's gone.
今もミックスデルが取ったな。
in garden they paid the price for that, right? They didn't use the paranoia on Omen because Akukos was standing in line, so he couldn't guard tree, and because of that they were just reluctant.
ちょっとゲームオンに対してのこの実況の声がでけえな。
It fell apart. We had seen Korea just dry peek when we didn't see anything.
ちょっとだけ音量下げるか。
He died to Mixwell, then a double kill happened, and a solo push for a smoke. When Mixwell already changed his positioning, was a 50-50 basically. So it was a little bit awkward for NIP, and G2 convincingly takes that round. But now, in round number 5, they're playing default. They're playing slow, something that we don't really see often from G2.
ああ、マーシャルで。マーシャルでなんかしようとしてる。
Anyone can just push them, and they'll be ready for that. I like that. I like this approach. But NIP being passive as well, no one is pushing everything, so G2 didn't gain anything from how they played this round. They were prepared for those pushes, they didn't happen. Now they have to form a plan. They go towards A. Ardis still looking mid, didn't use any utility. Now, sorry, he used actually Recon Bolt for the market. Now they make a lot of noise on A. NIP.
まあスカイもこう考えたらまあまあ強いよなこの犬が。犬結構強い。
Flashes take control of A. G2 dashes on side. Korea
おー。
kills Mixwell in the back, but took too long time for him to be.
でもエコだったからちょっと殺すの遅れたの。
This is a bit dangerous now. Chihuahua's 1 HP. He's been spotted underneath. They know he's there, so they'll deal with him. 2v4 emerges. NIP. They're going to cover all their bases, right? Worried about Mixwell again. They know he's dead, but maybe someone else has taken his place. Short's clear. They know that. Now it's time to look back towards the site. The door is put down. In fact, they put it down themselves.
真剣さがいいかも。
Attack. Taking down JD. It is looking like this one's going to be done. Unless Rhyme has got a massive play up his sleeve. Now, in this situation, dying to the spike would be kind of the ideal scenario. You definitely don't want to survive the round, and dying to them isn't great. You don't want to feed their ultimate points, but if he can make it costly and get a kill, that would be massive, but it's not going to happen. Not today. Patatek takes him down. 3-2.
I actually really like
さあ G2 が3本目。
This looked like an actual
もうちょい上げるか。
plan in mind, you know. The double smoke on A short really confused NIP. They didn't know what's happening. They didn't hear any steps, of course. But if you have double smoke setups on A short from 3 to A side, you don't know if someone crosses that. So Korea had to push these smokes. Then he went on side, but unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough to kill Mixwell on electric, and because of that, he couldn't go back underneath the doorway.
今回 B サックしてるね5人。
So it was a little bit awkward. If you had a proper weapon, not just a classic,
開幕 B ラッシュだ。
much different situation. But you know, it was
この作戦はもうどこでも使うな。どのチームも。
from breach allowed him to get a kill, but then he is being traded still an upper hand for NIP.
さあなんとか生き残った。
But the execute is happening and Akukos fails. Now we have control of side being taken by G2 because of the ultimate from Omen. Patrick's on the backside. 3 players from G2 taking control of side. Are there any ultimates that can be used for the retake? Not anything meaningful. There's a resurrection from Sage. But is there anybody available?
エウとアジアではメタにどういう差があるんでしょうか。
Rhyme now is gonna be the crucial part of this retake. He will have his recon.
まずエージェントが違う。
Good kill by Chihuahua.
Oh, this is a free kill.
それが一番でかいかな。
Korea takes him, but
エージェントが全然違うこれ。
The player got spotted right behind the smoke. Zeke in trouble. 24 HP has to hit them all, and there's no way that's going his way. Diffuse easily comes through without a single player loss on the retake. Gorgeous stuff from NIP.
メタはわかんないけど、エージェントがね、
I was getting close.
違うね。
I didn't hear where he started actually the diffuse, because you can always be certain if you're gonna get it once you see this the timer changes the special position on.
ちょっとわかんないよね、この G2 が何するのかっていうのはあんまり。
Something I had to post.
スカイがちょっとわかんないよね。
With like a marker or something, you know?
セージはまだ、
Yeah.
このマップでセージ入ってくるっていうのはまだわかるけど、
See that before.
スカイがあんまわかんないね。
Cool round.
So there's
Cool
also a
スカイ相場、セットでいるのは
a。sound change as well, right?
Yeah.
When they diffuse it halfway and when they diffuse it.
Yes, that is
like the
something.
base.
There are 2 things that if someone is new to Valorant and currently in the chat and wondering what we're talking about, there are a few things that are very, like let's say small details, and and you have to pay attention to those. One, when someone is diffusing the spike, and he is halfway already, and he starts to diffuse it, there's a higher pitch sound from that. So you know that someone has only 3.5 seconds to
結構でも
diffuse the spike, which is very crucial. And the second one
日
is
本の方
also
が
with
B
the
メイン
spike.
とか
When you plant the bomb, always plant
取る
it
立ち回りが多いね。
because when you either cancel the plant or you get the plant off, your weapon is being drawn out from your equipment with half of its equip time. So a rifle like a Vandal or Phantom only takes 500 milliseconds instead of a full second, which is crucial when you want to take a fight when you fake the plant or when you actually take a fight after you plant.
壁割りに行ったな。今。
Pro tips from Lothar. No, we actually see it cost players rounds fairly regularly.
Yeah, right?
Especially
On
the
pro
second
play.
one, taking your knife out. We saw just in the previous game from Firoth. So you gotta be cautious about that. What you also gotta be cautious of is running out of time in a round. Right now, G2 are set up outside A. They got pushed back by a little bit of utility and some fights not going their way.
このミッドのワイヤーやっぱめっちゃ重要だよね。これ割れてる時と割れてない時で攻めの成功率めちゃくちゃ変わる気がする。
It was a bit of a misclick, hit his keyboard, I bet, as he's flicked to the left, gives away his position, and he dies because of it. Gotta get your line keyboard there, Chihuahua. As he falls down, we're now in a 4 versus 3. NIP still have the advantage on the retake. They have the Rolling Thunder as well, and this is where G2 need to be very careful of the
徹底してるね、もう G2 は。壁割ったりワイヤー切ったりするのは。
You have to be able to spread out and take positions where you're not in as much danger. There's going to be the crossover from Patatek, and he goes at just the wrong time, still gets caught, goes for the reload, because why not? You're dead. Rhymes in with a quad kill to leave Mixwell.
ただ、
op in hand.
リテイクされた。
The spam, but he realizes he'll just be killed immediately as all 4 players are on the site. They would spam back through the smoke, and that would be the end of mix. Although he did have the dash, so I guess he just wanted to be 100% certain he saved the weapon in case somebody was close. That's 4-3, and that is NIP with a lead.
Still looking good for G2. They have a decent economy. They can still buy. Piff will be playing with a small armor, but with small shields, but it's still okay. They have practically an entirely full buy with the
ニップの方は
next one. Now, boy, that guy
オーメンが
with that weapon
オペレーター持ってるね。
So, NIP still has to be very aware of
理由はわからん。
play this
まあ、オーメンが一番逃げれんのかな。
Actually, an active push on B. Akukos is ready with the flash. In the meantime, Rhyme is getting info in A lobby. He only sees the sky, so he's not really afraid. And because of that, he is peeking. He knows it's a 1v1 battle. He takes at 50-50 and he
わーっとタイミング悪いね、それは。
with the shock dart in hand. I am flabbergasted.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't Robin Hood. You know, bow and arrows aren't quite as lethal as. I mean, look at Jamba, for example. He'll tell you otherwise. But when you're going out for a straight body shot like that, not quite the way to go about it.
This is not escalation. The shock dart doesn't deal 150 damage when you direct hit. You know, that's actually a thing, right? In escalation.
Is it random weapons? Because I didn't get a shock dart.
It is. It is random weapons, but a shock dart is actually different in escalation than in real competitive mode because it deals double damage with direct hits. So you're able to deal over 150, which normally is 90. Even if you
オペレーターのところに
nail someone with this
今行く
barrel,
感
it's
じにな
like
ってる。
90 damage.
いやー、ここでスカイのウルトなんだ。そこでスカイのウルトなんだ。いや、オペレーターだったら無理だよな、スカイのウルトされたら。終わった。それは。うまいな。めちゃくちゃ刺さってたな、今、スカイのウルト。
That's a real shame. Losing out your op, losing out the site, and pretty much losing out the round because at this point NIP are just considering the save.
これもセーブだね。
Man, he's gonna have nightmares about that for weeks.
Yeah, that's gonna hold him. And as unfortunate, those rounds in pro play, your morale just falls down like so badly because you failed on the utility, right? It's not even a player, and because of that utility, you actually died.
いや、スカイ強いね。
You lost an op because of that. That's like a triple sting.
この犬と鳥がいいのは強い。
Because of that, look how NIP just plays. Like they have to save. There's no other option. Even though they're gonna be on a low buy on 2 of their players. They have to do that.
守りどうなのかな、でも。攻めは強い、こいつ。
A little bit defend the base as well.
Oh, for sure. If you're playing Ascent, well, the thing is though, one caveat to that is versus G2. G2 pick up a lot of rounds on their attack side, man. I feel like if you can manage to even neck out that 6-6, there's at least some sort of positivity if you win the pistol round then in the next one. But it does put a bit of weight on that round. G2 got 6 rounds, then they win pistol. You're definitely in hot water.
But hey, this is a G2 that plays a little bit differently. They have that
さあ、両方変えてるね。
that is not focusing
ミクセルが
and is actually a lot of
G2 がオペレーター持ってる。攻めで。
by those players. Look at that. Sova, Killjoy, Sky. And you might think, oh, that this is not really an, you know, they have no second Sentinel and so on. It doesn't matter. They can play really good rotations just because Zeke is
Time out.
and artists are allowed to take map control by using their utility. The gongs off from the Hawks on like specific locations in map. On the map, they're gonna know what's happening as well. So this is such a good composition for defense as well.
This is also the first time that we're getting to see G2 actually play this comp, because although they've played it twice before, obviously it was in the early stages of VCT, round of
let me check.
16 or something.
Well, actually, Zeke played Sky twice.
犬とドローン両方使って A 面取ってたの今。
Yeah, but look at when it was. There was no stream, is what I mean. So we can't actually see those games. So getting to see how they use this comp is also a bit of a treat for those in the EU that will have noticed that they changed but not gotten to really see it, right?
Yeah, but this is the difference between EU and NA, right? In
ドローン返された
it
な。
seems like the metagame kind of changes for
サイナッ
players
プから。
to pick more useful agents when it comes to utility and try to use less of the players that less of the agents that are more selfish, like Reyna, an example.
Yeah, in NA it's like Phoenix goes. Oh, the dash almost saves Mixwell, buys him a bit of time, but he hits the wall. Unfortunately, not able to break through it, and that's a very nice operator skin given over towards NIP. The push into the B site is going to be executed. We've seen very, very slow rounds so far from G2, which I'm not really accustomed to seeing. They're hoping that NIP make a mistake, trying to rob them of any sort of confidence to go.
もう G2 はもうこの壁と罠壊すのはめちゃくちゃ徹底してるな。
Is Rhyme as 4v3, but Chihuahua backside still alive. He's good for 2. He's looking for more. Watch Chihuahua. He's got a 3k from backside and a 4k.
全部殺した。
Chihuahua, what is that? And again, it goes back to the point. This guy, he plays a very boring role. He's not the one that's typically going to be.
チワワとかいう名前でめちゃくちゃ強いやん。
He's handicapped because he can't play the same sort of aggressive style that he wants to. Or that he could, definitely, or that JD does, for example, on the attack. He's less involved in those engagements. And then you see him in these situations where he can deliver.
これどういうリプレイこれ今の。何今のリプレイ。
I've seen him do work on Split 2 weeks ago, and he delivers again. This guy is a beast. Too bad the minimap doesn't show really well the traps in Cypher. Like you can't really read them correctly if they are being used in the specific spots. Something that we have to, like, I don't know, maybe tell the devs because it's so important for the minimap on pro play level. Tiger getting
実況カメラサイファーがもう死ぬと見込んで定点にしたやろ。
Gets the heal. Look at the multi-purpose of Sky. Scouting, healing, getting info, flashing. His agent has it all.
いやこれは G2 が取りそうこのラウンドは。
The heal is actually way more useful than the sage heal.
Being able to heal up all your teammates at once, obviously, but also being able to deal damage to the others, apparently, because Zeke's come in, he's just headshotting everybody. A side's completely open, and they're going in there to get a plant. Nice and easy. Nice and clean. 4v2. And with that, NIP are sat there thinking, you know what, we'll just save these weapons probably. Because
it's so unfortunate, right? From a round where Chihuahua just get a 4k, we go to a round when they lose 3 guys on site. That's quite unfortunate. But Zeke is just doing his job properly. We have seen that in previous matches when he was playing Breach. I love him on Breach, by the way, and I see he's playing very well on Sky as well. Very similar, right? Because the flashes work kind of similarly, but the thing is he's a little bit less mobile with the flashes from Sky. But he is such a consistent.
オランダなんか守り側があんま B 側で情報取れてなかったな多分。
But JD dies anyway.
I don't know the jump up though. Like, was he looking to pursue that player and really take the weapon out of his hands? Maybe because they'd be so close to the spike explosion. He thought, okay, well, if I pressure them and they fall back, they'll die to the spike. We lose. We drop the weapons. It was semi-okay. Considering the money that a lot of them have, you don't mind losing rifles that much. But if you're... yeah, okay. I was going to say Akukos or Existence better drop. Also, somebody told me there on Twitter, MTG, shout out because he let us know that
だいぶいい勝負してんだねでもこれ。
like there will be no mercy or no mercy or something like that. He wasn't 100%
5
sure.
対
But
5。
that's
Is
the,
that in French?
I don't think so.
毎度のことながらワイヤーミッドに仕掛けてるね。
But it means it in something. So
You have to ask just Existence and why did he change, right? As well. Maybe he
あも
to cut out from his
う
past.
ショックダーツで壊したね。ワイヤー。
yeah, weird though. I don't know. He's got such a brand and so recognizable, but fair enough. He likes the name of Kukos. Why not? Go for it. Maybe he's waiting like
あ B メイン壁で閉じたから。
for a while. Maybe that's it. But look, G2, they're actually pressuring a lot on short, but look at mid. They've pushed all the way up. They're looking to move into spawn, and a fight's about to go down with JD, who just shuts down.
このカメラワークなんなんだ。わら。
Mixwell's doing a good job of it. He just bails out of there, drops the smoke. They now realize, or they will in a second, okay, we're actually being duped here, because here's the push out to the B side. Up close, Rhyme is able to catch himself. Zeke, Artist shuts him down right away. Good trade. They can get on site. They can get the spike plants.
カメラ死んだやつばっか映すやんこれ。死んだやつばっか映ってるねさっきから。
NIP are on their way back in. But the door
ここで死んだぜね。
closed. Mixwell, oh, he's hearing the steps. He knows there's one player going.
むずいけど。
He's ready for one to come out and mark it. This could be pretty huge. Considering he's low HP, normally you'd like basically be out of the round in a lot of scenarios. But he can really do it here because he's on a head peek angle.
I love that by
おー
Akukos.
He's just been shut down. Yeah, we saw it the
お
other
ー、キル取りに行った。
day, right? Failed to do that.
しかも場所確定。で、両方場所確定したな。
Still 33 HP. There's plenty of time. Well, maybe not plenty, but considering how close he is.
おー、
Really
うま
well
い。
done on the peak. 6 to 5. G2, they take the lead.
He didn't even have to move his crosser. He just peeked with his crosser being static. Look at that. Perfect crosser placement. So well played by Artis, especially since he was just one bullet away from being dead. So I have to mention, I love that Akukos still had his aftershock. He cleared, even though there would no one be on logs, they would have still have a very, let's say, fierce attack coming from CT and market at the same time, just because aftershock was saved to check that angle. But at the same time, I checked it.
守り側がなんか仕掛けそうな感じがする、ミッドで。もうすぐ取りに行ったな、ミッド。あ、もう B クリアしちゃった。B メインいないのクリアしちゃった。
That is on this update, right? Because the previous, it was 2.02 where they made that change.
This update.
Just because in case somebody at home is a little bit curious, obviously we are playing on
そうか、でも変えてないのか。
not 03, so the recent change, Frenzy, Marshall, Spectre, all gone. You know, they're not here, not right now.
Stinger.
Did I say Marshall? Sorry.
Yeah,
no,
you
I meant
said
Marshall.
Spectre.
Spectre, excuse me, Stinger. Obviously, I can't name weapons very quickly. So, Kukos in a little bit of trouble. That Molly is so pesky to deal with. It's placed down below and then activated above. You can see it right there. There's nothing you can really do. Now, we're looking at JD swinging, catching them with
お、
Rhyme.
リテイクうまくいきそうだったけど、ダメだ。
Doesn't know about Pith, gets peeked from the side and shut down. 7-5. I said G2 on the attack, they're pretty good. Well, they've managed 7 rounds now. If they win this
こ
pistol,
れ、
that's going to be a huge thorn in the side for NIP. Remember though, this map used to be G2's home.
これ全画面で映さないのかな。なんでこの微妙にちっちゃい画面で映してんだろう。
Wouldn't be very good if you had only 2 out of 3 maps you wanted to play versus your opponent. Kind of screwed you in a lot of scenarios.
Well, I have to say, I'm really impressed with G2. I wasn't really a fan of how G2 played the game before. I really hated the playstyle that they represented, and since I'm a bigger fan of just, you know, a playbook style of play in general when it comes to Valorant, because it's such a utility heavy base game.
さあ、攻守交代して。
See right now, there's a huge change, and from what I see before,
G2 どうやって守るんだろう。
not playing a lot of mid presence on Ascent in general. And look at that, they're actually pushing on mid, so a huge change up in their playstyle. Really like that. They're getting a lot of map control right now. They have traps. Sorry, my god, it's NIP on attack. What I'm talking about?
I was a little bit confused.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it happened, dude. With the way the map, I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's the map and the scoreboard because they swap. It's really
The colors, man.
the colors. They do mess with you. They mess with me all the time. Like the heal goes in, it's out of ammo though. Zeke not able to fully heal his teammate up, but it's all right. They can live with it. The push from G2, sorry, from NIP, that's a force of habit from the previous one, is going in towards the B side. You've got one player stuck up close. There we go. The right click on that range. Excuse me, Pith. So it's supposed
だいぶ削れたぞ、でも
It
今。
says no. They all
ナ
go
ノ
in
スアー
a
ムで。
straight line for him. Shut down in the second though. So with the spike being
もう
planted,
ちょっと守り方謎だったけどな、今。
two players super low and G2. Oh, that's not quite the dash he wanted. As these players push in, one boat, one backside, but they don't know that they're all just stacked up close. And the frenzy round, not even the pistol round, it goes the way of NIP. They needed that as well. You don't want to let G2 get off to a stellar 9-5 start.
Yeah, I'm not certain if that Mixwell dash was actually faked or did he want to do that on purpose or not. It felt like he did want to fake that, so he just went onto the catwalk later on. I feel like that was okay, but it didn't pay enough dividends for his teammates because they then failed to just get any control of the
G2 は、まあ、割かし勝ってるね。
and they couldn't push and they all died one by one basically because of that. NIP this time got control of A lobby.
あー、ピークして戦いに行ったけど負けちゃった。
That is awkward for G2. They forced, and now they are on a back foot.
They should still be able to pull this one off, but the problem is now your players on the A side.
なんかこのニップの方はもうめちゃくちゃなんかシンプルなランクみたいな攻め方ですよね。
But now that means his 1vx is constantly being offered up. Artis Jump shots. He's in a little bit of danger. Gets tagged up. Mixwell on the side. He's the one. He finds it. Dashes to the back. Smoke down. Spray not good. Ryan able to take him. JD with another. The silenced weapons through smoke, man. They're so dangerous. And now NIP have got the advantage. They've got the site. They've got the plan. It's up to G2 to get right back in here. Not the kind of round that you want to be losing right after the pistol. We shut down in that way, but it happens.
This one stinks for sure. Like you feeling that you force your round and you lost that 1v1 engagement in A lobby. No one was there to trade. Having to defend a forced round 5 versus 4 is really a tough task.
むずいな、このゲームの大会の見方って。エージェント違うもんな。比較できん。なんか構成が違いすぎると。どっちがどうとかって。
You play those specters, you want to play close range, but you don't have smokes anymore now when you try to retake.
That makes it a whole lot tougher, really. Without being able to isolate those angles, you're basically running out and hoping they're not holding you or that you win the duel.
I mean, sorry, this is a throwaway round, so yeah, Padida could have just made that high risk, high reward play, especially since he was only having a pistol round, but then Mixwell just rushes in. Whoa. What a bloodbath. But still, they did get 2.
If it was Padatek doing that on a full buy round, rushing up, yeah, we'd have some issue.
Yeah.
But I think the idea there, and I kind of like it. You pop the smoke, you're thinking maybe they're going to be a bit afraid. Maybe they'll fall back. He gets up close. Maybe Shadow steps up above. I'm not sure. Maybe just
まあ、あんま刺さってないな。あんまスカイ刺さってないな。
I mean, he played that one-way smoke because why would anyone push a one-way smoke for himself, right? Makes no sense. So he had a gamble, but Chihuahua was like, yeah, I'm gonna know that you're gonna go for that gamble.
パラノイアもあったらな。まだ違ったんだろうけど。
Mixwell with the angle for the jump but it gets spotted by the drone, has to retreat to the market. Then you can see Otis is taking place of him. So NIP doesn't know if someone is in the market. That's such a small but crucial play when it comes to map control. And that allows Mixwell now go to B and goes to
もうこれ結構鋭角されてるけどね。B メイン見えてなくて。
Controlled by the traps from Cypher, from NIP, and now they're being stacking on A, where Piff actually holds the A short. This is such a cruel piece. Now they know that everyone else is just on side and no one is pushing else on A short. Everyone is on side. 5v4 retake for G2.
今日日本の大会ありますか？
ちょっとわかんないです。さあ、ちょっと見づらいぞ、このアングル。上から見るアングルはもうマップでいいぞ。フルートでロボット飛んできたやつ撃ってたぞ。もう一回見るか。
Oh, that's the first for me. A kill in a pro game with a wolf that I've been casting. Doesn't happen all the time, but it's happened this time. The turret
なんやこれ。なんや。
unfortunate angles.
ライトの中から。
1 versus 3. Hold on.
おお。
runs out of
あ、惜しいね。
and it's all that stops him. Zeke in with the triple. But that was damn close. I actually don't think he wins that if there's a couple more bullets.
なんだよあのシーン。ロボット撃ってるシーン。
If his opponent has a phantom, obviously.
Extra 5.
But Piff got flashed by Zeke, and that could have been a disaster. Look at that. Imagine that the first player that falls down was actually Zeke, which then gets killed, and Piff cannot follow up because he's flashed. My god, that could have given Kriya the time to switch to class and get a kill on Piff. It was very shaky. But G2 pulls through, and that was an important round because now we still have a full buy from NIP, but this is a chance to still redeem the economy for G2. They play too
めちゃラッシュだな、しかし EU。めちゃめちゃラッシュじゃない？なんか。全然 B メインでは取らないじゃん。EU ってかこのチーム。
I do wonder. Oh, hold on. Shock Dart going up is actually going to catch a little bit of damage. These Seekers being destroyed straight away give very little information. Ryan goes down underneath. The dash out to sight. The trade, not even needed. Kriya handles it himself, goes for the reload. If they try... Ooh, JD. Wallbang. Drops down. Stays safe. Swings wide with his teammates. and it's a 1 versus 3. Spotted above, spammed, Ted as can
もう
be.
無理やり A 取っ
NIP are
て
looking pretty solid at the moment. Really
勝ったな。
dealing the damage to G2, and you saw it from Mixwell when he spoke about it previously, saying that it was a really hard match versus NIP. Well, it's certainly looking like one now. The game is on.
You know, I started to wonder lately.
攻め早いね。このニップの
Casting
方。
and watching the games that are happening during the challenges, it seems like the op is very, very damaging to the team that buys it but doesn't win rounds. Like the hit for the economy hurts the team over and over again because it mounts up. If you buy 2 ops and you don't win those rounds, your economy doesn't allow you to even force that much. So I start to wonder, how much viability is there in the operator play if you're just
コンペみたいな戦い方ですね。
maybe it's just worth going for the more economy play with the rifles and just change up a little bit of your playstyle.
And I mean, this is the philosophy that a lot of pro teams will follow. You see teams like Guild that just don't play that operator nearly as much. They'll pick it up every now and then, maybe if you drop it, but it's kind of like doubling down, right? If you make a bet into a round, because every round's basically a bet. You're investing some of your economy with the hope that you win. And these rounds, you know, where you've invested into a ghost, that is gambling, right? Are you going to win? If you don't, you get punished for it. The thing is, with an operator, it has to bring the reward, because if you've invested that extra bit, and it's quite a high percentage of what a normal Vandal is, or Phantom.
And getting just 1 kill doesn't really give you a net positive, right? So
No,
this
absolutely. It
Yeah.
depends on the situation, but yeah, the majority of the time. He's dead to be. This round should be a write-off anyways, because G2 just had...
Yeah, this is why we can talk about a little bit, you know, theory about the operator. And I feel like operator is a good pick if your team is already like kind of snowballing, because that allows you to spend that additional cash. But when you're scraping by and you don't really have a lot of economy to go by, can you risk it? Even if you just get 1 kill, it's not really that positive.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Which is interesting because some players are being hurt by that. Like Mixwell, an example, right? You see him have to play with his knives out as much as possible. He can't really buy any other weapon because of that. And typically, what was so cool
なんだろうな。
other teams, when they played Jet but without the operator, right? They were actually able to play economy even better, because then the Jet player donates the weapons when he plays with knives, which allows the teams to play more force rounds or even full buy rounds because of that. The same goes for Reyna, who plays with small armors, with small shields instead of other equipment.
もうラッシュだね、ラッシュがっつり。
Because there's a huge push, but NIP on B, 5 people going through.
A Stampede Pith, that's a very aggressive ult usage. They can spam it. Patatek, hello, double, already from the backside. Here comes a push on to Pith. That's not
もう無理やりラッシュすぎる。
And so it's all left down to Akukos. He's got a 1v3. There's the Rolling Thunder. It's going to catch all 3 players.
日本とリズム感が違う気がします。
リズム感、まあリズム感というか。
おはようございます。お互いデュエ抜きなんですね。
いや、いますよ。
He went out a second
ジェット
earlier
は。
than his teammates, but eventually they go and peek at his 3, and that's it done. 10 to 9.
This could have
攻め方がランクなのよ。
turned it around because
この
if they would
ニッ
lined
プの
up
方
with
は
a
刺さってるのかもしれないけ
Phantom
ど
at that range, that would
逆
have
に
insta depths. So if if Akukos gets a little bit lucky, this could have been actually quite damaging, and they didn't have the spike on NIP. So a little bit awkward. Could have been.
This goes here.
Still, 10-9 for NIP. They still have a buffer. They still have good economy. Didn't pay attention, unfortunately, to the tab when it comes to the equipment from G2 right now, but they should have a full buy because they saved with 3 guns last round. Paditek had to rescue himself because, you know, he got tagged by the drone, and the ultimate just fails to deal any damage at all. This is
あ、ジェッ
unfortunate.
トいた。何も見えてなかった。
It hurts when you do that. Pop it off, you get very little for it. There's already been a tag down.
今のウルトもなんかランクっぽいな。
逆に刺さる。笑。
Sat waiting for that push to come through. Patatek had shown some presence here earlier on, but there's going to be absolutely nothing this time around.
索敵
They
され
start
た
to。maneuver their way through middle, just maintaining that control, taking whatever they can. They've got to be worried about Mixwell. They're watching him on top mid. Oh, there's a push in A main, actually. They're starting to go up. Patatek, I said he pushed A main before, and here he goes yet again. Korea's being spotted, spam, but he still wins the fights.
おー、強い。
Korea with a double.
打ち合い強い。
Looking out for more. They might not know, they shouldn't know, that there's a third player here. Artis, he swings though. He thought maybe it's just one guy. Maybe he's taking the orb. Instead, swings into heavy traffic, gets taken down. Slow orb in heaven. Guaranteed plant. And what a blunder by G2.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Also, the timing on the peaks was quite unfortunate for G2 as well. They went one by one when they knew where Korea is. That allowed Korea basically to separate the fights. And even though he played a Vandal and he was at a disadvantage in such a close fight, oh my god. Actually, every single one of them had a Vandal. Never mind, it was equal footing.
さっきの KR の方がちょっとハイレベルな戦いのような気はする。わかんねえけど。
Had a 50-50 and he lost. And now look at the economy. 2 Buckies, 2 rifles with small shields, and only 1 full buy. We don't know even about the economy. There's no.
今のタイミングでワイン出ちゃうのか。
No, it's a tough one. I think for G2 though, Bucky's defensive side, you can definitely make those work. Question is, will they? And Pith, oh, so close. He gets the
今の負け方とかも。
But maybe he's trying to
って感じだな。
the fact that they've got weak weapons. The fact that it's not the best to buy, you know? Maybe it's 300 IQ, or maybe he just got a bit greedy.
I mean, he wide swinged, you know? That was
Yeah,
that
he's
was
just
pretty
faking
greedy.
him out. It's big brain, so the Phantom gets all the kills, you know? No, that's definitely not what's happened. He just got caught with his pants down on that, thought he could get the kill. Sometimes it doesn't hit that one shot and you're in trouble for it. Zeke gives away the extra Bucky and the immediate reaction from NIP. Bucky, nope, let's rotate back, and they're on their way.
That's something that I really like about the discipline of players. And now, that's such a cruel
何これ?
kill. They get the info from Cypher. They know what's happening, but they still push towards B. 4 players. I mean, they made the decision. We have 4 versus 2, and it's just a Jet, just a Sova. Let's go. We have the flashes.
バレても関係ねえぜ、行くぜって感じだよ。
Sticking in position, there's no way they expect Mixwell. They're going to kill Artis. Mixwell jumps around, catches one completely off guard.
Now they know.
They know he's here, so he can't stop the plant, but he can stop them getting there. There's the spike dropped. Pops
勝負あってワイン入るキャラなのかな。すぐなのに打ち合いに行っちゃうのもなんかって感じがします。
So never mind. We're on Patatek. We need to be, but he rushes forward. Why?
Oh my god.
Communication. That is communication. They obviously didn't realize Spike is down, or that maybe they thought that it had been picked up. Mixwell knew both players are coming from the alleyway, so all he needs to do there, or else someone needs to do is make that call. They don't have Spike,
結構ランク
don't
の
have time.
攻めっぽいんだけどな。
Or
勝っ
catch
と
them
る
when they
の。
go to the spike, right? When you know where they are. But I guess that was just a big brain play, a jump out, try to.
Let's pay attention now. Let's pay attention now.
俺はもう辛い、正直。挟まれてる。
Gets down there. It was behind the
何のリプライじゃない、リプレイやね、今の。
He could definitely see a tiny bit of it. And the bottom question is, do you get
実負けたっしょ、ラウンド。
So,
どこのリプレイやねん。
spike holder, right? When you see it clearly.
Spike is dropped.
But I am not certain if it was like, you know, you still had seen the character, but only the legs. Maybe there was no notification about the spike. This is why no one called it.
Yeah, when you see him get the kill, the spike goes up in the air, right? So it's still behind the smoke. When it fell, he could definitely see a small.
罠がね、多分壊せてないんじゃない ?B メインの。
problem I have is
この罠
I
が
don't think he peeked back out to alley. I think he immediately walked back in before it even touched the floor, and then looked at the guys coming down the alleyway on his right. So maybe they didn't have that information at all, actually, in hindsight. Which really sucks for Patatek, because when he peeked and saw, like, he sees both players first of all, but when you see your teammate sees that spike, you're just like, oh no. I
Well, is that an aggressive push? It's being held by G2. They hold their ground.
A メイン取るのは、やっぱ構成的に取りやすそうだな。ソーバーとブリーチで。
Like this is like a bite for a bite, right? Some small map control giving away by G2, then they fight back, then NIP try to retake it, and they go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But no one ultimately won any of that A control. So now we're just going back to the default position of attack.
Yeah, but for NIP, they're the ones that are applying the pressure, right? They're on map point to take the first and put all that pressure on G2 then. How are they going to respond over on the defensive side? There's a scan. I don't think it spotted anybody. That's really big, but they destroyed it. But there's 4 players in mid when that scanned. So if it caught that info, that puts you in a pretty tough position.
セイジがこれ純粋な打ち合いで打ち勝ちそう。この相場に対して。
Spread out or do something because they're gonna push somewhere. They're gonna take their own control, knowing where you are. But instead, it doesn't see anyone. Now NIP looks to move into the B
あ、
side.
相場が。
They want to push through. They've taken down Artist. That could cause rotates. Mixwell is still conscious that they could come out. Pith spamming through the smoke catches a wall bang headshot onto Chihuahua. That is a massive pickup. They know where Chihuahua is. 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
Pith on the site now. The solo defender Zeke breaks down the wall to cause some paranoia, but Pith, he's gone. Spike is going to be planted in time, and it's a 2v4. NIP so close to taking this map and putting themselves one step closer to securing their spot in Masters. It's only Zeke and Patatek left to try and stop it. No ultis to play with, and even if they had them, I think the Seekers is all they really would hope for in this situation. The heals are there for Patatek, but not for Zeke. He's still on 6 HP. He gets himself a Vandal. He needs it really, considering his health. Has to rely on the one-shot headshot. They dodge the tag, they swing out, and they line up for Chihuahua. 13-9 as we close out map 1. NIP
結構ボコられたな、今、実。
I'll be honest.
結構ボコられたぞ、今。これ2試合目？これ1試合目？
So in terms of buy rounds, I think G2 actually won more than they lost, which is a
1試合オンリーがこれ、もしかして。
We have to take a look on that for tomorrow's stream, I guess.
次の試合ないこれ。
The solo hold towards the C side.
これは、これ別の。もしかして。まだやってんのかもしかして。18分30秒。なんか途中からのやつあるね。
ごしおさんって英語わかりますか？
英語？いや、そんな、なんか流暢なやつ、流暢すぎるやつは聞き取れない。
2試合やったはずだけどな。
これ見てみる？途中からだけど。2対1になってる。2ラウンド対1ラウンド。まあ3ラウンドしか経過してないからね。G2 が2ラウンド取ってる。
For sure, because now I see the two different colors as well.
Yeah, I don't think I ever noticed that, but that's good to at least be able to tell when it's activated.
スカイ防衛大変そう。
NIP are rushing in towards the seaside either way.
まあスカイがっていう感じでもなかったけどね、今。
That aftershock. It's for the backside. It's to deal with that player who's getting shock darted or was being shock darted. They try to follow one to pursue him. Both kills go their way.
ニップの方はレイズになってるね。セージが。まあセージこのマップ微妙っていう判断したのかな。
He just sprayed him down as he was trying to retreat in the backside. Got him in the
レイズもまあそんないいかね、このマップ。
5v3, but a nice advantage.
And I'm not sure about that.
G2 はさっきと同じ構成か？キルジョイじゃなくてサイファーになってた感じか。
Yeah, it's just a gamble and no follow-up as well. So this was just basically only used to delay an attack and probably in mind of Akukos, if they got hit by it, they have to go back and they will not try even defusing. Still, a little bit awkward to use. The thing is, Breach has such an expensive...
ヘイブン久々に見た気がするわ。
That is really cool about Sky. Her ultimate only costs 6 orbs. So you're gonna have that very often.
Boom goes the... Unfortunately, it's not dynamite. It's Radiant, I suppose. Although it
still
boom.
rhymes.
It would go more like... Because it's getting absorbed, right? I don't know if that's the exact noise it makes. I wonder, you should get like bonus points if you can plant...
さあ、攻めがニップの方で。相場、オーメン、ブリーチ、レイズ、サイファー。
It's possible even if you plant it in the edge. It shouldn't, like, the range of the spike is exactly the same as the range of the footsteps, so you can actually check on the minimap.
But you know what? This game is unrealistic because in real life, you could plant that anywhere you want.
ここから両方バイラウンドだね。
That's my issue with the game. Not people summoning walls out the floor. That makes perfect
Imagine the measurement of winning a game would be the Radiant stolen, and you can plant anywhere.
That would be really interesting, wouldn't it? Please, yeah, that would be too much to handle, though. Definitely way too much to handle. Whoops, there we go. A little bit of a tag up from JD's. Not actually able to connect it fully, though, even though that player was pinging. They're going to rotate now after causing so much noise, but I don't know how convincing that fake's going to be. They throw their own smoke into the choke point, so they could be pushing forward. It robs any information from the hands of G2. They've still got 3 players towards C, but they're quickly rethinking that strategy. And when Mixwell's still having a dash up, this is the danger of not taking the A control earlier. He's got everything to work with. And the cage goes across, so they can cross over.
さあ、これ A 寄らなざるを得なくなるよね。
Can't dodge the
おー、めっちゃ刺さっとる、パラノイアが。
Oh no! That's all because of the paranoia. He couldn't see exactly where he was going. Quickly dashed to try and get out, and instead,
いや、強かったな、この今のパラノイア。
huge, as now we get a one-man advantage.
And alright, let's talk about Micro later, but this is important because he also lost the operator, which is such a huge blunder to the economy. Now Akukos initiates the
もうこうなったらもう攻めめちゃくちゃ有利よね。
They have the entire control, and in the meantime, look at
C 簡単に取れちゃうよね。
A1
キル取れたら。
The double dose, he almost whiffed that. Patek and Artist in CT have to retreat. They have to get that operator. I think they already got it. Yes.
このオーメンの位置うまいね、攻めの。ここでミッドをカバーしに来てくれるっていうの。
So they saved that 5k. Now they have to save again. 3-2 basically for NIP.
It was a couple of warning shots fired off before he finally took the kill. You know, I respect it. Code of engagement. Don't step any closer, I will shoot. All right. I warned you, bro. The rest of the team heeds the warning, and they go fleeing to the A site to save the weapons, as you said. That operator, very valuable. And that's one of the problems as well. You can't go for, well, you can. No one's stopping you. But a lot of the time, you're going to see teams go to save that operator instead of going for like a 3v4 or 3v5. 3v5 more specifically. Those odds are stacked against you anyways. And in those situations, okay, maybe
オペレーターにパラノイアアフターショックめっちゃ効いてた。
ね。
The responsibility to but not die is definitely there a little bit more. You know, it's that typical call like, don't die. Oh, my bad, bro. I was going to just jump out, you know? I'll just not die.
What's funny is that Mixwell could have actually just strafe dash, right? He doesn't have to turn. You can just press D and dash in that direction with the key, which probably would save him. Zeke with the greedy push for the orb didn't pay off, and now they lose a gun to that. This is not looking good for G2.
いや、でもこのエリアの取り方がうまいよね、このニップの方は。なんか、スキルの入れ方がうまい気がする、めっちゃ。ブリーチで、何？自信のスキル。名前忘れたけど、自信のスキル入れて、今ピークしてくる感じとか、さっきのパラノイアで取ってくる感じとかね。さっきとパターン違うからな、あれ。
Super important that Sova walked back there. If he doesn't step back up through short, they instantly rotate when they see nobody's there. He actually, I don't think he wanted to lurk at all. But as soon as they heard the drone, you're like, okay, I have to go destroy this or I'm in trouble. And he doesn't go stampeding forward because maybe there's a player pushing with the drone or something. But that keeps them locked in position. And in this spot where, again, they're like, I guess we'll save in a 3v5. Because they've once more lost so much already that they need the money. And so this is one of these situations where you're really kicking yourself. Being sold a fake like that after already having a save, it feels like you haven't even played the round, right? At least to two of these players, because I'm pretty sure it's Artis and Patatek that saved in the previous round. You got to start to get fed up pretty quickly. Like,
yeah, this is affecting morale for sure. Like, you effectively not playing the game. It's like playing Magic and not getting lands. If you know the reference.
I have no idea. Oh,
never mind.
Actually,
never mind.
It's kind of like the No, it's not the same. I was gonna say in Yu-Gi-Oh! When you used to put the thing down that like turned it into the Dark Realm or whatever.
Never played Yu-Gi-Oh!
Very different. Okay, well we're both just talking gibberish to each other then. Cool.
I played almost every single card game on the planet apart from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh my god. Don't only play like I don't know if it was
ニップの方ちょっと注目してみてよ。ニップの方が上手な気がする。
Was Pokemon a game?
上手っていうか戦い方が。
Get out!
I don't know. I had
全然ちげえ。
Bro, get out. That's alright. Anyway,
ショートレイズでクリアリングしに行った。ミッドプッシュはサイファーがずっと
Well, either way, drone's going forward to spot out these players. 1-2 spotted straight away, so there's some good information to play off of, and you can see NIP immediately want to start moving back.
結構もうサイファーガンガン使ってってるよね。サイファーを頼ったプレイしてる、かなり。
Up on top as well. It's a nasty little angle that we didn't see Patek get Chihuahua from, but we saw the prelude to it.
って言ってた、死んじゃったサイファー。
Now the rotate comes in towards the C side. 2 players, 1 for B and 2 for A. Everything's working out nicely for them. For G2, it's more or less just a waiting game. One of the things we saw was a much more passive approach from G2 on the previous map than what we had sort of been accustomed to. But here on Haven, they've spent a lot of time presumably practicing this map and getting ready.
Oh, that push from Rhyme. Very risky, but he gets the angle. Wow, this could have actually been huge for G2 if he gets that one tap and gets the Phantom back. But now they're on a disadvantage. 3 versus 4 retaking on Heaven.
なんかボコンボコンやられていくな、G2 は。ボコンボコンやられていくね。
So a chance they actually go. Oh no, Piff! Oh no! Why did we watch that? Oh, the poor guy. Well, he's whiffed the whole mag of a Bulldog as the spike is going to be planted. I presume that was close. Rhyme swinging wide to provide the cover. JD gets the kill.
They know Patek is still there.
They do. Look, he's coming out pre-firing it. Akukos, there is absolutely none. No mercy, as the name apparently stands for. Mixwell! He dashes!
どういう倒し方それ。
completely whiffed mechanically, but it's still...
強っ。強っ。ビックス。
1v1 Mixwell with it all on the line. They need this round. Up above he goes.
飛んじゃった。
The players on the left evidently
待ってりゃまだワンチャン。
misses the shot. Out it comes again. Time starting to really be an
Oh.
issue. But Mixwell gets it done. All 3 kills.
強い。
Clutch and the defuse. What did I just witness?
I was just, putting doubt into an operator for the previous map, and
強いけど。
right now Mixwell just
強いけど。
on the back of that operator, although it was awkward, like this dash forward here could have been maybe a fat finger or something, but that second kill on Sova was beautiful. The only thing I can question here is why
個人技が強いだけやんこれ。
even that. There was absolutely no reason to repeat this.
I guess right now he's thinking if he gives him enough time, Mixwell's just gonna like pre-fire the corner or something. I'm really not sure. But
how do you pre-fire the corner if you hear the position of Mixwell? Because he heard that, right?
Yeah, true.
And he didn't diffuse, so you can actually play a little bit of time. Did he? We don't
こ
know
こから流れ変わるかも。
to make the shadow step. I'm not sure about that. But in general, I felt like it's that peak, the last peak where he died, was really unnecessary, and he could have played a little bit of time.
Just so heartbreaking, though. I think I wouldn't even put that on Korea. I think in those 1v1 situations, it's so hot, you're panicking so much. It's more so the fact that we have everybody trying to face Mixwell, and I'm gonna tell you, 99 times out of 100, he loses that round. Like, due to time alone. Even if you peek him, you probably kill him.
G2 あんま勝負しないよね、守りで。
But in this one instance, he wins it. And that's where, like, minimizing risk definitely comes into play, but at the same time, I really can't blame Nip too much for that one.
ちょくちょく関係ないカメラハイライト入るの面白い。
I mean, that kill on Sova shouldn't have happened. That was such a
さあ、
quick scope.
辛いぞ。ただ寄ってきてるね。
待
ってまだやってんの？わら。
Which makes the shot a little bit random, right? Because there wasn't the full animation unless the spectator mode just didn't short correct. But in the meantime, there's a huge execute and a rocket to the face. Artist dies. This is his demise, but JD unfortunately falls back. Now it's 10 seconds left to plant.
10 seconds left.
Crossfire, man. NIP are out for blood, out for revenge. They've got to... Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Meditech's come up behind. They didn't even spot that one coming. He's in with a double, and now it's danger time for Rhyme, a 1v2, as he's got to try and win this one out, and it's so close. That spray transfer with a Phantom, definitely doable, but Patatek's flank was too powerful.
ニップの方、エイム強いな。
It's going to be a 4th round for G2. They are starting to fire up a little bit after that previous one. And we mentioned on the first map, G2 is a team where if they get confident, they are as scared. Well, they usually come confident, but if they can manage to really feel like they're the dominant force and get that momentum behind them, you're in so much trouble. And right now, after that Mixwell play, morale is higher than ever.
And you know what was the crucial piece of the puzzle here? Patek was allowed to get that freebie on Korea because he teleported through the trap on A lobby. And that was a crucial lack of information for NIP that someone did actually cross the A lobby, basically killed Korea. But maybe he should have been more aware that, you know, they know that there's someone playing Omen, and also Raze can just jump over it as well. So it was an awkward round for NIP, and ultimately that death on A short after the teleport was the domino piece that
B の中にまだ焚いてんのにカメラ覗いとくんだね、ずっと。
I'm still
まあ最初からずっと覗いといて、いやでも映るしな、マップに。殺せなくないでもこれ。これで刺したとして。
And now things start to spiral a little bit. Pith got spotted backside. He got naded. He gets the player that spotted goes right. His teammate goes left. Pith's not even looking the right way. Can't blame him. But it's going to cost NIP. Or it's no, it's not. It's not going to cost NIP. It's going to cost G2. Recon goes through, spots a player. They can't spam, but Artis can. Kukos goes down. What?
Oh.
Knives to the face. They're giving him a haircut. He's gotten some skin off his nose, but he's all good to go. Zeke. Now, coming in to try and recover something. That spray was a little awkward. The blast pack almost gets him, but JD was there first. JD has officially dialed into the Matrix with that play. Yeah.
Maxwell just missed his shots. That's about it. Look, the dash to confuse him. He changes crosser placement. And Patidek also figured it out because he knew Maxwell
そのカメラの位置的に掲示起動できなくない？
But unfortunately for G2,
マップ映るしね、カメラ。
3 or 4 knives before he died. Then that was the trigger for
掲示、いや、起動しても、あれだって刺しても下がるだけじゃない、あれ。刺したとって。味方いなかったし、周りに。
They are on the back foot with the inferior utility and equipment and the hardware. Everything is just basically inferior to G2, sorry, to NIP. Although they do have the 900 operator. Bucky.
900 operator. That's a new accolade for it. I mean, you know, you're looking up to 11 meters. It's pretty good. Outside of that, I don't know.
取られてるね。ただショート一人いるね。
It does insta kills, man. Even like up to 12.
ショートいるかもってなってるだろうね、これ。
I'm not sure if it can deal. I think it's 15 meters max, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to actually check it. But it does lethal damage to 15 meters for sure, which is nuts. With one shot, I mean.
ニップの方はアセントの時と違ってめちゃくちゃ攻め方ちゃんとしてるな、今回は。いや、めちゃくちゃちゃんとしてるな。アセントの時はもうランクインな攻め方してたけど。ランクみたいに見えてなんかやっぱちゃんと考えられたのかな、映ってないだけで。
I thought he's teleporting on the haven and he was actually teleporting underneath it.
Yeah, Korea was going down below, but either way, nothing to worry about when the guy gets spammed to death through the wall. Mixwell left now in the 1v4. Gonna be a pretty tough one to make work. He tries to pick up that operator, as you put it. We'll see if anything's gonna come of it. I think Korea's within that 15-meter sweet spot, but look who's even closer is Rhyme. He uses the wall as cover, as his own shield. Peeks out after the shot, eliminates Mixwell and puts 6 on the board. For NIP on the attack, I'm feeling pretty confident right now. They're looking really good. They lost the pistol here as well, so their buy rounds have just been solid. And the only time that we've actually seen G2 pick up.
さあ、このラウンド取らないと次も落としちゃうぞ。
Mixwell had an insane clutch, and then another round which was
And
pretty.
G2.
Right, there were 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it was the flank exactly.
Yeah, so it was like on the back of Mixwell having a 3k retake, 1 versus 3, and then Patidek just getting a very important double kill that ruined the entire boss plan for NIP. Other than that, they don't really have much success. So, but remember,
さっきのチームとは思えないほど丁寧ですね。
いや、どういう守り方や、これ、A の。この A 前目で見て2個ワイヤー引いてあるの、どういう守り方や、これ。あー、でもなんか抜いた。3人抜いた。3人抜いた。意味わからん。何があった今。
a little bit more favored to the attackers. So it's not done.
抜いた。ただ抜いた。抜いた。そんなん。
One of those things, isn't it? For Mixwell at the moment, just trying to hold down C long seems like
ただ抜いたぞ。
an easy task.
スキルもなかったぞ。
I mean, Zeke and Mixwell just stomping NIP through the smoke. But look at the lineup. Look at the minimap. 3 X's next to each other, like in a almost perfect line.
Almost a line, yeah. It's like, especially when you're playing, like you'll see it a lot with defensive. You're just spraying down on range. Like with the Vandal, it can be hard to connect it consistently, but the rate of fire of the Phantom, you got 2 of you spraying as well. Nice and easy. This is a bit of a turnaround, though, isn't it? Mixwell comes up behind to close it out. Luckily, otherwise that could have gotten out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, we were not prepared for the push on from double doors because that would have been awkward.
おはようございます。大会やってるの知らなかったのでありがたい。
これ今やったやつじゃないですよ、多分。
打ったら当たった。わら。スカイって強化されたんですか？
いや、されてないんじゃない？
At the moment, technically, their defensive side isn't actually that strong, but they're very close to equalizing it up and still setting themselves up with a pretty good result in the half.
Exactly, which is a good point because G2 typically is better on attack, historically speaking, on almost every single map. So this is important if they get the last round. This is the crucial, most important round for them. They have to go bit by bit.
どういう守り方だこれ。
Comes the party of the showstopper, looking for some victims.
方面をケアしてんのかな？
He's being spotted already. He actually shot the rocket.
He shot instantly towards the spawn. They just ran away as soon as they spotted him with the drone.
Look at the minimap right now. C is completely open, but from double doors, of course, right? But the NIP doesn't know that, and they already put their forces into A short. They try to move towards it. Now the drone sells them out, although G2 still doesn't know.
スカイってなんでピックされ始めたんですか？
But now they are stacking also towards A.
いや、わかんない。
There's a huge execute. Mixwell gets the first kill. Gets traded by Korea. Plant goes down. Nah, never mind.
Shock dart again. The TP. Oh,
wait.
So he's gone into hell. The shock dart came through and killed Rhyme, who didn't even have the spike. The idea was to kill the spike planter. Oh, if they went for it, the spike is currently in hell. Sat down below, waiting, but now has to cross back over. Has Shadow Step, but he needs to take a fight, and this is dangerous, but Chihuahua in with a double. Huge work being done by the young Russian, as now they can get that spike down with the Shadow Step safe as can be. They're going to spot both of these players, so there's no need to walk around. And in fact, you see a little bit of a fake? Cypher runs up the stairs, so they think he's coming from heaven, but they're both going to come from down below. I don't know how well that's going to sell, though. Okay, Korea's on 11 HP. He's in a lot of danger. That needs to take the fight. He falls. Korea down to a 1v1.
さあ、おー、勝った。いや、この人打ち合い強えな、マジで。クレアさん。みんなこの人感度真似した方がいいですよ。強い打ち合いが。感度を真似した方がいいな。冗談だけど。打ち合い強い。
And Chihuahua was blinded in the corner. It was Korea's job to peek first to save his teammate. And he didn't do that. He actually baited Chihuahua to die first and then get a peek and kill, even though he only had 11 HP.
ロー選手だろうな。
Very, very lucky
動き的に。だいぶロー選手な感じがする。
In a way, though, it feels deserved. You know, I could almost see them up on that 8-round mark, but for the big plays coming out from G2.
さあ、攻守交代しました。
Don't pay attention to the scoreboard colors there. It is G2 on the attack now as they look to move up through C long, at least at the very start. This is where they're applying pressure. There's 3 players here going to take the orb and run on away. It's Mixwell looking for those precious knives to be coming through. I haven't done too much for him, actually. Have they done anything?
I mean, he missed like 4 of those on B.
Yeah, well, yeah. Other than that, I don't really think it's done anything for him. So, for G2,
ニップの方はもうがっつり平メインコントロールしに行ったな。お、しかも C のメインもコントロールしに行ったな。B バサミみたいな感じになってる。まあ B 入れちゃうんじゃないかこれ。あー、待ってた。
Pith might as well be AFK there. That's something you see in your ranked games, not necessarily in pro games where Pith almost good for a double. Good damage done to Chihuahua. Now the retake for NIP is going to be frustrating. To get back in here with it planted open, but the attempt at A side control.
これでもまあまあリテイクされそうだよ。
With him falling, this becomes very difficult to hold on to, and they
ラストだ。
Dominoes, Mixwell, good for one, good for two. Over to the ghost now, looking for that one.
個人技強え、ミックスエルが。
Dashes out onto site, but it's being stuck at least for now.
ガチ解除
Almost a full
される。
way, but
倒した。
Mixwell with a 4K to put the pistol round in their favor.
個人技強いけどさ。個人技強いけど。
He's going to try to maybe even pull it out in this round here.
I don't think against an eco, right? Because even if it's a,
Of course, yeah.
right, I don't think the NIP will force. Even if they will, those knives are not really that much better than just a Stinger or Spectre in this case. I would say. He goes. Look at that. He's allowed to play a Phantom with full buy.
それで頑張って繋いでる感じが否めない。
And can get a little bit snowballing.
Quite interesting too, especially because you've got the escapism. Playing with a ghost and a dash seems pretty reasonable, right? You take a fight, if it's not favorable, you get out. Sure, the same thing can be said for the Phantom, 100%. But the problem I have more so is that farming ultimates is very important in this game. Ult orb charges are so impactful. So if you have the ability to give your teammates a rifle, and they can then fire, like Zeke, for example, right? Okay, he won't be taking initial fights a lot of the time, but it would make a little bit more sense, but all right, fair enough. Gonna give the plant over towards Patatek. He's got himself that little charge, and for G2, holding off against retakes should be relatively easy. They've got full C long control, and if you look at the spot where it's planted, it's important because they can only defuse it from one half. Right, they can't go all the way. Like if it's planted at the end of the default, there's a big circle they can be in. Whereas there's a box blocking half. The side, JD with a double tap after tap with the sheriff in hand. Korea caught out in the open. Not going to do all too much for that one. But Chihuahua, we've seen what he can do before. Why are they so far away? He could get that halfway if he wanted to.
If he actually did get that kill on Patadek and had that half, he would have won that, but none of those things happened. Anyway, what I wanted to say though, I think I see a small change in Mixwell's approach to the game. We often see him being an operator player on attack as well. But it seems like here on Haven, we might actually witness Mixwell, who's being the initiator, because he's the only duelist in the team right now. If he's gonna be playing,
なんだかんだでラウンド並びましたね。
space on any of the sides, so he is very much needed right now. So no one else has like the potential movement that he has. If he's gonna play operator, this might actually be detrimental to his team. So let's pay attention to that. If he's actually gonna go, because right now him having that dash on side will be instrumental for a lot of those rounds to be successful.
Flash blinds artist.
これショートに罠張って、サイトにカメラあって、もう A、サイファーだけ守りみたいな感じだな。で、C3 人で守ってるな。
NIP stacking up pretty heavily. This is a full buy round for NIP, but G2, they've got mostly rifles as well. They've actually invested quite a lot. Whereas Artist, for example, he's going to stick on the Spectre. I think they've got 3 rifles, maybe 4. I think it's a Bulldog and 3 proper rifles, real rifles. Dashing out of there. This is important. They know not just that it's not being stoked, but they know.
この形が多いよね、やっぱり。どっか1個はちょっとリテイクにかけて、他のサイトをちょっと固めようみたいな。2人3人で。
Really get out of there safely. It's a risk, but he goes for it and falls back to double doors. Or even further, as this is looking like it's going to be just a full commitment towards C long versus a full buy and versus players stacked up here. That's going to be pretty tough to manage. Korea just pops down the smoke. Paranoia is in effect.
C 固まってるからな。辛そう。
They're not switching targets. They're not firing at him. Rhyme and JD come in though to save
ですよね。
so it doesn't matter.
ヘイブンの守り方、これが基本な気がする。
with trying to finish off Rhyme that they didn't notice even that he was.
I'm actually a little bit confused because if I do something like that in ranked, I die immediately. Like you are always getting tagged. You actually don't have.
日本だと C 開けてんのが多いけど。
Through your smoke, you have no info why your opponents exactly know where you are. So he was bailed out by, I guess, positioning of Rhyme on the right side of the side because he
さあ、ミッドプッシュしそうな感じがする。
they were all focused on him,
配置的に。
but not destroying that recon arrow, I felt was a little bit awkward and probably was a mistake. Could have cost them big time.
I agree 100%. Oh, mixed.
Oh.
Those are the knives you mentioned, right?
Exactly. And they can afford a decent investment because of those knives and because he's
Oh.
got that free economy. Another kill for him. The spray down from Akukos. Going to deal some serious damage, but not enough to take those pesky knives out of the game. Rotate towards the A site. There's still one player on the back. It's Rhyme. He wants to swing and catch a couple of players off guard. He goes in and takes down Patatek, but the trays are quick and they're clinical. Korea tagged on his way out. The camera completely gives away his position. He runs to site. They know where he is, but Pith wasn't ready. They were trying to both watch the right side. Luckily, Zeke's able to save the day, and we tie things up here. Getting, you feeling another 5 overtimes here, Lothar?
I don't know. This seems like actually G2's show right now, to be honest. And it's how do they look on the economy? Oh, actually, not that great, which is interesting. This is really interesting. Look at that. Only 3 rifles, sorry.
ミックスよりは普通に強えな。単体で。
NIP also is in a bad spot, but they have a Guardian, 2 rifles, 3 rifles if Korea buys one, and I'm sure he's gonna go for that.
今回の2人のオーメンのスキルの使い方どう思いますか？
NIP. I feel like this might be the closest one. They always dealt damage to G2's economy.
まあどうってないよね。なんかどうってはないよね。
NIP have both the Showstopper and a Hunter's Fury to play off of. With that, the value increases massively. They're very close to getting their other 2 ultimates as well. So, an ult orb or a bigger performance could definitely change the tides there as well. And again, please ignore the colors on the scoreboard. The G2 are showing up blue, but they are on the attack. Just a thing that happens at the halftime for some reason. Those 2 players are spotted, on A long. They're spotted falling back. Obviously, they could be back out there peaking. So G2 are going to be a little.
オーメンって結構幅少ないよね。スキルのできることの幅。強力だけど、パラノイアとかは。スモークはもうタクトがほぼ決まってるし。パラノイアは強いけど。
They know that Sova was here before, so using up Sova utility isn't that telling, and they're about to spot this out. There you go. They know they're all here, but they've left the site. They were looking.
そう、このパラノイアとか、これもある程度決まってるじゃん、攻め側だったら。
Leaves it open for that spike plant to come into G2. Hunter's Fury doesn't need to be used yet. There's that fault line is massive if he manages to catch anybody, but it's not going to quite work. Right with a double.
さあでもミックスを倒しに行った。やられた。
Mixwell tries to open up space. He wants to push in, but JD shuts him down. And a 5v2 now. Spike finally gets planted. Ryan got another nade, remember, because of his ult. And the round's over and done with. The G2 show, well, that was the showstopper that ended it all.
That was such a cool piece of comboing the ults. Yeah, I'm not sure if you just kind of saw it, but the way JD used his ult was on the default spot, while Rhyme knew exactly where the ult is being used, so he used the rocket in the spot where people would have been pushed out by the ultimate from JD. So he basically can shoot it just blindly, because everyone will be either on this spot or the other side of the site next to Graffiti. So a very cool play by both JD and Rhyme. Good combo. I'm a little bit though surprised that Rhyme with the second grenade didn't try to stop the plant, but he was so worried that someone is still standing on long, he didn't want to peek from the window because he was low on HP.
Yeah, and I guess the idea there being he nades long.
スキルの暴力強い。
強いね。
So he can at least support his teammates for anybody that's coming up through short to try and retake a fight. Get a crossfire.
Oh, Zeke with the greedy pick for the ult, but he was being backed by Pathetic with the spike though. Imagine that being told to the opponent if he gets killed, but that didn't happen.
さあ G2 側エコだけどウルト3つ溜まってるな。
Dying in this round, which is likely to happen because it's an eco, means he has it for the next round for sure. Nixwell shut down, trying to open some space inside of Garage. Patatek wants the plant desperately. It will only help a little bit.
おお、倒した。
Did he just? He came off it and got a double, a Kukos.
おお。
But that is massive. This was looking like it was going to be a clean round for NIP. I actually thought the colors had swapped in the kill feed for a second because of how quickly that happened. It looked like the rifles were the ones doing it. But in fact, no.
映ったちゃんと。映った。
I'll take that.
That was, if I'm not mistaken,
珍しく映った。
Pathetic was planting, stopped planting right before the rolling thunder, or was that fault line? And that was a rolling thunder. And he got a kill from double dose. And then the other peak. That was insane with a ghost, so he had to hit double dinks basically on both players.
Yeah, exactly why I questioned whether what I just saw I actually saw. It was just sheer mayhem. But yeah, for NIP, 10-8, position in G2 where you have to really wonder if you lose this round, where's the morale at? You know, you're probably going 12-8. You're probably going to have to give up a lot of space. So this is where they invest. This is where they commit, rather.
いや、この映画のショートの罠が結構仕事してるよね、この
We're looking at that ultimate
サイファーの。
Zeke. I'm waiting to see exactly how this one works out.
これで A 開きやすいも
He's
ん。
gonna be moving up
めっ
through.
ちゃ。
Oh, no, he's going short.
Boy,
Might be
that's
caught by this
risky.
cage. This could be the ult taken out of the round straight away. If Chihuahua goes out for an aggressive peek, it doesn't look like that's going to happen though. The flash.
There
Oh,
goes
the
the
Seekers.
ultimate.
Those are the Seekers, and he's just destroyed them.
Ah.
That's almost a worthy trade. They think as well.
ケージつけれなかった。
They know because the other Seeker went behind them. So that player is obviously towards the B site. So they're free to just go and plant that spike.
They also planted a non-default spot, so that's of arrow.
てかあれ食らったら
wouldn't have not hit anyone.
映るんだっけか。
And now they have full map control. Does that seem like NIP was just gonna save it? Might be. He had some steps.
If dropped, do they still save? Time is fairly low. I'm curious what has made them do that though, because if you look at the position, like typically if you have a Rolling Thunder, an Orbital Strike, a Hunter's Fury, something like this, you'll decide to save because, okay, it's not really worth going out for and losing the money to. But with 4 rifles still in play, they decide to completely concede a 4v5, and I guess it says something about their confidence in retaking A, but also just how important this round was. If they lost
ス
this,
カイは強化されそうだな、なんか。
G2 are back tied 10-10, but the fact that they've saved the weapons means they can at least give this one a good shot.
Yeah, I feel like might have been the main reason to not go for
ブリムストーン
because
の強化、も
because
う、もうそうだけど、
JD
スカイじゃない
was out of the recon arrow.
だいぶこいつ使われてないと思うけどな。
Maybe because of that they didn't have like the time, you know, to go for a specific retake that they have always planned. Kind of hard to say. It's a little bit baffling, to be honest, because not even that, they would have gone for some exit kills even when not trying
Oh,
for
C 詰めた。
a retake. Would have been very important to destroy G2's economy, which was already bad. And now they didn't do that. I would have to go back to this round and try to analyze it.
Yeah, there must
With full
be
info.
something. There must be something we're missing.
Yeah,
in
for sure.
that call coming through. Either way, NIP have decided to go for the save and carry the weapons forward. They've bought up another weapon and now they're defending or rather attacking. Because look at mid, they've pushed right down and unbeknownst to their enemies, they are already tucked up close as we witness
でも
Ryan.
ミッド取ってるぞ。
I mean, holding this position is
守り側が。
probably the best idea for now. They've heard the ult orb be used or be taken or started to be taken at least on C long. The question is, what do they do?
あー、
from
C
here?
辛そう。
That decision making. They know there's players on C long. They have no idea about
倒した。
inside A. Mixwell falls. They think this is a C push, but they're very wrong.
まあスモークでカバーできてなかったけどな、今。
The flank begins very quickly. 2 players right behind. All JD has to do is buy some time, and that's massive.
おお。
Spotting them out with the tripwire, JD swings through to try and find the final, and the stab in the back from Akukos secures it. 11-9 and an absolutely huge round for NIP to win.
Wow, what a round. And the courage of on Chihuahua to actually get that pick on Mixwell. I'm a little bit surprised that Mixwell just went for that solo peak on C, and dying to the Spectre was very detrimental to the round. Basically, then I don't
今のは
think
打
it was
ち合いだったな
necessary for
今のラウンド
Chihuahua
は
to go for that second fight, but he won that, and because of that, it essentially won
C が打ち勝ててたら
because even if the A hold was failed by who was that? That was Korea. Actually, JD probably. It doesn't matter. But even if they would just not hold A, they had a 4 versus 3 retake on A.
さあ
which
今回は
I'm 100% certain
A じゃなくて
would
B
be
と
happening.
ガレージ
So
に定番の
Chihuahua, basically with that first blood,
ワイヤーを
and
張って
second
おる。
blood, won that round for them.
For you guys at home, this is a
B は入れ守り気味にあ
G2
った
tactical
の
balls that we just saw going up on our screens. They are feeling the pressure. It's very rare that you see G2 take tac pauses. I mean, I remember going months at a time. That's not even a joke without seeing one. Mainly because they were dominating everybody so aggressively. TP to back side. That's almost a bait, but Chihuahua, well, he ends up falling for it. Now Korea spots nobody else pushing forward. For G2 at the moment, they're just slowing it down, waiting till the utility was pumped up. Korea taken down backside. This is a very solid start to the push for G2. Plan should come through, and it's a 2v5. About as quick as you like, that C site falls. G2 just... Or, sorry, NIP just going for the save again.
Yeah. I mean, 2 versus 5, I don't blame them in this case. There's nothing to nothing to think about here.
ミックスよりが強えな、純粋に。
Let's say the economy is not the greatest, right? They have 1k and 3.5, so Rhyme will be able to drop if he doesn't lose his armor or lose his utility anymore, which I'm most likely certain he's gonna save. So they will have a full buy on everyone next round, which is important. Now when it comes to G2, I really like how they played. Mixwell was peeking with the Tiger at the same time, and because
Shot in the back from JD. I like it. It's almost like a little bait. You know, I'm up here. I'm up here.
Yeah, but what I want to point out, this Mixwell really timed it well to peek with that Tiger when his opponent was busy shooting it.
いや、結構動き的にはこのニップの方が勝ってんのかなって思いきや、ラウンドは結構拮抗してるんよね。
Because the Tiger doesn't even see him from that range. You don't have to shoot it unless you want to help out a teammate that was holding a close angle, but there was no one there. So he would have just ignored it, and because of that, Sky was still kind of useless because she doesn't gain anything from that, while he would have a fight against Mixwell peeking without knowing where anyone is.
This is looking like it's going to be a C long take. We'll see what they do for G2. Actually, just dashing out quite quickly. Chihuahua's caught trying to take his cage back. And look at our tripwire, excuse me, activating up the cages as Mixwell falls. Now the spam through, not landing anything really. Op shot misses. Shock dart through, connects to its target. True as can be.
おはようございます。
Hello, 5v2. This is a very quick, very swift turnaround by NIP. Previously, that C-long push completely destroyed them, and this time, very different story.
いや、ミックスウィルがキル取れなかったら終わるな、これ。G2 の方は。
But G2 has to try it, right? There's no other way. They cannot just give away a match point without a fight.
Match and series point, absolutely. You don't want to just concede that over. You want to make sure you can at least win this, but huge individual play is needed, and it's just not going to happen as Rhyme shuts down one pit. Oh, that's terrible. The tag in at just the wrong time. Rhyme knew exactly where to look, and Pith hadn't got a clue. 12 to 10. 2 chances to close this one out. Again, ignore the scoreboard colors. It is
さあ、ニップ勝ちそうだな、これは。
On the defense. Whoa. D2 on the attack. 20 kills under his
This is really confusing. Please, Riot, fix this.
Yeah, we need that. But, hey, look. Mixwell's got his ultimate in hand. This is something that can be pretty impactful. He's gone for a Spectre because of it.
I mean, he didn't have cash for anything more, but he has to buy something.
Exactly. There's a reason that he's got it and not his teammate. Although, what's the draw time of the Spectre? Is it 1 second or is it 0.75?
0.75.
Okay, it's the same as Stinger then. Okay. Oh, I wasn't 100% sure, so figured we'd check.
SMGs are way more equipped to be dashing and like equipping a weapon.
Here's the Wolf going through again. It's going to be clearing out the B site. Does it get through to the back? I'm not sure that it fully kind of on a jump, but they didn't jump. So they actually don't know about a Kukos right up the back. And that's an aftershock very well placed to push Patatek right into the arms of JD, who was waiting.
ワイヤー生きてるんだよな、まだただ。
Oh my word, JD! This is huge! In with a double to put them on the lead. Good damage.
いやー、これはニップが勝ちましたね、これは。一応1キル取ったけど。
Goes for the Hunter's Fury, wants to try and push them off that. He's going to delay as long as he can, but he could be being pushed on. He knows it, even with the knife out. No steps, he's still expected. Artist needs to get in there and do something, though. It's already half defused. Down he goes, leaving Pit.
あー、でも、取ったか、無理やり。半分終わってんじゃないか、これ。解除。おー、取った。取った、ニップの方が。あら。いや、でもまあ全体的にでもニップの方が強かったな。ミックスウェルは強かったけど。NIP。
Thanks, thanks, Mitch. And the interview is not ready, so basically, no one listen to Mitch from now on. You know, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But what you do know, Mitch, is a lot about beat. We have him
all in all rated extent versus what we'd see in some others like that whole defensive side. They literally won what 4 rounds in buy rounds and three of them, or because of huge individual plays, spray down long, flank, and mix walls insane clutch. So it kind of sucks in a way if you're sitting there as NIP to have.
いや、なんかでもざっと見た感じだと、でも EU より NA の方が強そうだな。動きを見た感じ。わかんない。ここのニップと G2 が EU のトップのチームなのかどうかわかんないけど、NA の方が強そうだったな。もう朝だね、これ。8時になってるやん。いやー、これ、見終わった後バロラントやろうと思ったけど、もう疲れたな、正直。うん。まあ、今日学んだことは、罠は切った方がいいな。罠切らないとマジで勝ち目ないなってシーン多かったな、特に KR のやつは。あと、セットは強い、普通に。セット止めれてなかったな。アセント。罠と壁は壊した方がいい。アセントのミッドは罠壊した方がいい。それが分かりました。終わるか。ちょうどいいし。もう疲れたでしょ。